Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We had an incredible first day yesterday. It really was remarkable. At the end of the day, we lost 4 teams, 2 pro teams, 2 Pro-Am teams, and it was drama right to the last minute. And talking through all the action, sitting to my right is Chris McCarthy. Chris, great to have you back as well.
Good to be back. Really excited for day 2.
It was an incredible day, wasn't it?
Really good racing all the way throughout. I think really lived up to the high expectations that we came into for the Le Mans Esports Super Final. We were visiting some, a really iconic era of racing at Le Mans, and the racing was fantastic all the way throughout. The elimination format, I think, worked really well. It went all the way down to the last lap, and in the end, we had lots of drama.
We really did, and we were racing pre-70s yesterday. A lot of cars in the 50s, really kind of beautiful. Yes. And I love the liveries, because what we've got is we've got so many different teams, pro teams and pro-am teams. I'll come to the explainer in just a second, but they've all got their own liveries on these cars that are iconic. And what happens is a car that you know so well from the Le Mans era suddenly looks totally different because of the livery they've put on it.
Yeah, a Red Bull livery on a car from the 50s, it looks great. Those cars, really difficult to drive. We had to go in them ourselves when we were here for the rehearsal day, and we didn't drive them as good as those guys do, but really good racing all the way throughout. Racing around tracks like Le Mans, of course. Yeah. We went there twice, which was really great to see, and you can tell that we have the best drivers from around the world, all racing together, and they're all dotted around the world, racing each other at the same time, having to work with strategies, and overall it was just fantastic racing, and we're not even halfway through yet. So.
No, absolutely right. And as Chris was saying, all around the world, we've got 12 different nationalities involved in this global tournament. Really, I suppose what it is. We've got drivers from Australia. And we've got drivers from the west coast of America, South America as well. So we've got people from all over the globe, and that's really amazing, because when you think of that, time zones come into the strategy, which we'll go into in a bit more depth in just a bit.
Yeah, well, we had Kean Butler in the last race, and I think we got to about sort of 5:30 in the morning over in Australia, and you could tell we have the cameras on the drivers, and you could really tell that it was getting late over there. But he put in a really good performance, and he's at a bit of a disadvantage there racing at that time in the morning, but somehow he was able to come through. And we know Le Mans drivers having to race throughout the night. That's how we know drivers when it gets dark there, and we see them racing all the way throughout the night, and the teams are having to work throughout the night, and we still have that factor here this week. We may our time be racing 3 till 9 p.m, but around the world we have drivers going into the night, so it had that Le Mans feel to it.
Yeah, it really did. Now, if you're new to the Le Mans Esports Super Final, you don't know how it works, it is quite tricky to get your head around, but luckily we've kind of created something that explains it better than you or I. Have a look at this.
The Le Mans Esports Series Super Final is split into 4 segments taking place on 4 separate days from Tuesday, September 15th to Friday, September 18th. There are 2 categories, Pro and Pro-Am, competing for separate $100,000 and $50,000 prize pools in different machinery. Points are earned by teams battling it out over 3 races per day. The 2 teams with the lowest points after segment 1 will be eliminated. The points are reset each day, and the bottom 2 teams in segment 2 are removed from the competition by the end of the day. Segment 3, featuring the 5 remaining teams per category, will put forward 3 drivers per race, and again 2 teams are eliminated by the end of the show, leaving us with the final 3 teams to battle it out on the final day. All 3 drivers will compete in the final races, with the winning Pro-Am team receiving $17,500, but with the Pro champions walking away with a huge $35,000 prize.
It's not bad, is it? $17,500 between 3 Pro-Am drivers, $35,000 up to the big ones, the Pro drivers. It's just incredible amounts of money, isn't it?
It is. It's life-changing money for some people. That could send someone to university, for example. It could help them put money to get a new motor or a new house. So it's a lot of money for a week's work. It's not too bad at all, is it?
If you won $5,500, round it up $6,000, why not? What would you spend it on?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would usually say I'd take my family away somewhere, but it's a little bit difficult to do at the moment. So I'm not too sure, actually. I guess I'd put it to a new place, to help put a deposit down on a new place. Something like that.
I'd fritter it away.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I probably would. I'd probably go to Vegas or something and spend it all in a week.
No, exactly. I would do something completely irrational and stupid with
Yeah.
it. And you know what? It's £6,000 I didn't have before. So there you go, $6,000 I didn't have before, I should say.
Wow.
But so we're going to come to the subtleties of it. But it is really intriguing because what happens is we have these, or we did have these 54 drivers. We did have these 18 teams, 9 pro teams, 9 pro-am teams. But we've whittled them down a little bit, and we'll come to who's left over in just a little bit. But losing 2 teams every single day adds a real level to this tournament that we have seen before. It's not just over 4 days who gets the most points. We are losing the bottom 2 teams.
You've got to be on your game every single day. You cannot afford any mistakes. That puts a lot of pressure on a team, let alone a driver. You know, if you're in that final race and, you know, if you make a mistake in that race, you could be out of the competition. There's no second chances in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. That's the thing I love the most about this competition. You know, for 4 days, it is very, very tough competition. And if you make a mistake, you could be going home. Yeah,
absolutely. Now, we've had a few interviews with drivers over the last few days, and actually on the lead up to this, we've interviewed some other drivers that have raced at Le Mans and other circuit tracks around the world too. And Louise caught up with Ross Gunn. Now, Ross actually qualified for the 2019 Le Mans Esports Super Final, but couldn't take part in the Esports Super Final because he was racing in a support race at Le Mans in the 24 hours. So therefore he couldn't race in it. But he did qualify. He's very good with esports, and here's what he had to say.
Thanks, Bryn. Getting ready to race in the number 98 at Le Mans this year is Aston Martin driver Ross Gunn. Ross, hello, and thanks for joining us today.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Let's start with virtual Le Mans for you. How was that race?
It was really good, actually. The whole event structure and the way it was all set up was really, really professional. And as a team at Aston Martin Racing, we spent weeks preparing ourselves and getting ready for it with lots of practice and all these different Discord channels and whatnot. So we all came away from it pretty impressed with the event, and actually myself and a couple of the other drivers asked the actual hierarchy at Aston Martin to try and organise future races for ourselves like this to practice for the real thing. It was that good. So I was very, very impressed, and I had a great time doing it.
That's brilliant that you can see the benefit of it, and all the drivers can see the benefit of it.
Yeah, for sure. It was just little things like traffic and the obviously the night, the sunrise, the sunset, everything just felt pretty similar to the real thing. Obviously, there are differences in the sense that you don't get the loads, and there are a couple, you know, weather, for example. It's all a little bit different in that respect, but the core of it was very good. I had a few people friends that watched it on the TV, and a lot of them couldn't really like pick out whether it was the real thing or simulated. So I think that was testament to the guys at the WEC, and they put on a really good show for everybody.
Yeah, it really was incredible. Great words there from Ross, and he's going to be taking part in Le Mans actually in the weekend ahead, so best of luck to him. Great to hear from these drivers that have actually taken part in esports, and esports has really grown over the last few years, but really in the last 6 months we've seen esports as a TV product really grow.
It's because you can do a lot with it, like we're doing now. You can have this elimination format. You kind of have the room to do whatever you want. You know, you can have cars from the 50s racing around. You know, the Nürburgring, for example, the Nürburgring GP track, or the new Silverstone GP track. You know, let's put them out there for 25 laps. You know, you can do anything you want with it, and that's the best thing about it. You can really make it into a good TV quality production. So I'd say that's the best thing about esports. It's, you know, we can have drivers as young as, you know, teenagers racing drivers, you know, as old as in their 60s out there together, and no one's at a disadvantage because you're behind the seat of a rig. So I'd say that's probably the best thing about esports, and the best thing why we've seen it grow over the last few months.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at this event here, we have pro teams where the drivers must use a wheel and
Yes.
pedals, like a rig setup, and then we have the Pro-Ams who can still use the conventional controller that you or I might use when we're at home. And so that's a really nice thing because it's a leveler, because for the Pro-Ams they can use the bit of kit that they're used to using, the equipment they're used to using. And what I really like about this is as we go through the course of the day, we're getting to see the insides of people's rooms. You know how lockdown's brought the insides of people's houses, and we've seen politicians on TV in the UK, and all of a sudden, you know, the nanny walks in the background to bring a child out of the room that's crawled in the background. And here, we're seeing the insides of some of these racers' houses. And John Young yesterday, he had a massive, great big teddy bear that I guess he wore at a fun fair. It's great to see as well because it's really human. It makes it so you can really relate to it, can't you?
Yeah, he definitely forgot that was in there.
He did, yeah.
He didn't check his camera properly, did he? So thankfully, no one can see my teddy bear.
Yeah, yours is over the back. Yes,
we
right.
made sure that was up the way. But they're normal people. You know, it's just looking at normal bedrooms. You know, the esports drivers. You know, some of them may be well off, but you know, most of them are just normal people that live off normal wages, and I think we can tell that most of the time as well. So there is that real human element to it. You know, they don't have a room that they've made just for their rig. You know, they have to try and fit these rigs in their front rooms or in their bedrooms. You know, some of them can't put it in the front room because you know they've got
Mum and Dad are watching telly.
Exactly. So you know they have to try and squeeze it into the side of their bedroom, and it adds the human element to it. You know, and that's been one of the good things about having the cameras on the drivers this year.
Yeah, I really like the one shot. There's one shot from yesterday with one of the drivers, and you could see the radiator. He was right next to the radiator, and all I could think was, I hope that radiator's off because he's feeling the pressure, and if that thing's on as well,
making it feel like he's in a car.
Well, I guess so.
Because they are hot in there.
If that's the case, someone needs to keep chucking water on him and so he's all nice and sweaty. We'll come to the drivers and who's remaining in just a few moments. But yesterday we were talking about pre-70s cars. They were all pre-70s. We had the 58 Ferrari. We had some really, really nice cars. The Lotus 11 in race 1. Yeah. Today, we have got some really iconic cars coming for you. We've the Porsche Momo, the 93578, known, I think, best as Moby Dick. That is racing in race 2. Now, I saw a replica of that one at Autosport International. I think that was 2 years ago now, January 2019. What a car. What a beautiful thing that was. And we're going to see that with loads of different colour schemes and liveries on it.
Yeah, these are really iconic cars, isn't it? If you look at highlights from yesterday and then we skip forward to at the end of today, you can just see the difference in appearance. You know, really long cars, I think, pre-70s that we had. These ones, massive, massive machines, aren't they? You know, and the big rear wings on some of them as well. So they really are different cars. And I think Harry said to me earlier as well, this is when they actually had to put a chicane in, 2 chicanes in to the Mulsanne straight because they were just that fast. So they had to try and slow the things down a little bit. So these are really, really quick cars, and we're racing on some quick tracks today as well. Monza is first up, so it's going to be some really fast racing. Yeah,
Monza, there's Le Mans, back to Le Mans again, no chicanes.
No chicanes.
And also Nürburgring. Another car to look out for, one of my favourites, I just pick out my favourites all the way through this really. In race 3, you've got the Jag, the XJR9, the Castrol Racing XJR9. You'll know the one from 1988. If you have a look, just Google it now. Other search engines are available. Have a look. It is a beautiful, beautiful car, and I cannot wait to see that in the endurance race. And I'm in the fortunate position, I have to say, of when the races happen, I can sit in a different room and just sit back and watch and drink a coffee, but you have to talk through the races, which I think is a nice position as well.
That's not a bad thing at all,
No,
is
it's
it?
not. I suppose not. As I said it, I suddenly thought, hang on a minute, I'm not sure I've got the short straw.
You're hoping Harry gets ill.
Yeah, I'm going to nobble him on the stairs.
I'll take his temperature at the door.
Yeah, exactly.
That's too high.
So there's a lot for us to look at, but we mentioned pro teams and pro-am teams and the fact that we've had some eliminations because day 1 was yesterday. Let's see who we've got remaining. Here are the pro teams left in this Le Mans Esports Series Super Final.
Lazarus Racing finished the opening weekend leading the championship after Tobin Lee won the Le Mans endurance race. However, it would take them until the final races of the season to increase their win tally. With 8 podiums across 10 races and a lowest finishing position of just 5th, consistency was the key to a P2 finish in the team's championship, only falling behind Red Bull Racing Esports in the latter stages. After a difficult start in round 1, Red Bull Racing Esports trio of Alexandre Arnoux, Aurélien Mallet, and Robin Betka returned as a force to be reckoned with 4 wins back-to-back in rounds 2 and 3. over 10 races, Red Bull scored 8 podiums and 5 race wins, catapulting them to the top of the Pro Teams Championship and cementing themselves as the team to beat. A difficult start in the first race saw Rise Motorsport outside the qualification spots, but a concentrated team effort saw them climb the table, and it culminated in their best result at the Spa Endurance Round, with Jaguar Renault finishing in P2. Solar Vision Racing were having a consistent season just outside the qualification spots, but were revitalized when Michael Thomas Coyne joined the team for the end of the season, and in the final race weekend took P2 in the sprint race at Spa-Francorchamps. Total Performance Racing opened the season with a win in the first round at Le Mans, courtesy of Jacob Bouquet, and added to their win tally with Sean Arnold at the endurance race at Sebring. TPR eventually finished P3 in the Teams Championship after falling behind Red Bull Racing Esports and Lazarus Racing, but 50 points clear of their nearest opposition. Our Season 1 champions went for an all-in approach to qualify for the Super Final, banking everything on taking the win at the Autosport International Show. Unfortunately, a luggage incident meant Veloce Storm was unable to travel to the event, leaving Hayden Gullis, Veloce's team manager, with no choice than to step into the car at the last minute. After Veloce handed the car over in the lead to Gullis, a valiant effort unfortunately did not yield the win, but instead earned the team a wildcard spot to the final to see if they can retain the honors of the Le Mans Esports Series team champions in Season 2. Williams Esports fielded a revamped Forza squad for Season 2 with a go-for-broke approach, building their team around the Autosport International Show qualifiers, giving themselves just one opportunity to make the final. A strong performance throughout the on-site event, combined with an incredible final stint, left them taking the checkered flag ahead of their opposition and securing their place in the Super Final.
Just looking at that VT there and the Veloce attempt at ASI this year for the qualifier. I mean, they had to get their team manager in the seat because of a bit of a complication. Yep. And he was essentially the me to our hypothetical team because he was terrible, really, wasn't he?
You could see how nervous he was getting in. He was looking at the steering wheel like, what's one of these?
Yeah, if I say terrible, he would make me look really bad. He was that much better than me, yet he didn't do very well at all, and they didn't qualify from it. And if we have a look at how Veloce really did yesterday, we were a bit surprised. We were expecting Veloce to be right at the very front all the way through, and they didn't until the very last race. In fact, we thought at one point they might be eliminated.
Well, I was, going into that last race, they only had 14 points, so they were really on the danger zone. But they took the win in that last race in, very treacherous conditions as well. And I think that's sort of it rescued them quite literally, but it's given them a bit of a shining light to go into day 2 with.
Certainly did. Now, points don't really mean much when we move from day to day because we wipe the slate clean and start again. However, what it does do is it determines the grid for the first race on the following day. So if we have a look at the chart for which teams we've lost, which teams we've still got left, I think this is quite exciting to see because you can see that we lost yesterday. Well, Chris, Fast Forza Racing.
Yes.
Or Fast Racers Forza, I should say.
Yes.
Lost them.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, well, it was a surprise because they finished 4th in the Pro Series and got a win in that as well and a couple of podiums. So we were expecting them as I think I labelled them the dark horse of the competition, but they went out. Wolves of Dawn.
They didn't get that memo, unfortunately.
No, they didn't. So yeah, and then we had Wolves of Dawn as well, who was a bit of an unknown as to how they were going to do anyway. So I guess that wasn't really a huge surprise. But Fast Racers Forza after their performances in the Pro Series, a shame to see them go.
Yeah, it really was. But look at the ones we've got remaining: Red Bull Racing, Lazarus, Williams, Veloce, Total Performance Racing, Solar Vision and Rise making up today's Pro class that are left over. If we have a look then at the Pro-Ams, because the Pro-Ams is a slightly different class. Some of these drivers are racing in teams that they don't know each other. Some of them do, but they've had to work out their strategy among this. If we have a look at their table, and this one, well, it's a slightly different story for the Setup Demons. They were eliminated, as were Arnage Titans, but two very different stories. If we mention very quickly, Chris, what happened? Well, let's talk Arnage Titans first.
Yep, Arnage Titans, Chris Farkas decided that he wanted to stay in the seat to try and keep those guys in, and unfortunately in the final race didn't quite finish high enough, did Arnage Titans. It was a really good performance. I wouldn't say it was a bad performance from Arnage Titans, more a very, very good performance from Endurance Elite, who got their tactics spot on in that endurance race.
They did so well, actually, if you think about it. I wonder about the teammates of Chris Farkas in Arnage Titans, because he said, look, I think I'm the strongest one. I'm going to sit all these races. I'm going to get us through into day 2. And he didn't deliver, which means that 2 drivers didn't get the opportunity to prove how good or how bad they are. Yeah,
well, if you're going to stick a driver in for the whole of the first day, that means you're probably putting your best driver in to keep you in the competition. And if you then don't deliver, and keep the team in, then you're going to have 2 teammates that really don't want to speak to you again.
Absolutely not. So. Yeah, we're saying that straight on the WhatsApp. That chat has been deleted and the phone number's gone, aren't they?
Chris Farkas has left the chat.
And the other team, Set Up Demons, slightly different story for them. They had a connection issue in the 3rd race, the endurance race, which meant they didn't get anywhere apart from last. They didn't get enough points, so they were eliminated. It's sad, but it does reinforce how important it is to get points early on and not rely on that endurance race which has more points available.
Well, they clearly went for the most points in the endurance. That was their tactic, because they were leading that endurance race, so clearly they had really gone for it in that race. They decided, we're going to save ourselves for the endurance, we're going to try and get points here, and unfortunately just taken out of their hands a mechanical issue, if you like, and that's them out of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we could talk about the subtle nuances and everything until the cows came home, but we don't have time because the racers are in their seats, they're ready to go. We're going to hold them just for a couple of minutes. Going to bring Harry Jacks into the studio. He's going to be commentating alongside Chris McCarthy next to me. I'm going to be disappearing off into the comfy seats to watch it all. But a quick taster before the build up to the race of what happened yesterday.
It's been a long road to get here, but we are ready to go racing for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and we are off. Red Bull Racing Esports are going to lead us down towards the chicane for the first time. And there goes a move, Veloci trying to get down the inside, a little bit of contact. The Rise car running wide, Veloci going wide as well, and here comes Fast Racers Forza trying to get down the inside. This is going to be Apex Hunters. That's an ambitious move, but they've managed to pull it off. Brilliant overtake there. Apex Hunters may have timed this move to perfection now as they come up to the left-hander, and that is and Apex Hunters there, forcing them a little bit wide there, round the final corner, and the first win of the week, 25 points on the board. We get ready to see the green lights come on around Silverstone, and we are away and racing. Red Bull Racing lead us, so out of view, Hairpin Heroes now lead the race, and there was contact there.
Squeezing him on the apex, a little bit of contact.
Gone through, you can see Red Bull ahead of us. Oh, has Lazarus gone straight on there? Once again, contact being made there. It was the Set Up Demons, actually, it was the other car that got through. Oh no, the Titans, that was an ambitious move, as Lazarus is now coming down the inside, and that is move complete. Alexander Arnoux, who's done a lot of defending in this race, as we've seen, but this time he leaves space, and Shamitakar is going to try and get down the inside a little.
They are. And they get it just contact between the rise.
Round the final corner he comes, and the second sprint race in segment 1 goes to Isaac Price. We are off away and racing in the endurance race for the first time of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Oh no, Red Bull have gone off. Red Bull off into the gravel. They got their braking all wrong there into Mulsanne corner. This is a view on board with Lazarus Racing as we break in towards Mulsanne corner, and there goes Red Bull Racing. A little bit out of shape. I think this is the Le Mans Legends car. Oh, and there's a car facing the wrong way, and that's, I think, Lazarus running wide. Oh. And that's going to be a change for second place. It's going to come down to the Porsche curves. The next corner is where Lazarus made their move a lap ago. It was coming round the first of the right-handers through the Porsche curves, which we come to now. Lazarus, Veloci are going to have to take a tight line, surely. Lazarus, we ride on board with. They're going to go to the outside into the chicanes. We come now. Lazarus trying to find a way through, trying to get the switch back. The last of the chicanes we get to now. Lazarus just behind still through the right-hander. They come. Can they get the run? Not quite. It's going to be Veloci who take the win in the endurance race. A good result for Veloci.
Great to look back at the fantastic racing from yesterday. And joining me is Harry Jacks, who was alongside me yesterday. Harry, great to have you back. what fantastic racing that was yesterday.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? I'm wondering how they're going to one-up it today, but I'm really hoping they will. I'm sure they'll deliver. But yeah, I mean, every race, both classes, all throughout the races, we had nose-to-tail action, overtaking, and drama right up to the very last.
Pre-70s we were yesterday, now moving into the 70s and the 80s. Some real iconic cars in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing the drivers will be most pleased about is sort of the introduction of downforce to a lot of these cars. We saw the handling of some of them yesterday, and they were all over the place. But yeah, proper downforce, proper brakes as well. They'll be pleased about that, and we're really going to see them pushing the limit of what these cars can do.
And Harry, you've done a lot of racing yourself. What are these cars like to drive in comparison to the ones we saw yesterday?
They're a lot of fun. You can really get to the limit a lot easier and a lot quicker, but the boundary of going over the limit is a lot harsher. So if you push a bit too hard and you make a mistake, it's going to be very difficult to make sure you don't have a big accident, because they're so fast in a straight line. They corner pretty quickly as well, and compared to yesterday, they're a real contrast.
And the racing was so close yesterday in terms of points. Now, all the points get wiped clean today, and we start again. But in terms of the points, the Pro Series, 11 points between the top 4, and then we had 9 points between the top 5 teams in Pro-Am at the end of 3 races. So incredibly close between both classes. Was that a surprise to yourself?
I mean, they're all very good at what they do. So the fact that they're nose to tail and really fighting over every position up and down the grid, we should almost expect that from them. It's just going to be seeing who can get the most benefit from gaining maybe one position in a sprint race. In the endurance race, one position is going to be worth even more than the sprint race. So that's where they're going to be able to make the difference. But ultimately, yeah, they're really close on track, and that's what we love to see.
And we had a different winner in every race in both classes as well. So do you reckon that trend can continue into today?
I think so. Yeah, there's no reason why not. We might be seeing repeat winners from yesterday, but yeah, I don't expect any teams to be running away with it. Obviously, there's a lot more pressure on today. The points only go down so far, and there's less cars on track for them to compete against. So those positions are going to be worth an awful lot more.
And we lose 2 more teams again today. So any teams at the head of the field that might have been playing it a little bit safe, they can no longer do that, right? Yeah,
pressure's on everyone. You can't afford, as you say, to take a seat in a back seat and finish a third and think that's comfortable. You've really got to be pushing every race to make sure you pick up as many points as possible, because we don't want to see more teams falling by the wayside because of disconnects and errors in the last race, because they put all their eggs in that basket.
Well, we're going to have a look at the track now. A new track we're bringing into the Le Mans Esports Series. One you're all going to know very, very well. Let's have a look at the track where we're going to kick off racing today. Harry, this is going to be a really good one. We're going to the Monza circuit first of all today.
Yeah, Temple of Speed, as it's otherwise known as. Long, fast straights, heavy braking zones into chicanes. Also got getting a good run off that final parabolica corner is going to be so crucial. But yeah, making sure you've got your car set up to be fast in a straight line and good under brakes is going to be what's key to make sure they're making up positions or defending, as we saw how difficult it was to overtake even on the Mulsanne yesterday. So coming down these straights, they're going to be pushing the limits of the brakes and hopefully not going beyond them.
And these are pretty fast cars already, so putting them around Monza is going to make them even faster. It's going to be very hard to get away. We start off with a 1 hour sprint race. We'll then have another 1 hour sprint race. This race will determine the grid for race 2, and then a combination of the 2 results will give us a grid for the endurance race. So it's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these cars, and most of them, are going to be doing well over 200 miles an hour into some heavy braking zones. So you're going to have to be big and bold on the brakes, and hopefully you don't get it too wrong, because otherwise you can have a pretty monumental accident and maybe pick up some penalties, which is going to be very costly in these conditions.
Well, they're all in exactly the same car, so it makes it completely level playing field. All in the same car in the Pro, and all in the same car in the Pro. And we have 2 different cars out there, which gives us a nice flavour of 2 different real iconic cars of Le Mans. Let's have a look at the grid then. The grid is formed of how the points ended yesterday. So the team that scored the most points is going to be starting on pole position, and that team was Red Bull Racing. Aurélien Mallet, we did see him out once yesterday. He's going to be jumping in the car for this first race. Lazarus starts alongside them. Ross May, I believe this now his 3rd outing of the week. He starts alongside on the front row. Then we come to row number 2. Williams, one of the 3 teams to take a win in the Pro class yesterday. Veloce, the 3rd different one along with Red Bull. They're going to be starting on row 2. Cuba, Brzezinski and Tom Lartalou in for them. Jacob Bokit out for the 2nd time. He's going to be in for Total Performance Racing ended the day for them yesterday, starts the day today. And Alex McDonald out for the 1st time of the week. He's going to be starting for Solar Vision Racing, and then heading up the field, or ending the field rather, for the Pro class is going to be Rise Motorsport with Chris Cabrera. Pro-Am, it's going to be Apex Hunters who start on the
pole position with Hairpin Heroes alongside. They got better and better throughout yesterday, as did Apex Hunters, and took the overall point score. Then let's go through row 2, LM Squad and Le Mans Legends, and then on row number 3 behind them we're going to have Tetrud Rangers and Hot Lappers, and rounding out the field in Pro-Am will be Endurance Elite. Just snuck through yesterday, Endurance Elite, so they're going to be probably coming into this now with nothing to lose.
Yeah, real tasty grid that one, isn't it? So they're all going to be vying for position on the first lap. Some great opportunities, heavy braking zones, as we've mentioned. So the first lap, the best opportunity to make up places, and also a good opportunity to lose them as well.
Well, day 2, let's kick off the racing, shall we? We start at Monza. Cars are ready. We are ready. And the green lights are on. We're off away in racing. Oh, no, someone has spun already. How on earth has that happened? Someone spinning off the line, so we'll hopefully be able to have another look at that. But into the first chicane we go. Red Bull leading. Lazarus look like they are in second place. Let's try and pick out who it is that has spun, and it's Total Performance Racing. Wow, what on earth happened there, Harry?
Yeah, disaster. I mean, they have got 600 horsepower underneath their right foot, but that was a disastrous start for Jacob Boker in that car. Just seemed to lose it immediately. Didn't even get sort of 100 metres into the race. So that's a real surprise. We've now got the Pro-Ams underway heading into turn 1.
Yeah, Apex Hunters and Hairpin Heroes on the front row. Down towards the first corner we go. And let's hope we all get through safely. They've all made it off the line, so that's better than the Pro class. And it looks like we're getting through the chicane nice and safely as well. We're on board with Endurance Elite, who round out the field. We've got the Tetrud Rangers just ahead of us. So the Pro-Ams all away safely. That is not the case for the Pro class, unfortunately. And that is a real bad start to the day for Total Performance Racing, but a very good start for Red Bull. And they are already building an early lead as we come through the Ascari chicane for the first time.
Yeah, similar story to what we saw yesterday with the first race. Red Bull leading from the front, looking to build an early lead with Aurelian at the helm. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get away. And obviously the slipstream, we've seen how important that was yesterday down the Le Mans stand as well. And this circuit very similar with all the slipstream opportunities that they'll have. So they'll be hoping, the cars behind, that they can tuck into that slipstream at every opportunity and not let them run off into the distance, as we've seen them do many a time.
Yeah, well, the points are going to be even more crucial coming into day 2. The top 5 in terms of points at the end of the day go through. Now all the points have been set back to 0, so we essentially wipe the slate clean, and that means any advantage Red Bulls had at the end of yesterday has now gone. So we start all over again, which is great to see. Almost contact, I think, just slight contact there for third place. Both teams getting away with it. It was Veloce trying to get the car slowed down, almost going straight into the back of the Williams car. Rise Motorsport are 5th, Solar Vision Racing are 6th. Only a couple of seconds behind though, Total Performance Racing, so they've done well to keep a reasonable gap. They've given themselves a chance over the next 33 laps or so to go through.
Yeah, you can see the Total Performance Racing car on screen now at the moment. So they're only just a few corners behind. You can see the rest of the field right there. Yeah. So although a disastrous start, it doesn't look like they picked up any damage. They're not fallen too far back. So they're still just about within that slipstream range. They'll be able to be dragged along, try and get themselves back into action. But you can see how difficult the cars are to handle. Just all that power and not a lot of contact patch, apparently.
Jacob Bokert is not going to enjoy watching that one back. Have you ever spun off the line?
I can't say I have. I've had a helping hand to spin off the line, but not under my own doing, it must be said.
We'll try and grab that clip and put it up there for Jacob Bokert. Now we make sure he's tagged in that and watches it back again. It will be played back to him many a time, no doubt, as Endurance Elite. They're doing good. They've got themselves up into 5th place here. The team that just about got through on the last couple of laps yesterday. Let's quickly talk while we can about the strategies that we saw playing out in that Pro-Am class yesterday when it came to pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to the last sort of few percentage of fuel that they had in the tank left. Now, some people making pit stops just to cover themselves off. Some of them risked it for the biscuit and got the biscuit in the end, it must be said. No, they're risking literally 1% of fuel left as they cross the line, and that's how essentially they made up the position they needed. No, they were languishing sort of 6th, 7th during the race, and we're thinking they haven't really got a shot at this. No, on pure pace, they need something to happen, and something happened for them to climb all the way up to the 4th, and they saved themselves by 1 point at the end of the day.
Andre Nasuti is in for Endurance Elite. That wasn't the driver that snuck them through yesterday, as we have a change of position. This is Total Performance Racing, and this is the recovery started. So Jacob Bokert getting himself up to 6th place ahead of Solar Vision Racing. And on Solar Vision Racing, the team that started really well yesterday, getting 4th place, I think it was in the first race, and then just slowly started to go down the field. We're going to have a quick replay of the start before we get your views there, Harry. Let's get you to talk us through what's happened here.
Yes, they'll be at standing start now, building the revs, and you can see they had to avoid the car. They got tagged from behind. So for some reason they didn't go off the line. For some reason the car didn't go forward, unlike the rest of them, and the car behind, trying to avoid them, just tipped the back quarter panel and round they went. So they were an innocent party in that, unfortunately, and it'll be interesting to see if we find out why they weren't able to go and what the stewards make of that. I think it's just an unfortunate coming together at the start of the race.
Sorry, Jacob.
Yeah.
We just made it seem like it was your fault. It wasn't, but there you go. Never assume. But Jacob Bokit helped round there, just didn't get going. Was replying to a message and then found himself facing the wrong way. Well, there we go. Let's talk about the cars that we are in. We're looking at the Pro-Am class here, Harry.
Yes, this is the 71 Ferrari at 312P. So it's unlike most Ferraris from around the time and its predecessors, it didn't have all that much success in the real world racing, must be said. But in terms of driving it, it's a great joy. A lot of horsepower, about 440 horsepower in there, 665 kilos. So good power to weight. So you've got to get the car slowed down, sort of ease it through the corners, and as soon as you get on the loud pedal, you'll find yourself in the next corner pretty quickly.
We're seeing them lock up a lot in both classes, aren't we? Well, why do you think? Is it because of those driver rates that's been changed this year? We'll come back to that because we have team running wide there, so a change of position a little bit lower down the field in the Pro-Am class as they make their way down to the final corner. Apex Hunters have dropped down to 4th place as well. We're looking at the Tech Rouge Rangers, who we saw making a mistake there, and once again making a mistake, struggling to stay on the circuit here.
Yeah, so much power in these Pro-Am cars as well, so every time they get near the throttle whilst they're still turning, the car just isn't interested in going in a straight line. We saw at the exit of the Ascari chicane, just getting on the gravel on the exit, and that's pulled the car to the side of the track, and unfortunately that was enough momentum lost to lose that position to the hot lappers.
This looks like the Le Mans legends we are seeing just ahead of us. The battle for second, very, very close in the Pro-Am class in the early stages of this race. At number 4 of 35 we are on now as they head down to the second chicane. So the Le Mans legends, we look back at the LM squad who won the very first race of the competition yesterday. The LM squad is getting a little bit out of shape coming out of the chicane, but going back to my previous question, Harry, we're seeing them lock up the tyres a lot, getting out of shape a lot coming out of the corners.
Yeah, I think what they're probably looking to do with the setup is wind a lot of the front bias on the brakes to get the most braking performance. But obviously by doing that, you're really limiting how much available space you've got for making a mistake and pressing the pedal a little bit too hard, and then you snatch a brake, and when you're arriving at the corners at the high speeds these guys are, if you snatch a brake early on, you've got no chance of saving it. You just got to hope you don't hit anything too solid at the end of it.
Yeah, the Le Mans legends, we have the LM squad now just ahead of us in second place. The Le Mans legends in third place as they come down to the final corner. It's on lap number 5 of 35. Well, it's lap number 4 for the Pro-Ams. They're about to go on to lap number 35. That is where the Pro Class drivers are and getting very close under braking. Hairpin Heroes is the car up in the distance. That is the team leading the race, and they're a team that have got better and better throughout the competition so far, and they are now leading, and not for the first time, but in the tow we are. Le Mans legends there seem comfortable staying behind the LM squad. They weren't sitting directly in the tow, which would say to me they're happy to stay behind, or are they? They're going to go round the outside at the first chicane. Very good defensive driving there from the LM squad, who hold on to second place.
Yeah, LM squad taking the inside line, defensive line, not missing the braking point, getting the car slowed on the apex and holding off this car we're on board with through the second turn as well, and they'll have to try again. It sounds like they're almost getting very close to the rev limit there at top gear down into turn 1, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether that limits the overtaking opportunities they get, but I'm sure they would have accounted for that as the car going slightly wide into the second chicane.
Yeah, you can see running very wide there, LM squad, and they've just opened the door for the Le Mans legends to go through. So Le Mans legends now taking that second place, but only briefly. The LM squad is to our inside now. As we come into the right-hander there, you can see the LM squad go through. So good dicing going on here, and it's allowing the fourth place car, the Apex Hunters, to close in.
Yeah, it's also letting the leader get away. That's something we've seen through yesterday, and we're seeing it early on today as well. Once the cars start battling, the car in front, if they're running solo, can really capitalise and try and pull a gap, and we might not see them for the rest of the race, but these guys are giving us a great show.
Yeah, still battling away. Fifth place is not too far behind either. It's the LM squad who is ahead of the Le Mans legends. Apex Hunters are the ones closing in, and then Endurance Elite are closing in after that. And I sound surprised because they were almost eliminated yesterday, but now they are getting closer and closer. It looks like we've gone through a car briefly there as we come into the Parabolica. as now through the Parabolica they go, and the Le Mans legends on the inside there, the LM squad to the outside, and then behind that it is the Apex Hunters as they now make their way up to the start-finish line. Still side by side. On the inside is the Le Mans legends, on the outside the LM squad, and then it's the Apex Hunters sat in behind. We go back on board with the Le Mans legends. They're sat on the inside now going into the first chicane, and it looks like the LM squad are going to try and hold round the outside, but that is indeed move complete, and Le Mans legends go into second place.
Yeah, great move. Got the run out of Parabolica corner, carried that speed all the way down the pit straight, and then managed to get the inside line for turn 1, and that allowed them to get the move complete. We're seeing that inside line being quite popular for defending and now attacking as well, so that seems to be the one to take if you're in that position, but a great move.
LM squad are in a bit of a troublesome position here because they've got to try and get back through as quickly as possible. If they don't, Apex Hunters are going to be putting the pressure on them. Then Endurance Elite, we say they're catching, but at the same time they've got the two teams of Tetroof Rangers just in behind them. Endurance Elite have actually dropped back down, it seems, so I'm not too sure what's happened there, but they're now being shown down in 7th place, so clearly they've made a mistake somewhere, and they're now going to be trying to fight back through down from 7th place, but still close in this fight for second, Harry.
Yeah, so we're going to see Rolls Reverse Le Mans legend now obviously in second place, going to be having to hold off and defend down into turn 1, I imagine, as they're going to be heading towards Parabolica. Got to get a good run out of there. The slipstream seems to be playing a part, but it looks like they've got a little bit of a gap, a bit of breathing space behind them, as they're now going to be dueling into the final corner. So that's great for Le Mans legends to have a bit of a breather, can concentrate on their own lines without having to compromise themselves, as we can see the Apex Hunters seeing what they can do to the LM squad.
Yeah, hot lappers, as we said, they're in 5th place, Tetroof Rangers in 6th, Endurance Elite next behind. Red Bull leading in the Pro class. We are on board with Total Performance Racing. Jacob Bokert, we can see in the bottom right of picture, turned around off the line with Rise Motorsport not able to get out of the way in time, with Total Performance Racing just struggling to get going off the line. And Total Performance Racing, it's something like that can put you in the danger zone now for the rest of the day, because they're going to score nowhere near as high as points as the guys out in the lead. For where they finish here, they're in 6th place now. That's going to get them 8 points, whereas Red Bull are going to get 25 points. We were trying to work out yesterday what's the safety bar going to be, and we reckon around 30 points potentially. You can score 30 odd points or so throughout the day.
Yeah, 30, 35. Just to be a little bit more safe would be your goal to just scrape through. But obviously, you want to be scoring as many as you can. You don't want to be sort of setting your bar as low as 35. I think if we get there, we're safe. But ultimately, that's what you should be aiming for at a bare minimum.
The top 5 go through. In 5th place yesterday scored 36 points. So around 35 points is what you need to score. And if Total Performance Racing finish where they are, they'll score 6 points to get the day going. Then they're going to have a lot of work to do. They're going to be starting at the back for the next sprint race, and then potentially in the midfield for the endurance race. So they've got a lot of work to do, but hey, it's only lap 8 of 35 on the first race.
Yeah, Jacob Bokert doesn't seem to have much luck on the first lap of races. I remember in the qualifying event, the first race that we had, he had an incident on the first lap of that race as well. And he had a great recovery drive. I think he brought that car back to 2nd place or 3rd place in that one. So we'll be hoping for something similar here. But he's got his work cut out. As you can see on board with the Rise car, there's not too many cars near him. There's the car in front, but they're not within touching distance, not within overtaking distance, and there's a big gap to Jacob Bokert, about 4 seconds or so. So around this track, that's going to be quite difficult. So you're going to have to push the boundaries so much more, and doing so you put yourself at risk of having an accident and losing more time than you gain. But it's a real fine line between pushing to gain that time and not ruining everything by having another accident.
And this is a sprint race, so there's no pit stops, so they're going to be going straight to the flag. Right?
That's what we expect, but they do seem to be getting a bit wide with the Rise car. They clipped the gravel that we saw earlier, but instead of being pulled off the side to the right, they end up losing their back end, and that's going to be interesting for Jacob Bokert in that Total Performance Racing car. He would have seen that happening up ahead of him, and that would have put a big smile on his face as Rise goes wide into the Parabolica as well. So just having a difficult couple of corners, and that's the kind of thing that can really get in your head and make you struggle throughout the rest of the race. They need to get back on track and not let that hurt them too much, but it's difficult times for that car.
Yeah, you can just see how much of a handful these things are to drive, can't you? Really, really difficult machines to drive. So the gap would have halved now. It was about 5 seconds. It's, let's see, it's just under 3 seconds now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're not quite within that slipstream range still, but another one of those mistakes, and they might be taking it easy now as we've got all these Pro-Am cars close on track through the very corner that we saw the Rise car making a mistake. You'll see them just clip the curb on the inside, run out wide, and there's the gravel that you can just so easily drift into without no real fault of your own. It's just the car sometimes starts to go sideways as you get on power.
Ascari chicane, it's one of those corners, isn't it? That first left-hander, if you make a mistake there, you're going to be in the gravel in the next left-hander, right?
It's such a compromise. You have to sacrifice that left-hander and open up the right to then fire yourself through the left. But as I say, if you overcook it just a little bit, you compromise on the right-hander and then you're really compromised on the left.
Yeah.
You either have to take a lot of the curb on the inside, which unsettles the car, or you find yourself sliding wide into the gravel, and obviously that costs you a lot of time as well, and potentially causes a big accident.
Because through that first left, you know as a driver yourself, you don't then back off through the right-handed. You just keep going. You're like, no, I can make this through the right. And you get to the left, you think, I can still just about make this. And you're in the gravel. And there we go. There's someone else now off through the first chicane. And now dropping back to the back of the field. So that was a nice four-way scrap that was forming. It's the hot lappers who did really well at the end of yesterday, did the hot lappers, and just looked like they got that first chicane all wrong. And the hot lappers now dropping back down the field, unfortunately, so they've given themselves some work to do. And there we can see Ryan Beale, who is sat on a dining room chair there, as he is now there in 7th place. So just seemed to, from what I saw, just seemed to overcook it through the first.
Yeah, they were all nose to tail. I don't know if there's a helping hand. Not sure if there's a helping hand involved, but we've seen it before. We'll see it again in this race. If you just get two wheels on the gravel, it can so easily either spit you off and you lose the back end, or it just drags you further into the gravel, which is what happened there, and lost a whole host of time and positions. But we've seen how easy it is for these guys to make mistakes, and we're probably going to see a few more as we go. We've got a bit of a corner cut there just to try and save themselves, I think, from having an even bigger accident. So they kind of got out of jail free with that one, did the Endurance Elite car. But so that's how difficult it is, that right-hander part of the Ascari chicane. The car's always wanting to oversteer and come round on you with the tail end first, but you've got to try and tame it as best you can. But these cars are oh so difficult to drive. Really, really difficult
to drive, aren't they? Endurance Elite, though, did a great job yesterday, and it kind of summed up what this format was all about, fighting for your survival, and they really did do that, did Endurance Elite. So really have earned their place coming into today. They're sat in 6th at the moment. Still a long way to go in this race. We're approaching a third of the race distance. After this, just to give you an idea of where we go next, we go to the Le Mans no chicanes in the Porsche 1978 Moby Dick, and then we go to the Nürburgring after that, where we're going to be in the Jag XJR9 and the Mercedes-Benz Sauber C9 car. So that's going to be a really good one. That'll be our endurance race later. But a third of the distance into this first race, and there are leaders, the Red Bull Racing car.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw in the first race of yesterday. They have achieved the same thing. Different driver at the wheel. I think Aurelian wasn't part of that first race yesterday, but he is in the car today.
So let's have a look who they had out yesterday then, as we got it in front of us. So he was in the second race yesterday.
Yeah, so different driver of Red Bull, but the same result by the looks of things. They're just pulling away 5 seconds now, the gap. So the best part of half a second a lap they've got over second place, let alone the rest of the class. So they're just doing a great job of getting that comfortable buffer behind them, and then they can just take it easy. But we did see in the final race yesterday, they built a comfortable buffer, and then somehow they ended up down in 4th after an incident all by themselves, from what we could tell. So anything can happen, but they are looking quite confident at the moment, as you see Aurelian down there in the bottom right, looking calm as ever.
That was Aurelian, wasn't it, in the endurance race as well? He was out in that endurance race and had two or three offs, it was in the end. So when you're coming in from a result like that, he almost feels he has a point to prove to himself and potentially to his teammates. Yeah,
it's a great point, though. He had that race almost in the bag at probably 2/3 distance, and then a blink of an eye and he's down in 4th place and had a recovery up to 3rd, wasn't it? But ultimately that was a race win thrown away. It didn't matter for them, of course, in the end. They still ended up on top and had pole position for today. But it does play on your mind mentally to think that those mistakes have crept in, and it works for the other teams to know that those mistakes are possible from a team that looks almost untouchable in terms of race pace.
And for Red Bull, winning in this car would be quite special to them, wouldn't it?
Of course, you move into another day, a new era of cars, and you want to set a marker down for the rest of the teams to say, although we've moved on in terms of the cars we're driving, we've moved forward 15, 20 years from what we were driving yesterday, we've still got the pace to pull out a nice lead early on and control the race and bring home a potential victory. Well, it's still early days, still plenty of time for things to change. We'll see how they get on, but it is a good marker they're setting down at the moment.
And the car that did win the 1971 Le Mans with Dr. Helmut Marko in the car. So, right, this is the hairpin heroes we are now have on screen. They are leading in the Pro-Am class so far. Quite close, isn't it, in the Pro-Am class? There's a nice view. We can see the distance between 1, 2 and then 3 in the Pro-Am class. Close in the early stages. We've had, well, they're going on to lap number 12 now, are the Pro-Am leaders, and they are split by just under 3 seconds are the top 3.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the front left of that car, you can see. The Heaven here is the leader, so I'm not sure where they've managed to pick that up, maybe on their way through to the lead. But no, this track, it shouldn't cost them too much. There's only sort of a handful of corners. They're probably going to feel any kind of damage they might have there. So you're looking at your medium high-speed corners, Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, Parabolica, the final corner. They might be losing a bit of performance through there, which is why they're not able to extend the gap as much as they would like. And they're still within slipstream range from the cars behind, and we'll have to see if they're able to pull out a gap or if they are going to get reeled in even further.
If it went dark all of a sudden, they'd have trouble seeing through through left-handers.
Well, we've seen the weather roll in on multiple races, haven't we? Now, we'll have bright sunshine and blue skies like we see here, and then within a few laps it turns grey and murky and the heavens open. But I'm sure a lot of drivers are hoping we'll have a nice, dry, clean race, and we'll sort ourselves out on pure pace.
A nice office scene there. We got drivers racing in
I think I could see him laughing as well, as he might have just caught himself on the stream there. So this one, then, got to not let it affect your concentration. Just got to get on with the job at hand.
And speaking of, we got a good battle going on here as we make our way down towards the second chicane. Total Performance Racing, who continue to recover, and they've caught the car that helped them round at the start of the race, the Rise Motorsport car, and Rise Motorsport it really should just pull over and allow them through in a way, but Total Performance Racing, this will be, I think, a move that they will get their elbows out on.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be holding anything back. They'll be making a statement move. We're coming up the inside, and we're going to give you a little helping hand maybe into the grass or the exit, just to know your place. You started behind us, that's where we want you to stay. But up the road, 5 seconds. They've got to get this move done quickly if they want to have any kind of a chance of catching. I think it's Veloce in a 4th place ahead of these two. But at the moment they've got to get on with the job at hand, which is passing that Rise car if they can.
Total Performance Racing, that's not the first time they've been helped around either, is it?
No, they do seem to be almost a bit of a magnet for a bit of a collision and losing the car and facing the wrong way, which is unfortunate. It's not always their fault, very rarely their fault in the fact that they end up in those positions. But yeah, it's just one of the things they wish they'd be able to iron out and they'd have a bit better luck.
Wasn't it Rise that did it yesterday at Silverstone as well?
It might have
Club
been.
Corner, yeah.
For Rise's sake, I hope it wasn't, because I think they might be getting a bit more than an elbow.
I'm sure it was Shoma Takaya, the driver who actually helped them round.
Yeah, you're right. The final battle, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they ended up doing that, yeah.
Oh dear. So this is a rivalry that is forming. And speaking of, wouldn't it be great? We've got a new kind of one-lap shootout added in to our. That's in our format. If we have 2 teams tied on points to see who gets eliminated or who gets the position, wouldn't it be interesting if those were the 2 teams that if we did see them having to do a one-lap shootout? But very close. Rise starting to get on the defensive there going into the first chicane, Harry.
Yeah, you've got to pick carefully your friends and your enemies at these races, because although they're worth obviously points at this stage, if we do get to the end of the day and there is a tie break for the relegation zone essentially, then you're going to find yourself racing against another team, and if you maybe upset them a few times earlier in the day or previous days, I'm sure they're not going to be as kind to let you through or race as fairly as they otherwise might. Yeah,
Rise just trying to break the toe going into Lesmo 1. There you can see Jacob Bokit wearing gloves as well, actually. So that's something that some of esports drivers do. Doesn't look like race gloves though. It's more like, it looks like he's just come in from doing the garden.
Anything to help the improvement of the grip on the wheel. So these races, they might only be an hour, and I say only, it's still a long time, but the high intensity and adrenaline that these drivers have means you do end up sweating quite a lot, and if you've got sweaty hands on the steering wheel, it's very easy to, as simple as turning the wheel and you just lose a little bit of the grip. So that's why you find them wearing gloves. It just improves that little bit. Any extra percentage they can have in their own personal performance, it's worth taking, no matter whether it looks like you're wearing gardening gloves or not.
Through the Parabolica, and a bit wide there was the Rise car. This could give the Total Performance Racing car a bit of a run here. In for Rise is Chris Cabrera. He did the first race, I believe it was yesterday, got them off to a decent start, as they make their way down towards the chicane. On board we go with Jacob Bokit in the Total Performance Racing car. Chris Cabrera is ahead of us. Once again, just taking the middle of the road, going through the first chicane is Cabrera there, and no way through so far for Jacob Bokit Racing, who had the pace to catch Rise after that mistake they made, but just not able to get through so far. So we'll turn away from that battle for the time being, and we'll go to this battle in the Pro-Am class, making its way up towards the Ascari chicane. And it's the battle between the Tech Rouge Rangers and the Apex Hunters, and a little bit of contact there. The Tech Rouge Rangers going into the back of Apex Hunters as they now come out of Ascari. Yeah,
looking very feisty, aren't they, the Tech Rouge Rangers? They want to get this move done ASAP. With a bit of slipstream down into the Parabolica, they might even have a look into the final corner, although they will leave themselves under pressure into turn one if they do that. But at the moment they're sitting behind, just want to get as good a run as possible, and then use that long pit straight to then go up the inside, trying to get the undercut on the exit. Parabolica can't quite get the drive and the power down as early as they'd like, tucking into the slipstream. We'll see what position they're in come turn one.
Down towards turn one we go, and Apex Hunters just deciding whether they're going to take a defensive line here. Tech Rouge Rangers deciding whether they're going to go for this one, and on board that we are, they're going to go for it down the inside in towards the first chicane, and just running a little bit wide there. Good driving from Apex Hunters. They gave them the space on the inside, but went deep on the brakes just to make sure they were still ahead when they turned into the corner, and the Apex Hunters doing a good job in their defense there. Squirreling, going round a flat out corner becomes a little bit of a handful in these cars, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looked terrifying, and didn't know whether the car was trying to spit them off or not. But yeah, great defensive driving. Obviously going a little bit deep into turn one compromises your turn two, which means then you're always going to be losing a bit of speed through the turn three right-hander before the second chicane, but doing enough to hold on for the time being. But it's going to be an awful long race if they spent the rest of the laps doing this kind of driving.
Yeah, he was using a controller there, wasn't he? He wasn't driving the car with his eyes. His hands may have been hidden. That's because in the Prime class they can use controllers if they want to, and some of them prefer. That's what they would like to do up towards Ascari chicane. Now this on lap number 15 for the Pro-Am drivers, the Pro drivers on lap number 16, so about to hit half race distance.
Yeah, it's been a pretty chaotic race so far. I've had lots of nose-to-tail action once again, very similar to yesterday. All the races yesterday were like that, and they've carried on in the same vein so far today. Obviously, a track that lends itself to this kind of racing. Lots of hard braking zones, slow corners, preceded and followed by long straights. And we've got another one coming up. Obviously, the pit straight once again, same as we were last lap. Let's see if anything changes as they go into turn one. As we then go to Total Performance Racing, we've passed the Rise car. We haven't seen that, but they've got through. And they've already pulling a little bit of a gap, so we might get a replay of that soon if we're lucky. But going to Parabolica, they can now set after the Veloce car, which I believe is ahead of them probably about 5 or 6 seconds at this stage.
Yep, Top Performance Racing through, and you can just see it was them being held up, wasn't it? They had the pace to catch Rise, and now they've been able to get through. And this is Red Bull actually now lapping some of the Pro-Am drivers. You can see Red Bull going around the outside.
Oh!
No, spin! Well, Red Bull have gone round. Red Bull have been turned round. They're trying to lap the Tech Rouge Rangers, and Tech Rouge Rangers is the one we are looking at. And our race leaders overall now facing the wrong way as we were going up to the second chicane, and you can see a cloud of smoke. I think that's Red Bull trying to get themselves going again, and drivers running wide. Oh, all sorts of drivers running wide as we go into the second chicane there. Everyone trying to get it slowed down. There is Red Bull. They've got going again, but they have dropped to second place. Lazarus have gone through.
Yeah, they're off again. They've obviously got some catastrophic damage to that Red Bull. There's a high-speed incident going around Curva Grande. I think they were just trying to ease themselves back onto the racing line, maybe misjudged it and just cut across the front of the Pro-Am car. And then all hell broke loose, and they've got some serious damage. They can barely keep the car on the track, so disaster for the Red Bull team.
They're going to have to come in to the pits, surely, because they are struggling to just turn that car in. We'll see. They'll probably have an off here coming into the chicane. Will they? No. This time they're able to slow the car down. But Veloce have gone past them as well. So they've dropped down to 4th place. And who's next on the road? It is Total Performance Racing are next on the road. Of course they are. And they're only a couple of seconds back. So we're staying with the Red Bull car. A little bit further up the road. This is the Lazarus car. This is now our new race leader.
Yeah, a little homage to the old, I think it was the Pink Pig. It was originally known as the 1971 Porsche from back in the day. They're nice little homage to that. That's nice to see. But they'll be rubbing their hands. They've seen an accident. Thankfully for them, they managed to get through it, because I think as they arrived on the scene, there were still cars spinning, clouds of smoke everywhere, but they managed to get through unscathed, as well as the rest of them, I think. But it caused all kinds of carnage, even down into the second chicane, the De La Roggia chicane. They were still having accidents ahead of them, but carnage.
Yeah, I think it's affected the Pro-Am field as well, because we've had a change of lead in the Pro-Am field. The Hairpin Heroes have now dropped back, and the Le Mans Legends are the ones leading the race. I'm not too sure if that was just off pure pace. The Le Mans Legends are half a second ahead of the Hairpin Heroes, and that might have been whilst all of that was going on. Lazarus Racing, we look at coming through Lesmo 2, they're now leading the way. So we'll have to see exactly where Red Bull are in all of this. Very close it is between our top three in the Pro-Am class. They're split by just 1.5 seconds. We are looking at those guys now. Here is the Hairpin Heroes, and there you can see just how close that is. Our top three ahead of us now on screen is our race leaders in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, so they've been passed. I mean, the Hairpin Heroes were leading the race, but they've been passed, so they're now down to second. So maybe that damage is coming into play. They're not falling away. No, they're not dropping like a stone, but they are. No, they're not leading anymore. That gap was closed, and they've now lost that lead. But in the slipstream, they're not out of this at all. But it's interesting to know why they've had that, or they just haven't got the pace to maintain the positions ahead of the Le Mans Legends.
Into the first chicane now, and we have completed half race distance. And as we got to half time, huge drama, which could have catastrophic effects in terms of points, because Red Bull were on to score 25 points there, and now they are in fourth place and in danger of dropping back even further, and that fourth place is going to give them 12 points. So they've just lost 13 points just like that. And I wonder if it was tyres that was seeing them running wide twice again, and kind of, a huge boost in adrenaline that just saw them desperate to try and get going again, and that's what saw them make the further mistake.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It originally looked like they'd obviously picked up quite a lot of damage from hitting the wall.
They seem okay now.
Yeah, they seem to have sort of got everything back under control. They're in fourth. They're only, I think, within a second of the third place car. They're the Veloci car. You can see at the top of the screen here, a second behind. So they haven't dropped away like we thought they might have if they had serious damage. So yeah, maybe just warm tyres, couldn't get the traction down, and every time they turned in the car, for the first corners after the accident, they just had no grip. But they've got trying to raise that instant from their heads. It seems to be not a common occurrence, but it's not the first time we've seen the Red Bull car have issues whilst leading the race. But very interesting to see how they get on from this point.
Well, I think we're about to have a look at what happened here, Harry.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got the one of the Pro-Am teams. So this is two Pro-Am cars. There goes the Red Bull car trying to go around the outside. They've lost it themselves, haven't they? They've lost it. Going around the outside of Curva Grande. It's very dirty out there. Never want to really be out there, especially in these cars. But in doing so, they've lost the back end and caused an incident. I wonder. Obviously, I know they don't race each other on track for position, but they have caused harm. Yeah. Well, I'd say harm, a disadvantage to another Pro-Am cars. I wonder if they might even be in trouble with the stewards for that one.
Yeah, well, the Tetrage Rangers are last in Pro-Am now, so they've dropped all the way to the back of the field, and that's really catastrophic for them, because they're going to get hardly any points now, and they're going to be on the back foot for the rest of the day, and that damage or that incident could, at the end of the day, see them drop out of the competition.
Yeah, and through no fault of their own, minding their own business.
They were out of the way.
Yeah. So we know they've had words with the stewards to say, when you are being lapped and you are coming up with other cars, you need to be getting out of the way, stay off the racing line, or at least make it clear that you go into one side of the track. And they did exactly that. Yeah. It was just the Red Bull car losing the grip, essentially, on the outside of Curva Grande, and unfortunately they were caught up in the accident that they were having. But disaster for them, and I don't think they're in a position to really fight back for the rest of this race. That damage looks pretty horrible for them.
Well, we'll round up exactly where we are in the race now in just a second, because that brings us into the second half of the race officially. So let's bring you up to speed of where we are at half race distance. In the Pro class, our race leaders are now the Lazarus team. After that incident, they've picked up the lead. Second place, the team we are looking at, is the Williams team. Veloce are in third. Red Bull trying to recover in fourth place. And then it is Total Performance Racing after their spin off the line. Rise are after that. Solar Vision round out the field. in the Pro Series. So that is where we are in terms of our Pro teams. Next, let's have a look at where we are in the Pro-Am field, because once again, that incident has caused a knock-on effect in the Pro-Am field, and it's seen the Tetrud Rangers drop to the back. So Le Mans Legends lead, Hairpin Heroes second, the LM Squad third, Apex Hunters fourth, Endurance Elite fifth, Hot Lappers sixth, and then we have Tetrud Rangers rounding out the field.
Yeah, Tom Lartalou in that Veloce car, looking pretty racy behind the Williams. So this is the part of the race where it's really dicey. Obviously, we've seen the Red Bull incident already. When these Porsches come up to lap the Ferraris, that's when it really is a bit difficult. It's a bit of a smoother job for these guys at the moment. But it just shows how easy it is to get caught out through no fault of anyone, essentially, to have an accident. But the Williams car and the Veloce car clearing those two Pro cars without too many issues. You can see Tom there down in the bottom right looking focused as ever with that Williams car right in view. Now, will Red Bull argue, hey, they should be going to the outside of the track because technically the racing line is the inside? It's true, but I think they'd made it clear, both Pro-Am cars were over that side of the track. I think it is just, there was enough room to go around there. They just got it wrong, basically. Sometimes it happens. In these cars, they are difficult. Curva Grande in a lot of cars, you think it's not really even a corner, but in these things it is a corner, and that just shows how difficult it is. It's mostly full throttle. You can see sort of how twitchy the cars are through there, no matter whether it's the Porsche or the Ferrari. But yeah, the Red Bull car is just a case of getting it wrong, and unfortunately there's some other cars, Tetrud Rangers, caught up in it through no fault of their own. Well, we're on board with Veloce. There's Red Bull. So Veloce are only a second ahead of Red Bull. They have been a little bit delayed there by one of the Pro-Am teams. Red Bull have a chance to get back into the top three here, which would be no disaster for them in terms of points. They would have lost 10 points, but that's not too bad. It's worse for the Tetrud Rangers, who are only going to score a handful of points now after that incident. Very close in terms of our leaders. I say that Le Mans Legends have managed to build up a gap over the last lap or two. Last time we looked at the Le Mans Legends, they had very close company in Pro-Am. That's no longer the case. Change of position there. I don't know if that was a car lapping another. As we look at, that's the this is the Apex Hunters. Endurance Elite just made a dive bomb up the inside, made that one stick. As we saw a cloud of smoke in the background from the car we were on board with, and they somehow got it stopped. Made a nice clean move, maybe a bit of bodywork rubbing, but that's how racing normally works around Monza, and they got the position done. So the car ahead of these guys, that is Endurance Elite. Brilliant performance from them, I have to say. They've been hugely impressive. Given the points they scored yesterday, most people would expect that they'd just be making up the numbers, but just ahead of the car we're looking at, Endurance Elite doing a fantastic job, and with a fourth place to start the day, they're in that top five where they need to be to go through to tomorrow. Yeah, that result from the endurance race has really spurred them on, hasn't it? I think we can compete and we can go far into this super final, and they're delivering again early on, and that's so important for the psyche of the drivers. I think if we get a good result early on in the day, we're not under as much pressure come the last two races. This is the overtake. Harry, talk us through it. Yeah, up the inside, a late one. They're not even covered off by the Apex Hunters, so they probably didn't even expect it themselves, but fantastic on the brakes, and that's one of the aspects of this circuit. You've got to have good straight line speed, but if you've got a good, you're confident on the brake pedal, you can make up positions even if you're not tucked right under the rear wing of them. So fantastic move, and they'll be looking to see if they can get away from the Apex Hunters rather than continuing to battle them and maybe have a challenge for, who knows, even the podium spots. And through the left, they were quite sensible. They gave room to the Apex Hunters through the left as well, so it was good, clean driving from all parties involved there. So good racing we are seeing, and that's exactly what we would expect to see. Let us know what you're thinking of the racing so far. Use the hashtag LMES. Send in your messages to us. If you have any questions for Harry, do send those in and we'll get those read out over the next couple of races. What's his phone number? Well, I can tell you that if you like the look of Harry. That was private information, Chris, just for you and you alone. It would have to be socially distanced, of course. Yeah, so we just seen a potential for another instance. So the Rise car caught these guys just at the worst point, especially for the Endurance Elite car. They were ahead of Apex Hunters and had to give the racing line into turn one to the Rise car coming through. Thankfully, it hasn't cost them anything, but you can see this is a recipe for disaster with these three. This is Veloce behind the Williams car, and is it the Red Bull car's now up to second? Look, he's passed the Williams car and the Veloce car already, so interesting to see how that's happened. Maybe the traffic playing a part. But they've now got two Pro-Am cars ahead of them as well to try and deal with, so it could get spicy as we go into the Ascara chicane. It's getting a little bit messy, but they're just about squeezing themselves through. good driving from the Pro-Am car there to get out of the way as appropriately as possible, but you can see the run they're all getting on each other because of the traffic playing its part.
Yeah, Red Bull have got themselves up into second place there. So Williams, this is a battle for second that we join. Williams, Veloce and Red Bull, they're in that order, clammed into this kind of Pro-Am sandwich that we are looking at. That is Veloce, who sit in fourth place now, sorry. Williams are the car just ahead. Red Bull Racing after that as they now make their way down the start-finish straight once more to go on to lap number 24 of 35 here. It's allowed our leaders to escape up the road, more locking of the brakes going into turn 1. But at the head of this queue, 1, 2, 3, Red Bull, Williams, Veloce in that order.
Yeah, Ross May and the Lazarus car up in the lead, doing a perfect job, making sure to stay out of trouble. But this trio, soon to be maybe a quadruple, with the Total Performance Racing car closing in as well, hoping they can make good work through the traffic and then just latch onto the back of these three, and they'll be going hammer and tongs for the last sort of 11 laps or so, as they've got, I think, just one more Pro-Am car ahead of them before they've got maybe a bit of clean track to sort themselves out with.
Through the second chicane now, into the 2 Lesmo corners we go. And now going to make our way down towards the Ascari chicane. Fantastic racing. We're getting into the final 10 laps here. Harry, what have you made of this first race so far?
Yeah, I think this is the first race throughout, well, obviously today and yesterday especially, where we've seen a major incident involving the leader of one of the classes. And it's had a big effect. Now, Lazarus probably weren't in the position to fight for the lead in this race, but it's been handed to them on a plate at this stage. And the Red Bull car, thankful at the moment to be in second. They haven't picked up enough damage to fall all the way through the field. So a case of what could have been for them if they hadn't had the incident, but not all is lost. And the second place is still a solid result, but they're under increasing pressure from Williams and Veloce. So interesting to see how they're all going to sort themselves out, because they're all very, very quick drivers.
Board with the Tetrud Rangers, who are trying to recover here. We've got the hot lappers just ahead of them. First question coming in for you, Harry, from @RedLuca56, saying, are all the teams given a fixed amount of currency in Forza Motorsport to buy the cars, or can they upgrade in this competition and upgrade them?
Yep, so the cars will basically, they all cost the same for each team buying the cars they need to use, and they will not be able to spend any money on upgrades or performance enhancing upgrades. They can tune the cars, so the tuning is unlocked, so you can change things like your downforce, gear ratios, your setup. But you cannot add anything to improve the performance of your cars. So they are all on an equal playing field.
Good stuff. So do keep sending in your questions for Harry. We'll get those read out throughout the competition. But a great first race to kick us off here. Really good racing so far. Tetrud Rangers here trying to recover after being taken out. Essentially, there's no other way of saying it other than that. They're completely wiped out, not intentionally, after a mistake by Red Bull. Got it all wrong, and they were on to get that victory, which would have been a real, given who raced that car and who won that car at Le Mans in 1971, Dr. Helmut Marko, would have been a real good victory for them. But they can still come back and get a good result here, and we have a look at them now. We're going to have a look back at some replays. Red Bull Racing are up into second place, and Total Performance Racing have just gone into fourth place. Good stuff there by Jacob Bokit. He gets himself ahead ahead of Veloce and into fourth place. So this is how Red Bull did it, Harry.
Yes, heading into Parabolica, as it's the Williams and the Veloce going in. Red Bull up the inside into the Parabolica corner. Not a common overtaking opportunity, but they saw the space and they went for it and they made it stick. And I imagine at some point, probably with the slipstream down into turn 1, they might have been able to take the Williams car as well. But no, 2 cars potentially in 1 lap for Red Bull. And you can see they're now pulling a gap on the Williams and Veloce cars. So although the incident cost them first place, they're still able to pick up the pace when they need to and bring home potentially a second. I don't think they're going to have the pace to catch the Lazarus car, but we'll keep an eye on that. But before the incident, they were streaming ahead and they're looking pretty comfortable. So they've obviously got good race pace in there. It's whether they can unlock it with the damage they've sustained. Well,
I say that, traffic, it's clearly come into play already. But this is the battle for 6th in the Pro-Am class. Tetrud Rangers there now on the outside coming through Curva Grande. We've seen that's a dangerous place to be, and you can see the car getting a little bit out of shape there for the Tetrud Rangers, almost running wide onto the grass, but it looks like they're just about going to have the room on the inside, not quite good under the brakes where the hot lap is there and they hold on.
Yeah, I'm glad you were commentating that because I had my eyes shut as they were going side by side in Curva Grande. I had scenes of the Red Bull incident all over again, but no, so it can be done. I think that one, though, the Red Bull, was just an unfortunate thing that happened. There is enough space to get through there side by side, as these guys are proving, and they're going. We might look at this and go, well, it's the battle over essentially last place, but that could mean oh so much come the end of the day. They're looking at the difference of what, about 2 points, isn't it, between 6th and 7th, and we've seen yesterday how much of a difference 2 points could make. It could make the difference between being last and surviving another day.
And there you can see that Guillaume driving the car with his eyes once again there as he comes through Mascari chicane. Tetrud Rangers. I mean, it looks just as calm as he did before. It must be so hard after having an incident like that, but he's going to have a chance here to do a move into the Parabolica. We've seen it done by Red Bull already today, but feels he needs to wait for the start-finish straight. Both cars running wide there. It looked like there was maybe a bit of contact, but the Tetrud Rangers are now going to be on the inside coming onto the start-finish straight, and that looks like they should be going through to 6th place ahead of Hot Lappers.
Yeah, have to see if they can get the move done under brakes. They haven't quite got it done the entirety of the pit straight. Still an opportunity for the outside move to work, but it'll be a bold man who tries that. We see Tetrud Rangers under the brakes get it done, just about a little bit of contact, but they file in and get the move done. So 6th place, Hot Lappers down into 7th. They've got a few laps to see if they can get back on pass, but I think Tetrud Rangers, they've been there for a long time. They've obviously got good pace. Now they're in front. I would have thought they'd be able to try and stretch their legs a bit and maybe see if they can make any further ground, but it's going to be difficult for them to do so with only a few laps remaining.
Into the second chicane now, and Tetrud Rangers, look, it's only going to be a couple of points, difference by them getting into a 6th place rather than 7th, but every point counts, and it's going to put them 6th on the grid for race number 2 rather than 7th on the grid. That's 6th. They're going to get 8 points now instead of 6 points, but that gives them a good chance to go and score that 30-35 we reckon you'll need to get into tomorrow. Yeah,
name of the game, every point counts. Being in it to win it, I've got a whole host of them if you want, Chris. I can keep reeling them off, but
let's keep going.
But yeah, as you say, 6th instead of 7th, you're always going to take an extra position, especially when it means no extra points, which are oh so vital come the end of the day as to whether you make it through to day 3 or not. And an extra grid slot, as you said as well, that can always help. You'll always be rather starting ahead than behind, but we've seen how easy it is to have incidents and get involved in squabbles and cost yourself positions. So they've got the move done now, about a lap ago, wasn't it, that we've now entered onto the pit straight. They've got a bit of a gap, so not under pressure from the hot lappers on this lap going into turn 1, and they've got the Apex Hunters ahead that they'll be trying to latch onto that slipstream that we keep talking about to try and then put themselves in a position to maybe gain even another position before the end of the race.
Now we look back at Lazarus Racing, leaders benefited from Red Bull's mistake going around Curva Grande. Lazarus, right place, right time in the race lead. However, they are being caught. They
are, yeah. That gap, I'm sure, was about 6 seconds, maybe a couple of laps ago. We're now down to about 4.5. So Rosmay's got his work cut out. Whether he knows that gap's coming down, whether he's just waiting for it to get to a certain point where he really puts the hammer down. I'm sure his team are probably onto him saying they are catching the Red Bull guys, and we know they're quick. Do what you can, but the last thing you want is a Red Bull to be right on your tail with a few laps to go.
Now, Ross did 2 hours yesterday. We didn't see Tobin Lee yesterday. He was one of 4 drivers throughout the whole field we didn't see. He's going to be out in the endurance race later. Does that suggest Tobin is a driver they are saving?
Yeah,
for later on.
I think you're right. Yeah, we've obviously discussed this many times in terms of who drives when and who suits what car. Now, ultimately, with the way the Super Finals run, you've got so many cars and track combinations that they're always going to suit a certain driver, and you've obviously got to try and fit your hours in around that. So yeah, Tobin not being introduced until the end of day 2. Obviously hoping they would make it through to day 3 to make sure that Toby can then do his work from that point onwards and get the most amount of seat time for the end of the Super Final, where they're really counting on getting as much money as possible for the final positions. But yeah, at the moment his team's doing a good job.
Well, it says to me that he's going to do 4. He's going to do 4 hours each day, isn't he? He's basically going to do every race.
Yeah.
On the day 3 and day 4.
Yeah, as long as that's what the team have scheduled in. Of course, it might be a case of the other drivers might suit the cars better than him, and say we'll have to wait and find out. But they've set themselves up for that opportunity. But I think we are just hearing that the previous instance in this race, there's no further investigation warranted. So unfortunately, just a coming together that they cost teams, but couldn't be held. No one really to blame from the stewards.
well, stewards there coming to that decision. They have all the tools required to them to do all the investigating that they need, and decided no further action. Well, it did just look like an unfortunate incident, didn't it, really? But still 2 more races to go today, and 2 more chances to score points. The endurance race being a race which is twice as long, and that comes with more points as well. 38 going to the winner rather than 25. And we saw yesterday just the difference that can make. Hot lappers, not the best start to the day for them so far. They'll be disappointed with how things have started for them. Now, hot lappers went through in 6th yesterday, so realistically they would be one of the teams that you would expect to be fighting for survival today. I don't know all the teams technically are, but based on form in this competition, we would expect that. But hot lappers, not the strongest start to them so far, but we saw how Endurance Elite turned it around at the end of yesterday, and there's no reason why they can't do the same.
Yeah, hot lappers from yesterday, just looking at the results, they seem to have sort of a similar day to how it started so far on day 2. They only picked up 4 points, didn't they, in the first race. They had a poor first race and then picked up, I think, 2 4th places to then seal their position in day 2. They're obviously going to have to hope for something similar today to see them through to day 3, but always starting on the back foot is never good for the drivers and the teams and their confidence. But obviously they've got yesterday's experience to know that they can pull it back when they need to, and they'll be hoping for something similar.
Well, we're on board here, Harry, and this is always the point. I hope we stay on board.
Which we don't.
which we don't. We'll come back and get you to do we'll do an onboard lap with Harry in just a second, and someone who's competed at the highest of levels in esports. So definitely get your pen and paper out and get some notes down, because I did race against Harry, and he's a lot better than I am. So we'll hopefully get the chance to do an onboard lap. Hairpin Heroes doing a great job. We have a look at them coming through the chicane. They've been hugely impressive so far in this competition. Hairpin Heroes, Kurt von Ortenried out for them in this first race. John Jung is going to be out next, and then we are going to see Kurt back out in the endurance race as well. Parabolica we go, looking at the Hairpin Heroes. Doing a solid job so far, just taking a nice tight line out of the Parabolica there. 4 seconds back from the leaders, but under pressure here from the LM squad, who have been one of the prominent teams in the Pro-Am class as well. So we'll now go and have a look at an onboard lap. Harry, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, onboard the Tetra Rouge Rangers car, the Ferrari, so heading down into turn 1, looking for your braking point. About 150 metres in these cars. Going to be clipping that curb on the inside, aim for the red curb, but just about miss it as you then flick through the left. Try and get the power planted as early as you can, because you're going to be carrying this speed all the way through the Curva Grande. As we said earlier, no, not normally a corner for a lot of cars, but in these types of cars you have to really take notice of it. Hugging the inside, the shortest line through the corner as you then keep it to the right under the bridge. Spot your braking point in the shadows as you then flick it through the left and the right. Similar to turns 1 and 2, you can take a bit of that curb on the second part as it then straightens you up down into the 2 Lesmos. Lesmo 1, use the banking of the corner, hug the inside, watch the barrier though, very easy to clip it on the way through if you're a bit too greedy. Keeping it to the left as you then flick it through the second of the Lesmos. Use the banking again, a bit of the curb on the inside. Don't be too greedy on the exit. That curb can suck you then onto the gravel, and then you can quickly find yourself into the barrier, but perfectly done by the Tetra Rouge Rangers car. Down under the old banking, or the banking of the old circuit, as you then come uphill into the Ascara chicane. Spot your brake point under the bridge again, flick it through the left, just avoid those sleeping policeman curbs. Hug the curb on the right before firing it through the left. Watching that gravel on the exit, we've seen it come a cropper of a few cars so far in terms of having instances. You then got one more corner to think about, tucking into the slipstream of the car ahead to just gain that extra mile an hour or two. That could make all the difference for your lap time. Spotting your braking point, firing in, take a nice late apex, let the car roll through the middle of the corner, getting on the power, watching that back end as it tries to slide, as you're continuing trying to turn and get the power on at the same time. But once you know it's safe, you can put your pedal to the metal and cross the line and start a new lap.
Brilliant stuff there. Great lap from the Tetra Rouge Rangers, and great to get your tips there, Harry, as we now go on to the final few laps of the race. Have you driven these cars on this track before?
I haven't on this track. I've driven them around a few other tracks, and just because they are a pure joy to drive them. They're so much fun, a lot of power, quite lightweight, so you can really throw them about and sort of hang on for dear life on the exit of the corners, as you see these guys trying to do. But yeah, the rear tyres aren't worth much by the end of the session. That's definitely usually the case. But obviously, the more you're going sideways, you're not going as forward as you might otherwise be. So that's always the downside to these cars. Is it's so difficult. It's so much fun to drive them, with the back end hanging out. But in terms of being fast, that's not always the best. Extra rotation's good, for getting the car around the corners. But once you're past the apex, you really want to be trying to get the car squared off and get those big rear tyres planted into the tarmac to maximise your speed.
It's kind of easy to have too much fun.
Yes.
What is that in the car for the team behind there? What is that?
Is that the driver? It's like they've got Casper driving for them.
Wow, I mean, it's put me off there side by side, but yeah, we'll hopefully get another look at that. That's terrifying. Imagine seeing that bit behind you. That's yeah. I think it is like a ghost, isn't it? Or something. Yeah. Anyway, side by side, coming down towards turn number 1, the LM squad. It is. That is throwing us off a little bit, and the LM squad now trying to make its way through on the outside, and we'll find out very soon if the move was made off. But we're going to come to this battle, Harry, because this is Total Performance Racing battling for 3rd place now with Williams. Yeah,
great recovery drive by Jacob Boker in that Total Performance Racing car. Disastrous start for them, being turned around at the starting lights essentially, but they've had a great recovery drive, stayed out of trouble, got their head down, and now they're looking at a potential podium, trying to steal it away from the Williams car, which has been solid if not spectacular this race. They've quietly got on with the job at hand, but if they're not careful, they're going to find themselves off the rostrum. And Jacob Boker, I'm sure after that start, will want to do everything he can to bring home a podium for the squad, as it would be fully deserved.
It would be, wouldn't it, considering he was turned round at the start, and let's be honest, it weren't like Rise did it on purpose. It was just because they didn't get going. Again, another just unfortunate.
Just don't think there was enough turning lock in the car to get around the stationary car on the row in front of them, unfortunately.
Nowhere to go. It was just one of those unfortunate incidents. But what a recovery drive this is set to be. And 2 more laps now to try and get a top 3 finish as they go down towards turn number 1 for the penultimate time. Jacob Boker here looking to the left-hand side, trying to go around the outside to get the inside for the left-hander into the chicane. Not quite able to get through, but Williams here are going to have their hands full now for 2 laps.
Yeah, it's what I like about this circuit the most is, although the car that ahead of you might be defending the inside line through these chicanes, what it then does is it compromises their exit through the second part, and it allows you to try and get a good exit from there, and it then sets up a potential opportunity into the next chicane. They're just trying to work at that. They've only got obviously just under 2 laps to try and make it stick for them, trying to open up that Williams card for any weaknesses that they might be able to see and try and get their nose up the inside if they can. But I think the Williams car will see that coming. They might have to try something a bit audacious if they want to get onto the podium.
Down into Lesmo number 2 now, and Williams just about ahead so far. Lap and a half remaining here. Kuba Brzezinski doing everything he can to try and hold off Jacob Boker. Jacob Boker, his options now are starting to run out, but still 1.5 laps to go, and running a little bit wide there through the first part of Ascari was Kuba Brzezinski. Just about managed to use that bit of curve through the right-hander to keep himself over to the right-hand side and open up that left. But definitely, I think you can tell there are small signs that he's starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, I think on general pace, up the inside, potentially the Parabolica, he's slung it up there, and I think he might just about get it stuck. He has done. So coming out of the Parabolica, they're still side by side, but it's a late move. He hasn't quite got the power down as early as he would have liked. He was on the tighter line on the inside of the circuit, so the Williams car able to get back through. He might have even let off the gas there, thinking it was maybe a bit of a overly ambitious move and a bit of contact involved. So 1 more lap now, the final lap to try and get this final podium spot for the Total Performance Racing car.
Yeah, it looked to me as if that's what he'd done, and this is our battle in the Pro-Am Class for 2nd place. The Hairpin Heroes leading the LM squad. Are we going to see the LM squad try a similar move into the final corner? Hairpin Heroes covering it off. LM squad might find some space on the inside on the exit. Can't quite do it. So they're making their way now onto the final lap. And the LM squad in the exact same situation as we see Total Performance Racing in, albeit fighting for 2nd rather than for third place. Here, back to our race leaders. We haven't seen them for a while. In fact, this is the Total Performance Racing car that we are talking about, fighting for third place with the Williams team. Just half a lap remaining now as they go down to Ascari for the final time, Harry.
Yeah, difficult for these two because any kind of incident or mishap in the Veloci car is waiting in the wings behind. They've only got literally about 3 corners to go. The Ascari chicane, not really an overtaking opportunity, trying it round the outside, and that has not worked. Although the Williams car's gone deep into the gravel, the Veloci car's going to have a superb run, but I don't think they're going to be close enough to challenge into the Parabolica. And I think the Williams car might have enough of a gap as well to see this one through to the line. They've just got to make sure they spot the braking point, as Lazarus will be crossing the line to take a superb victory at the Monza circuit.
Yep, 25 points on the board for Lazarus. They take the first win of the day. Second is going to be Red Bull Racing, despite that spin earlier. And finishing in third place, just about, will be Williams, hanging off the recovering Total Performance Racing after their spin coming off the line at the very start of the race. This a battle a little bit further back between the hot lappers and the Tech Rouge Rangers. Tech Rouge Rangers trying to recover after that contact they had with Red Bull earlier, and Tech Rouge Rangers there fighting for 5th place. But we'll come back to the result in just a second. What a performance overall. What a race overall. Drama there we had for the likes of Red Bull Racing, spinning from the lead, going through traffic through a flat-out right-hander. That just goes to show how difficult these cars are to drive.
Yeah, we've been wondering, obviously, with the two-class element in the Super Final, if that would be a problem at any point of getting through the lap traffic. And this is the first time we've seen it be an issue. And, of course, of all the cars it could have happened to, it was the race leader of the pro teams as well. So disaster for them. They had a good recovery, still picked up a second, so solid points for them. But just another little mistake, or a bigger mistake this time today for the Red Bull car that we've seen throughout yesterday as well. So they're not looking as untouchable as they probably would have hoped in this Super Final so far.
4 races, 4 different winners in the pro class.
Yeah, superb stuff. Just shows the quality and the depth of field we've got in these teams. The drivers are all at the very highest level. That's why they're here, and they're showing why they're worth how much they are.
It's fantastic stuff. I believe that might even be the case in the Pro-Am class as well. So we've got 8 different winners overall.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So we've always had that question mark over the Pro-Am teams. They were here because they're very fast over a lap, and when it comes to racing other cars and going a race distance, 1 hour, 2 hour races, it's very different to putting in one Banzai lap. But they're all proving their worth and that they can race as well as be quick over 1 lap.
And we brought the Monza team in, the Monza track in to the Le Mans Esports Series for the first time, and I think it was great to have it there.
Yeah, it delivered, didn't it? It's always one of those tracks where you think on paper it's got the opportunity, but sometimes with the cars that are racing there, it's not always as easy as it seems to make overtakes. But these cars seem pretty perfect.
Yeah, fantastic racing overall. Really, really good stuff throughout both classes. I think both classes had battles going all the way down to the last lap.
Yeah, it's what we like to see, isn't it? Sometimes you get the battling early on, then the field tends to spread out a little bit. But so far, 4 races, obviously 1 today, 3 yesterday, have all seen action from start to finish.
New winner in every single one as well. I wonder if it can continue.
Yeah, so we'll be hoping it will do. We've been quite lucky so far, but we'll see whether that does continue over the next 2 races. Obviously, endurance race, whether there's more on the line. Say some drivers are a bit more desperate.
Well, let's have a look then at the final lap. Bit of contact on the final lap here, Harry.
Yeah, so we've got going into Lesmo 1, sneaking up the inside. It was attempted to be covered off, and I think the Apex Hunters there just being sort of biffed off into the gravel. They've lost 2 positions, I think, as they go into the gravel there. And say that you have to see it. I mean, they were up the inside. I don't know whether they just tried to turn in or if they were forced off the circuit by the car inside going too deep into the braking zone. Yeah. So be interesting to see how the stewards look at that one, and we'll have to see if there's any retrospective action taken. Well,
we'll get confirmation of the result in just a second. For now, though, we're going to take a very quick break.
Good in the size that you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No, he's not front. Top 5. Together. Porsche coming on strong. The 9th comes a knocking.
Yes, indeed. 15% off Thrustmaster racing equipment using that little promo code TM-LMES. Go to the shop.thrustmaster.com. Get loads of discounts on there. Now, we'd love to hear from you what you thought of that first race. Loads of incidents to get through, and we'll get Chris back in very, very soon to chat through it. Use the hashtag LMES on all the social media different ways, Instagram and Twitter, etc. Le Mans Esports Series, if you want to give us a follow there as well. What a dramatic race that was. That was incident filled right off the very start, right off the bat. I mean, what was Jacob doing? Jacob Boquet there, banging it straight into the wall pretty much off the off. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Why not? It was incredible. I don't know what happened. We'd love to find out. Maybe we can get a chat with Jacob a little bit later on, but we'll try and bring you the updates. What I can tell you at the moment, as the points are going into the system, we're trying to work out where everyone stands at this stage, is that Tetra Rouge Racing, they were under investigation for that incident right at the very end of that race. So we'll have a look at the points in just a bit. But it was incident packed, wasn't it? There are a lot of lapping going on, and when the lapping happens, that's when some cars get in the way of others, and we certainly saw some of that happen. So we'll pick through the bones in just a bit. But before that, Louise caught up with another driver, Charlie Eastwood. Now, Charlie, not only is he the 2019 Blancpain Endurance Champion, but he also is racing in WEC in the GTE class. He also owns his own sim company as well. Got a lot to say, and here's just a bit of it.
Charlie Eastwood is one of our Le Mans drivers who is quite heavily involved in sim racing and esports, because, Charlie, you've got your own simulator company, haven't you?
Yes, I do. I got my own simulator at the start of last year, and it was more for driver training for my real life driving, but then I really got into the esports side and competing online with friends, but also people that I've never competed against. And from then I really thought, okay, I will create a business, and started at the tail end of last year, and very good timing with COVID, probably the only positive to come out of the whole pandemic, that a lot of real life drivers again also got into the esports massively. So it all shot up very fast, but really this was only an exaggerated version of where I believe we're maybe going to be in the next 2 or 3 years, because esports gives us all such a level playing field. From somebody who's a fan of motorsport or a real life driver, we're all on a very level playing field, and that's the competitive edge I think we all love, is we want to see who is the best when everything is the exact same.
So, because I saw you last year at the Autosport International show, or actually that must have been the beginning of 2020, and you came over to the Le Mans Esports stand and gave it a go, and you weren't so up to speed on that game or even that series at the time. So that's incredible how much you've developed since then.
Yeah, that was nearly just at the start of really the business forming. And again, when you go to the likes of Autosport, there's simulators everywhere, so it's always great to have a try out. Not great when you go up against a professional sim driver who they are on a completely different level from anyone else. And yeah, he definitely showed me the way around Le Mans, even though I knew it in real life, maybe not just as much as he did on the game.
There you go, from track to sim, and owning his own sim company as well. And as Louise was saying in that little chat with Charlie there, he didn't really have a lot of experience and wasn't that good when he came to ASI and gave it a go, but now he's certainly improved, it's fair to say. Charlie Eastwood in WEC, going to be performing this weekend at Le Mans, so we wish him all the best as well. Now, the stewards have chatted, the investigation is over. I can now bring you the classified points then, where we currently stand from the first race today. Remember, at the end of today, 3 races, we will lose another 2 drivers from the Pro, 2 teams from the Pro, and another 2 teams from Pro-Am as well. So let's have a look, shall we, at the standings, where are they currently sitting in the points. Keep your eyes on the red area at the bottom. So Lazarus sitting pretty on 25 after winning the first race. Red Bull Racing, they did it the hard way, didn't they? What were they doing? Up and down the grid they went. They finished second on 18 points, then Total Performance Racing 15, Williams on 12, Veloce on 10. Now we expect somewhere around 35 points will keep you safe at the end of today. Rise Motorsport 8 points and Solar Vision Racing on 6. Very, very tight, but it's only one race in. We'll know more, of course, who the likely downs are going to be after the second race, because we'll have 2 races in, 2 bits of data to add into the pot. Remember, more points are available during the endurance race, which is the 3rd race of the day. What about the Pro-Ams? Let's have a quick look at this one. Well, Le Mans Legends, 25 points, Hairpin Heroes 18, Le Mans Squad 15, Endurance Elite 12, Tetra Rouge Rangers on 10, Hot Lappers on 8, and Apex Hunters as well. They're making up the table in 6. So an interesting start to the day. 2 races to go. That's the crucial bit. We've got with us the winner from the Pro race. The team was Lazarus, the driver Ross May. He's sitting by. It's really nice to chat to the different drivers. So let's bring Ross in. Ross, how was that for you? Talk us through your race.
Can you guys hear me first before I answer?
Oh yeah, we've got you. Don't you worry about that.
Okay, no worries. I just thought at the start, the main thing was that it was a long race.
Yeah.
So I just thought keeping second at the start was my best bet, knowing that Liège was in front of me. So once the start, like the first 2 laps had passed, I got a bit of a gap behind. So that means that I could focus on Liège in front. So I just sort of pulled back from Liège a little bit, probably because, he was faster than me at the time. So, my key thing to think about was to maintain consistency at that point, and just hope that, something happens when the back markers come up, the lapping the Pro-Am cars.
Yeah.
So it was just basically, hitting those consistent lap times. And when it came to lapping the Pro-Am field, I'd witnessed an incident involving Liège and another Pro-Am driver. So basically at that point, it was best to try and avoid the collision and just focus on my own race from there. So that collision sort of gave us a big gap, and I was trying to maintain that gap until the end, until Liège managed to get back up to second and trying to keep that gap so as it can't catch up. So I was very happy at the end, but it could be under better circumstances, but a win's a win at the end of the day, and it's 25 points for us, so I'm not complaining there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't complain about it. Take the points if you can. Bank them early. We saw yesterday during the race 3. Really, it was so important to bank those points early because you don't know what's going to happen. If you have a disconnect anyway through, you could suddenly lose your chance to earn any points at all. So from your point of view, 25 points is pretty impressive. Talk us through Monza though. What is it like to race around there? The simple parts aren't simple for long, are they? Because at the end of a simple part, a nice straight, you've got a tricky chicane or a fast right-hander with a parabolica.
Yeah, it's pretty scary in the 917 really, because it has a lot of top end. It doesn't really have the grip that the Ferrari had, so you just had to be careful with overtaking zones, which made it even got to the point where it got a little bit very scary at that point. But it's a scary track because you're going at high speeds, excess of 200 miles an hour. You need to get your braking points precise. So you had to, maintain the consistency in that. As long as you're in the routine, then things can start to calm down and, the race can sort of calm down a bit as well. So as long as you get that consistency, then, it might not be as scary as you think it is.
Yeah, you've got to get into the zone, I suppose, find that rhythm. It's so important. We talk to on-track drivers, we talk to sim racers, and they all say it really is get into that zone, because if you're in the zone, it's easy to kind of get itself around a circuit. Once you fall out of it, if you step off slightly at one point, getting back into the zone can be a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just got to, maintain your concentration, and as long as you do that, then you're perfectly fine. The key thing in Monza was don't lose momentum at all, because if you lost a little bit of momentum, it can easily last for the next few corners.
Yeah, absolutely. So for yourselves, really happy. How did you and your team work out selecting which driver was going to race in which race?
Well, mainly it was to do with just basically trying to see where strong points are. That it was sort of concentrated on the fact that whose strengths lie where, basically. And also the length of the races played a factor in that as well. So, at the first 2 races on Tuesday, let's say, those were sort of like the 50s and 60s cars, and those cars were slower. So I thought that I'd put myself in the first 2 races so as that, they're sort of a little bit easier to control, since I'm probably the most inexperienced wheel user out of us 3. So, putting myself in a slower car would have increased my consistency quite a chunk, and it proved to be very rewarding with 2 second place finishes, and also the Dan and Tobin Lee also have a strong point with the prototype. So, I mean, the strengths just worked in our favour more or less.
Yeah, it seems the strategy that you guys have selected to this point is working for you. It is so tricky trying to get the balance right with the strategy. The seat time, you're limited to 10 hours maximum. You've got to, if you get to the final day, race all 4 hours of racing. And then, of course, on tomorrow, if you make it into tomorrow, day 3, you have to race 2 races essentially, don't you?
More or less, yeah. But it also depends on, how you've worked out your strategy. Like, you'll need to work out your hours carefully when it comes to the segment 3 races, because obviously, you need to take under consideration that 2 drivers from each team will be taking place in that. So, working out a strategy to best try and propel you into the final is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'll let you relax, I think. You've been sitting in your chair for a while. I'll let you go now, but thank you very much, Ross. Thanks for catching up with us and letting us know all your inner thoughts of that race.
No worries, thank you very much.
All the best. There you go. Great to hear from Ross. I've got Chris back here in the studio. Chris, what an action-packed race that was. Ross just telling us there the strategy, really how important it is to get the time right. But he was talking about being in the zone. Really important to focus in and get yourself on track ready, because it's easy to fall off and fall out of position, and get back into the zone is quite tricky.
Yeah. I think it's the format of the competition, right? It's this elimination format. It's so hard to focus because if you make one mistake, then you're out. It's not your normal race where, okay, if we don't score as many points there, then we can always fight back later in the competition. No, you could be out of the competition. So it is very hard, and the first race up as well, it's always very difficult just to get yourself settled in to a competition. That everyone knows there's a lot of people watching these races. There's a lot of eyes on them. They've got their teammates watching them as well. That must be, a lot of pressure to go out there and get off to a good start. We've spoken this week about how important it is to get off to a good start. And even, when there's all this action going on around you as well, people crashing, people not getting off the line properly. You've just got to put everything to one side, concentrate on your own race. I've got to go out there, drive 35 laps like I usually would do in a normal practice session. And Ross did that.
You're talking about not getting off the line. What was that about? What was Jacob doing? It was so strange. It was almost like he wasn't even looking at the screen ready to go. But it also looked to me like he probably had his foot planted on the throttle, wasn't in gear, steering wheel was upside down maybe, because you can't tell if you've twisted your steering wheel once around, you wouldn't know. Buried it into first gear and off he went into the side. It was a very odd thing. I don't know whether he was maybe hit in the back. It was so strange.
Yeah, so the Rise car just went straight into the back of them. But that
hunted him round.
But that was because Jacob just didn't go.
No.
He just didn't go. It was kind of crabbing off the line, and the Rise car just had nowhere to go and just went straight into the back of them. So an unfortunate incident, but it was because the Total Performance car didn't have a good start. But what a drive from them! What a recovery from Jacob to come back through the field like he did.
It's incredible performance, really, when you think about it. Another one, Red Bull racing against themselves. It seems. Let's hamstrung ourselves as we go along. We'll do really well. We'll fall back and then fight back to the front.
Yeah, they did really well. That they made that. They were the reason that they had that spin. It was their own fault. But they did really well, and Lazarus made it 4 different winners in the Pro class. So same in the Pro-Am class as well. We've had a different winner every single race. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. We had a look at the tables, which give you the idea of what's going to happen with the grid, and we're going to build up to the second race now. You can see some of the hashtags or some of the comments people have made using the hashtag LMES, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. If you want to get in touch with us, use that hashtag LMES on Instagram, more on Twitter, I suppose. We'd love to hear what you think, but the racing has been pretty impressive. Now, we were hoping to bring an interview with the Pro-Am driver, but I'm not sure we've got them lined up. So we'll just probably build up, really, I think, to the next race, the second race of 3 today. And we're looking at the Porsche Momo, the 935 1978 car, Moby Dick, one of the most iconic cars, really, when you talk about Porsche in endurance racing.
Yeah, it was such a dominant car, wasn't it?
It was just, but it's just iconic, it's just one of those cars you look at and you go, Moby Dick, and you just can't get it wrong. It's just this humongous beast, and I've seen a replica of it in the flesh, and it just, even though it was a replica, even though I knew it wasn't the real one, I still had goosebumps. I still thought, oh, it's Moby Dick, you know. It was just a great car, and we're going to see 7 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic, isn't it, to see them round Le Mans with no chicanes as well. So they're going to be going pretty quick by the end of the Mulsanne straight. You know, just hope they all get them stopped in time. We might see 7 cars make it to the end and then 7 cars off into the barriers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they'll be planting because there's no chicanes. They can go for as long as they like down there. This is a 850 brake horsepower car, 845, I think, something like that. It's a 3.2 litre twin turbo. It is a beast. I mean, it's not by numbers wise. When you look at that engine size, 3.2 litre twin turbo, you go, whatever. But it's lightweight, 845 brake horsepower. It shifts, and you've got to be so careful when you plant your throttle. If you're turning, that back end is going to kick out.
They're terrifying cars, aren't they? Absolutely terrifying to drive, I imagine. So them racing around down the Le Mans with no chicanes is going to be very interesting. We saw how fast those cars were in the first race, that you can spin going around Curva Grande. That's easily flat out. It's not even a corner in the modern era, but there we could see the cars twitching. And I think when we get to the curve of the Mulsanne straight, it's going to be, if you're side by side there, it's going to be kind of who blinks first, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's going to be really, really good. These are the best drivers, you know, in esports. We know that. So I think if anyone's able to handle them, it's going to be these guys.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, no, not us. Definitely not me. You know, I'm good at racing a 2CV around Le Mans. That's the only thing I can do. You know, because you don't have to worry about braking. Unfortunately, we can't bring you an interview with the Pro-Am driver from that last race from the Le Mans Legends. They are looking really good, actually. Le Mans Legends. Their results over the last, their results recently have been really, really impressive.
Yeah, they've just got better and better. And now they've added to the list of winners in the Pro-Am class. So they've been, I'd say that they're turning into a bit of a dark horse, actually, the Le Mans Legends. And now we're going on to the Le Mans track. So it's the track where surely they're going to go and take a win, right?
Now you said it.
Well, I said that before, and the team I said it about went straight off. So, but yeah, they've been really impressive so far, I have to say. The Pro-Am class seems very wide open. I think I think both classes are fairly wide open, but particularly the Pro-Am class, it's hard to call a winner at the moment.
Yeah, it's surprisingly hard to call. We've had 4 races, so that's 8 different class winners, and they've all been different. Yeah. Which is bonkers. Now, is that because you think that teams are putting in drivers that maybe they're putting in their least best, their Bryn of the bunch, you know, out on track, or are they actually going for wins each time? It seems strange because they're all vying for position, but because no one is seizing it, everyone's kind of sitting around the same points.
I mean, I think it's because we're going out in different cars all the time, right? With every race, we go into a different car, so no one's got the chance to get settled into their machinery and then get to a track which maybe they like a little bit better. So some drivers maybe love the Nürburgring, and if we were using the same car every time, they'd get to the Nürburgring and go, right, this is going to be my race. But yeah, I think it's because we're not giving the drivers a chance to settle down. We have that elimination format, so we have the pressure on them, you know, massively, and I'd say that's probably the reason. I'd say the competition's so high. These guys have done a lot to qualify for this. You know, the rivals events, particularly in the Pro-Am class, means they've gone and had to set a lap quicker than anyone in their entire region. You know, and that's a lot of drivers. And the Pro Series, we know that was really tough competition, and then Autosport as well. So, yeah, I think this is just a case of we've got the best of the best, and it's hard to call a.
Well, 54,000 people entered. Yeah. Down to 54, and now we've lost, I can't even do the maths, 8 of them. So now we're down to 46 remaining drivers, essentially, the 46 best Forza drivers in the world, in the universe. Yeah. Unless there's a planet in distant reaches that are really good at Forza.
Potentially. But yeah, I think that's what it is. You know, I think with any sport, any competition, when you get the best of the best all together, it's hard to call a winner, isn't it? But we aren't seeing an elite, you know, a 5 or 6 or whatever. That's just off in the distance. We're seeing a wide open competition so far,
and we're seeing mistakes. We're seeing mistakes I wasn't expecting to see, because these are the very best at this. They are the best people, and they are making sometimes going a bit wide, and they've practiced these circuits and practiced these cars, and sometimes they're stepping out. We saw in that last race there, Red Bull with Aurelian. Yeah. And as he was tiptoeing his way round the Pro-Am car, did he go too wide? Did he get a tyre out? Something happened, and he went off and took out a Pro-Am car. So it's strange to see that kind of error.
It is, especially I think when we did the super final last year, and we had them all at Le Mans. that is usually where you wouldn't be surprised to see mistakes, because they're out of their comfort zone, out of their homes where they're used to being, in their own office, if you like, and we're putting them in an environment where we had a huge crowd of people watching as well, including Fernando Alonso for a small while. So when you see mistakes there, it's kind of understandable, but they're in their own houses, they're in their own comfort zones, they're using their own equipment, because sometimes racing drivers come up with any mistakes, don't they? Any excuses, sorry.
They do.
And usually it'd be, the steering wheel isn't quite the same, but they're using their own. And so to see mistakes, I think, is just a sign of the pressure that comes with an event of this size.
I love the excuses. One of the things I love about interviewing racing drivers at the end of a race, when you're on track and you get out and you go up to a driver at the end of the race when they get out of the car and they come up with a big excuse. And I've heard all of them, all the excuses under the sun. Because esports is slightly different, there's a whole range of different excuses, which could include the cat jumped on my lap, which we haven't had, but it could feasibly be an excuse. There's so many, and I'm sure you've heard a few.
It could be the alarm went off in the house, or dinner was ready, or their truck drove by and beeped the horn. I don't know. There could be anything, can't there? So they'll come up with the exact same kind of excuses. And a man I know that has loads is Mr. Harry Jackson. We'll probably get him to give us his best excuses.
I think we should. What best excuses? Top 10 excuses Harry has used over the time. It's worth mentioning the Pro-Am car for this next race. The Lancia, of course, beat the Montecarlo turbo. 1.4 litre. It is a turbo, obviously. 400 brake horsepower. So that is on the same track. It's the actual Montecarlo car that made it on the road. Pininfarina design. So it's it's got a great design heritage to it as well. But that's on track. A 400 brake horsepower car on track with an 845 brake horsepower car on Le Mans circuit, which has got long straights, as we know. There's going to be lapping. There may even be potentially 2. I don't know. I'm just off the top of my head thinking those numbers don't match up.
Well, myself and Harry were actually just talking about this, and Harry in particular was saying that there's a big difference here, and there's traffic is going to be a big part of this race. We saw how traffic was a part of that race there, and it even led to an incident. And I really do think that traffic is going to come into play here. So we're going to see drivers getting lapped maybe a few times, and it's going to be how both sets of drivers deal with it, if you're lapping a car, but also if you're being lapped as well, because we've seen it work both ways, where drivers have made mistakes trying to get out of the way and also making mistakes trying to get round another car.
Yeah, Mulsanne straight should be simple, right? You just bury the throttle and off you go. But anywhere else, I think it should be.
You say that, but these cars wobble in a straight line.
That is true, don't we all? That's the way, that's gravity for you. Anyway, if you want to get in touch, let us know what you think on social media. Use the hashtag LMES. We're building up to race 2 for today, for segment 2 of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Here's a quick look at what happened in race 1. Harry and Chris are back after.
Welcome back then. We are preparing for race number 2 of segment 2 here in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Harry Jacks is back. Harry, what a great first race that was, and a great second race we have coming up.
Yeah, great way to start the day. Lots of action, lots of drama, especially midway through the race. New winners again, which is what we like to see. So we set ourselves up nicely for another sprint race and see who's going to come out on top on that one.
Let's talk about the cars that we have coming up in this second race. Myself and Bryn were just talking about it a little bit there. What do you reckon of these cars we got coming up?
Yeah, I mean, the 78 Porsche, I know it's one of Bryn's favourite cars. He's talked about it a lot over the last few days, and I think he's not alone. There's plenty of people who look at that car. So I've seen a few replicas like Bryn, especially at sort of Goodwood, and it's just an amazing thing to look at, and especially when you look through the history of what it achieved, winning multiple races in Le Mans. It really is an iconic car and a real beast to try and tame, especially around an iconic track like Le Mans.
And, of course, the Pro-Am car as well that we got coming up, the Lancia Corse. That's a good one as well, isn't it? Yeah,
real fun car to drive. So not on the same level of a beast in terms of the Porsche, but it's one of those cars where you get a lot of wheel spin. You really got to tip it into the corner, then hang on for dear life on the exit. They're going to have a tough job, though. You should see some real close racing, hard racing between the guys out there.
And Le Mans, no chicanes as well in this one. This is always the race. Race 2 yesterday was where we saw things really take shape, wasn't it? Because then going into the third race, we know the grid for the third race. And we also know who's in that danger zone of potentially being eliminated from the competition. We've got 7 teams in each class. Today, we're going to have 5 going into tomorrow, so they've got to be in that top 5. That is what today is all about. It's about survival. That's what the first 3 days of this competition are. We're on day 2 now, going into that final race. If you're in those final 2 spots, the pressure is really going to be on you. Yeah, you want to do everything you can, and last race and this race coming up, you want to be making the most opportunities happen for you, gain as many positions as you can, get as many points on the board, so when it comes to the endurance race, you're not under as much pressure. It's easier said than done, of course. More points available in the endurance race, so it might be a case of trying to grab the points there whilst they're available, but any pressure you can take off yourselves as a driver, as a team, that's always going to be beneficial, and then you can relax a little bit, and tends to be when you relax, the better results happen for you. And we'll take a look at the circuit in just a second. We're going to Le Mans with no chicane. We saw some great racing around here yesterday, didn't we? We raced the Le Mans circuit with no chicanes yesterday. Great circuit. We all love Le Mans, of course, with no chicanes as well. Great that we can race that in esports. Something we can't really do these days because of the chicanes that we have in there now. But fantastic, isn't it? Because of that long straight, always provides really close racing. It's really hard to get away there as well, isn't it? But if we see teams working together, if you fall a little bit behind, it's also very hard to keep up. Yeah, we've seen yesterday at the Le Mans with no chicanes that there was cars that were able to overtake quite easily down the Monza, and other cars that just couldn't manage to get the enough of a slipstream to make the move either on the left or the right, and plenty of mistakes into the Mulsanne corner as well. Barreling in there. The Porsche, we're going to be looking at probably well over 200 miles an hour. They're going to be heading into that braking zone. The little right kink into there as well is really going to cause a few issues, and especially on the first lap. Hopefully, they all get through unscathed and we can have a good race, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a few falling by the wayside early on. We saw a lot of mind games yesterday as well. It went down to the very last lap when we did Le Mans with no chicanes yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do it again today. We'll take a look at the grid then in just a second. The grid is almost set. It's going to be the starting grid is going to be the positions that we had from race number 1, which is going to be pretty straightforward for us as well. And there we go. Let's have a look at the grid then, shall we? So it's going to be Robin Beckter who's going to be on pole position for Red Bull, Lazarus alongside. Then we go to row number 2. We'll see who's going to be starting on row number 2. It's going to be Williams and Veloce. Then row number 3, Total Performance and Solar Vision. Row number 4, Rise Motorsport. Apex Hunters and Hairpin Heroes will be on row number 1 in Pro-Am. Then it will be LM Squad and Le Mans Legends, Tetrud Rangers, and then Endurance Elite. And there we go. As quickly as that, we are off away and racing in the second race here of segment number 2. Already a little bit of contact there. Drivers running wide. Oh no, 2 leaders are off in the Pro class already. So the 2 leaders off immediately. Looks like Williams have taken the lead. There's Lazarus who won the first race. They're starting. They've dropped to 3rd place already. Red Bull Racing have gone up into 2nd place as they now make their way downhill for the first time. The Le Mans Legends will lead us off in the Pro-Am class as they're now going to head straight down towards turn number 1. So a good start there from the Le Mans legends. They've already got a couple of car lengths over the rest of the field, so they can cruise through the first corner. No need to defend for them going into Dunlop chicane. And at the LM squad, they're almost making a little bit of contact as they come through the first chicane. And one of the teams running a little bit wide there. So a good start. Williams have inherited the lead in the Pro class. Le Mans Legends holding on to the lead in the Pro-Am class, Harry.
Yeah, completely different starts between the two classes. Now in the Pro teams, looks like a lot of the guys who started at the front falling by the wayside and falling down the grid. And then Pro-Ams, we had a nice clean start for Le Mans Legends getting away. A little bit of contact in the background through turns 2 and 3, but turn 1, especially for the Pro guys, so easy to run in there a little bit deep. And then if you take another car with you, I'm sure the stewards are going to be looking at that to see who was at fault. But yeah, ultimately the poor start for those two guys, but there's still a long way to go for them to try and regroup. You can see them side by side down the Mulsanne.
Our race 1 winners have lost the lead early doors here. They're down into 3rd place. Rise Motorsport moving up the field very well. They've come up into 4th place as we go into Mulsanne for the first time, and an off already. One of the teams going straight off there. I wonder if that was Solar Vision Racing. It looked like the team that was in 5th place that went straight on, unfortunately. I think it may have even been Veloce, actually. I saw them towards the back of the field. So a team off early doors as Lazarus now trying to get themselves back into 2nd, and they've gone straight back into 2nd place before Indianapolis.
Yeah, first lap showing just how difficult these cars are to drive. They might be a lot of fun, but there's so much power, so much throttle you can put into the rear tyres, and before too long you find yourself breaking traction and away the car goes. But they're barreling into every single corner, and at the moment some of them still struggling to find their braking points despite the amount of practice that they've done. But being around other cars tends to do that. The Red Bull car, as we saw yesterday, locking up into some of these corners, so even the leader's struggling.
Yeah, it looked like Total Performance Racing ran wide into Arnage there, as well as Red Bull Racing now lead us. Lazarus there in 2nd. Oh, one of the teams off as well. I wonder if that was the Endurance Elite team that went off. Hairpin Heroes have actually dropped to the back of the Pro-Am class, so that may have been them that was off, and indeed it was. There we can see the Hairpin Heroes at the back of the field in the Pro-Am class, unfortunately, towards the back, at least, as drivers now making their way up to the Porsche curves for the first time in the Pro-Am class. In the Pro class, we're almost through them. Through the Corvette curves now they go, and it's Red Bull leading Lazarus at the early stages of the race. 2 leaders, a little bit of a gap over Williams in 3rd place.
Yeah, Dan Nyman keeping a close eye on that Red Bull car in front. Does not want to let that car rode off into the distance like we've seen so many times in this series already. Keeping them honest on the first lap as we're on board with some of the Pro-Am guys as they make their way down towards what's going to be the Porsche cars for the first time.
Yeah, we're on board with Endurance Elite once again, getting more and more impressive. Endurance Elite, they're up to 3rd place here. LM Squad are the team directly ahead of us. Le Mans Legends race 1 winners leading the race at the moment. Hot Lappers are 4th place. Tetrud Rangers are then in 5th place as they come through the Porsche curves for the first time. Le Mans Legends under all sorts of pressure, but so far just managing to hang off the rest of the field. The LM Squad is the team in 2nd. The team we are looking at is the Endurance Elite team, who at this track yesterday, the Le Mans with no chicanes, fought their way through the 4th place and hung on to get themselves survival into day number 2.
Yeah, if it wasn't one of their favourite tracks beforehand, I'm sure it is now. They're really going well here, both yesterday and today, doing well. So I looked at some of the socials for some of the teams yesterday after the events and just had a look at what their responses were. There were so many teams who were sort of disappointed and things, saying things didn't go their way. And I think today we're seeing, especially with Endurance Elite, for example, where things are going their way and they're really actually showing us what they can do.
It doesn't always go your way, does it? Sometimes the results really don't reflect the pace that the team actually has, and perhaps that is the case with Endurance Elite. We don't want to speak too soon because it is the first, well, we're just going on to the 2nd lap of the race now. The 2nd lap of 18. It'll be around an hour. This race as we're side by side for the lead in the Pro class. Here we come through the curve down the Mulsanne straight. Lazarus are nearest to us. Red Bull to the inside. Red Bull racing car just trying to defend their lead early doors here. Lazarus trying to get it back from them, having lost the lead from pole position as they now come through Mulsanne corner, and all the way around the outside there goes Lazarus, almost going into the barriers on the inside was Red Bull Racing as they got a little bit too happy on the throttle, but Lazarus now take the lead. Nikodem Wisniewski ahead of the Red Bull car.
Yeah, brilliant move around the outside of Mulsanne corner. You're brave braking all the way out there, but Red Bull drivers giving them There's plenty of space on the inside and then the outside of the corner as they go through. There's a little bit of contact into Indianapolis. He just about held on to that. I don't know how he saved that, but he has done, and I'm sure his heart is beating about twice as fast as it was 5 seconds ago.
Wow, brilliant driving there from the Lazarus driver to hold on to the lead there. Robin Bechter giving the Lazarus driver just a little bit of a punt. Dan Neiman in the Lazarus car for this second race and just managing to keep in a straight line in the end. So it's Lazarus who still lead for the time being ahead of Red Bull Racing in this second race of day number 2 as we race around the Le Mans circuit with no chicanes, and through the Porsche curves we go now for the second time of 18 here. Lazarus leading Red Bull, these two already escaping from the rest of the field now, despite the fact that one of them was nearly facing the wrong way round. Williams it is in third, Solar Vision Racing doing a good job in fourth place, then Rise Veloce, and behind that Total Performance Racing.
Yeah, incredible car control by Dan Nyman. So you saw him in the bottom right corner with an armful of oversteer.
Yeah.
As you wondering what he was correcting, and then we saw it happen.
Yeah.
But I can see these two battling all race long, and say I don't want to put commentator's curse on that, but they're really setting up a good show at the moment. Lazarus out front, but that's probably not going to be the case for the rest of the laps. I'm sure they're going to be toing and froing and working out, a bit like we saw yesterday, where you want to be later on in the race in terms of defending, attacking. Do you want to be the car behind? Do you want to be the car in front? What works best, track position or slipstream?
Yeah, well, we did see two cars off at the very start of the race, and that unfortunately has delayed the likes of Total Performance Racing, who are 2.5 seconds back from the rest of the field. So they were one of the teams that was straight off through turn 1.
Yeah, if that is the case, then it's just another lap 1 incident for the team. I bet they're ruining their bad luck at the moment, but unfortunately sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to wonder why it keeps happening to you, but and what you can do differently. But every time you do something differently, you're obviously moving further and further away from your comfort zone as the Lazarus car runs a little bit wide, but the Red Bull car will be straight in that slipstream. We'll see how close they can get down the Mulsanne.
Here we go, Harry. This is going to have a look at the save of the event so far.
Yeah, I can look at it without wincing because I know it ends well, but you can see just tipping it into the right hand. That is incredible. That. The angle, that's a 10 out of 10 for a drift score if I've ever seen one.
Amazing car control that from Dan Neiman. Fair play to the Lazarus team for that. That's a replay he'll save, won't it?
Oh, absolutely. Slow-mo as well and all sorts, yeah. And the Red Bull car now going up the inside. They've got some good straight line speed in that car. But down the Mulsanne, no, it's easy to do with the slipstream, it must be said, as some of these cameras can barely keep up. You blink and you will literally miss them.
Yeah, sure, you can identify which one is the Red Bull car. there it is. The Red Bull car going ahead now. Lazarus in second place. I really do hope as well that this battle continues all the way to the end. Brilliant stuff between these two. I'm sure we're going to see the mind games being played between the two as well, as locking up is Red Bull, and Lazarus will say thank you very much, I'll take the lead back.
Yeah, your typical sort of up and under, let the Red Bull car go up the inside, lock the brakes on the tight line, then you switch back and just take the position right back from them. I'm surprised they're not working maybe a bit more together at this stage to just build a buffer to the guys behind. I know there is a couple of seconds there, but you think any kind of further instance like we saw on the lap before coming down into this right hand, and you might find yourself back in the pack and not out front like you wish you were.
Now here we go, coming into Indianapolis again, and that time Lazarus managing to face in the right direction. Right, this is a just as good a battle going on with NA in the car as we go down the Mulsanne straight, as the Pro-Am, this is the Pro-Am lead. It's the LM squad versus the Le Mans Legends. The Le Mans Legends is the car directly ahead of us. The LM squad sat behind. Now this is more working together, this, Harry, isn't it? Because the LM squad just happy to stay behind.
Yeah, I think that's Gary Mitchell in the bottom right that we can see. So they're not doing the bump drafting like we saw yesterday, but they are just biding their time. And the more you battle, the more time you cost yourselves. And obviously if you're looking at picking up good points just to survive to tomorrow, for example, then there's no point battling all race long and costing yourself time and then getting more cars involved and potentially losing positions. You might as well just carry on as you are, see how the race goes, and then start planning your moves maybe later in the race, not show your hand too early.
Now this would usually be a case where a team would be fuel saving, but that really isn't the case because they're not going to be doing any pit stops. So this is just, let's just work together. They could slipstream past each other and kind of rotate that role backwards and forwards, but LM Squad, I think, more happier to be the car set behind.
Yeah, they've got 4 seconds on P3 behind them, so no need for them to be taking any risks, as this lot look like they're going to be getting a bit closer. That's Veloce on the back of Rise, isn't it, with the Williams squad just in front of them. So these guys aren't finding the breaks in the in the track that they would have liked. They're still going hammer and tong even on lap 4.
Through the first corner we go. It's now in the Pro class. That is the Rise Motorsport car behind the Williams car. just behind them is the Veloce car, and Veloce is now who we go on board with as we come downhill through the curves. And Veloce just trying to find a way through, can't quite make a way through so far, but running wide there is the Rise car as they come up towards Tech Rouge, and now to the outside go Veloce. Briefly to the outside, Veloce now tucking back in, and I'd say we're about to see a change of position here as we go onto the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, they're all sort of in each other's slipstream, but the Veloce car is closer than any of them to the car in front, the Rise vehicle, so they're going to be tucked under that rear wing as best they can, but they haven't got the exit and acceleration maybe that we would have expected, and that's part of the setup that might be coming into play. Now, you've got to make sure these gear ratios aren't too short, so short gear ratios means you're probably going to be looking at better acceleration at some of the corners, but obviously you're going to hit your top speed earlier, and if you do that, other cars are just going to keep pulling on you with their higher gear ratios. That might be the case that we're seeing, but they're all touching each other's slipstream, just dragging each other along for now.
I think Rise will just be saved. I think they're just picking up a toe here, aren't they, from the car ahead. They're now starting to come across to the inside to just defend that position for safety more than anything. In fact, Rise are the ones that now got the good run. It was Williams ahead of them who were struggling out of the corner as well. They're not close enough to pick up a slipstream on Williams, and Rise now in a position to overtake them. They're trying to get the slipstream and go straight past, and they're right on the back of the Williams car into Mulsanne corner, and a bit of a knock-on effect caused there as Rise went into the back of Williams. Veloce going to the back of them, and Veloce are now to our inside as we go on board with Rise Motorsport.
Yeah, getting nice and close into the Mulsanne corners as we expect. We've seen it plenty of times before, and we'll see it plenty of times again. Heading side by side down towards Indianapolis. I wouldn't want to be side by side there.
No.
We've seen nose to tail is bad enough, let alone side by side, but you can always pull off an audacious move with the Veloce car going deep on the brakes. They're going to run a little bit wide, but I think they're going to take that position from Rise.
Yeah, Veloce may even get a run into Arnage here on Williams. Might not be close enough this time round, but Veloce on the move now, and look who's just behind. Total Performance Racing have now closed in as well. So Total Performance Racing with Aaron Martin Pilkington just behind, but we go back to our battle for the lead. There is the LM squad tucked in just behind the race leaders, the Le Mans legends in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, still also working together. That gap's gone up by about half a second compared to the previous laps. They're still just eking it out, getting comfortable, and then say later in the races when we will probably see the most meaningful overtakes from potentially LM squad if they're still in position to do so. But at the moment, they seem happy enough to sit there. Of course, I'm saying that and now I'm waiting for them to pull out the slipstream and look up the inside, but no, they do seem to be sitting there just holding biding their time. Maybe they are running out of revs. Maybe they can't actually get close enough to make the move. I'd be surprised if that's somehow they've set the car up in that way, because you come to this track, you think we're always going to want to give ourselves a few more mile an hour just to make sure when we're in the slipstream we get that extra boost of speed that we want.
So we have two battles for the lead in both classes, both in exactly the same situation, both just working with each other. I'd say in the Pro-Am class they're doing that a lot more. The Pro class, they've kind of overtaken each other a few times. I think in the Pro class they're still deciding who's going to do the leading and who's going to do the following, as Red Bull Racing are in the lead. But this is the Pro-Am, and this is one of those battles where when we get to 2 laps to go, then we'll start seeing some changes. But for now, they're probably just going to stay as they are.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday, wasn't it, in the endurance race between the pro teams at Lazarus and the Red Bull car, I think it might have been, where they were they made the move early on the penultimate lap, and then they sort of showed their hand a lap too early, and it's the Veloce car and the Lazarus car, and they showed their hand 1 lap too early, and that caught them out in the last lap because they weren't able to then get the move done after Veloce passed them. So that's perhaps what's going on here, just biding their time, not showing the leaders what they've got, so when the time comes to make the move, they're not going to be expecting what they've got up their sleeve.
We'll just run through the, just being told actually, Veloce have been asked to give the position back there, Harry, because of contact, so Veloce are going to have to give that position back. Yeah,
I think that was back on the Mulsanne corner on the lap before. Obviously, we saw them getting very close together, and they just bumped them wide, and then obviously made the move into Indianapolis. Stewards weren't happy with that. I think it's probably the right call to ask them to give the position back. No need for any further penalties. They're so close on track they can do that, as the Rise car is just driven straight past the Williams car on the Mulsanne there. So making more progress. That Rise car looks to be pretty slippery and pretty fast in a straight line.
Yeah, and there is the Veloce car behind. I think they've given that place back now, haven't they? So Veloce will now try and go again. They've dropped back down to 6th place in the Pro class as we go into Mulsanne corner. And here is our 2 leaders, with Lazarus now back in the lead ahead of Red Bull. Is it? No, Red Bull still leading Lazarus. It was Lazarus who we were on board with there. So Lazarus, I think they now seem to be happy to stick in 2nd for the time being, at least. this is where they had that massive save. Hopefully we'll see that one more time at some point, because that was really impressive driving from Lazarus, and we saw the reaction from the driver reaction live as well, didn't we? And it didn't look like he was facing the wrong way. I mean, certainly with what he was doing on the steering wheel it did, but not from his facial expression.
Yeah, I mean, you're going into a right-hander with full opposite lock to the left. You know something's gone horribly wrong at some point. But yeah, it was amazing car control, has to be said. And so these two breaking away, they've obviously settled their differences, I think, after that one. And said, all right, well, no, let's not risk it. No, anything happening like that again. Let's just get away from, I think, Solar Vision Racing in third behind them, about 5 seconds back. So they've got a nice buffer there. They're just going to have to chill out and see who's going to blink first.
Great driving this from Solar Vision Racing, isn't it?
Yeah, they might have been the ones to capitalise on obviously the turn one incident. We see two cars going off, and they've obviously made the most progress on that opening lap and managed to hold on to the position, currently in the podium spot. They do have a tendency to do this, don't they? They sort of have maybe a few poorer results, and then they have one really good result, and we sort of build them up, and it's a case of we wonder what if they might have been able to achieve in those other races. But currently sitting in third, don't look to be under too much pressure from the Rise car behind them. Obviously, we know they'd be battling with Williams and Veloce, so if those three start working together, then we might end up with a four-way fight for the final podium spot before too long.
Good battling for the lead here between Red Bull and Lazarus. Through we go, through turn one and in towards the Dunlop chicane. Lazarus tucked in just behind the Red Bull car as they now make their way underneath the Dunlop bridge on lap number 6 of 18. So already a third of the way through the race. Absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
It really has. To say, we've been nose to tail pretty much in both classes from the very get-go. A few incidents that have happened, obviously early doors, but since then they all seem to be behaving themselves for the most part. But yeah, they just want to get the points on the board, I think, at this point, and not have to rely on that endurance race later.
And our points are going to become very crucial at the end of this race. We'll bring you updates on those points as we get near at the end of the race. And indeed, going into the third race, we'll find out who we have in the drop zone and a change of lead in the Pro-Am class. Le Mans Legends, I think, getting back ahead of the LM squad. So the LM squad were briefly in the lead, but the Le Mans Legends have now gone back through. So patience starting to run out for the LM squad.
Yeah, maybe just trying a few things. Obviously, you don't want to risk leaving everything to the last lap, and then obviously you're not actually prepared for the move you want to pull off. So this is probably maybe a stage of the race where they want to try a few things just to prepare themselves mentally and physically for when the time comes. They really need to make it count rather than turning up on the scene and getting it all wrong.
Through Arnage now, this is the battle for the lead. We go on board with the Le Mans Legends, and you can see from that graphic in the bottom left of your screen just how close it is. You can see the two leaders have escaped in the Pro class, similar in the Pro-Am class, but other than that, it's very close, isn't it?
Yeah, and just another graphic you might want to have a look at in the bottom left corner is on the top left of that track map. There's a cloud with some rain coming out of it, so I'm wondering at what point we might be seeing some rain fall. Le Mans does seem to be a bit wet this time of year, apparently, on Forza.
No, look up in the distance there. The rain clouds are coming in, aren't they? They're definitely coming in, and we just saw the effect that had on the race yesterday. Made it really, really interesting. So I wonder if we're going to see that again in this race. I think that graphic almost confirming that, as I think we're going to have a car coming to our inside almost as they went into the chicanes. The Le Mans Legends just about holding on to that lead from the LM squad, and in the background there, that looks like the rain.
Yeah, rain really isn't far away. We're going to have a race of essentially two halves at this point, as we've got a replay on screen of the Pro class. We're on board with the Veloce car, aren't we? And that's the Williams ahead, getting completely sideways by themselves. They've just about held onto it and held the position impressively, but obviously it just shows how difficult these cars are to drive. You can even have that kind of mistake all by yourself.
And tell us a little bit more about the cars we've got in this race, Harry.
Yeah, so we're looking at 845 horsepower, and they're just over a ton as well. So basically, you got to just look at the right pedal, and all of a sudden you might be getting a bit of wheel spin. Just flex your big toe, and away you go. But yeah, I mean they've got incredible speed. I think they talked about 228 miles an hour back in the day when these cars were racing for real. And you think, no, that's terrifying. You think the whole car is just shaking itself to pieces at that point. You're just holding on to the steering wheel for dear life. But yeah, it was a very quick car, but unfortunately wasn't particularly too reliable back in the day. I think they won the test race at Le Mans back in 1978 with that Porsche. But they only had a third place in the actual qualifying event, and then I think they had issues with the engine early on in the race, which meant that they only managed to struggle home to 8th place there. But For the Pro-Ams, they've got the Lancia Corse Beta Montecarlo Turbo from 1980, about 400 horsepower, 780 kilos. And it went on to win the overall World Championship for makes in 1980, so a good successful car there, but not quite as successful as the Porsche.
And it won in 1979, didn't it? It won the Le Mans, the 24-hour in 1979.
Yeah, so they did have a lot of success. Actually, looking at the facts, probably more than the Porsche. So the Porsche is probably a more fun car to drive and a more performance-based car, but in terms of results, that Lancia really did achieve great things. So we've got some side-by-side action down the Mulsanne once more.
Yep, side by side we go here. This in the Pro-Am class, it looks like, as we can see the cars now. That's the Tetrud Rangers. So this look for positions a little bit further down the field. There's the Hairpin Heroes. So this is for 4th place. So midfield battle going on. The Tetrud Rangers on the inside, Hairpin Heroes to the outside, and the Hairpin Heroes are going to go down to 5th place there.
Yeah, good move. Just managed to get the car stopped under braking into Mulsanne corner. Left just about enough room. There's a bit of tarmac runoff on the exit, which is nice for them to use, but they're now tucking into the slipstream in 5th place behind Tetrud Rangers, who are in 4th. I don't think they'll be trying anything into Indianapolis.
And Solar Vision Racing have actually dropped a place. They've gained it back again, so they're having a good old scrap with Rise Motorsport for 3rd place in the Pro class, but likewise this is a very good battle coming through Indianapolis now. The Tetrud Rangers just ahead here of the Hairpin Heroes, and this one of those midfield battles that could be a battle of survival come the end of the day. Two teams, particularly for the Tetrud Rangers, because we all know what happened to them in race 1.
Yeah, they were unfortunate bystanders in terms of the incident that Red Bull were having, and then ended up getting caught up in it themselves and finishing way down the order. So a great opportunity to pick up some good midfield points, which could make all the difference, as we've seen from day one. Picking up any position is always going to be vital when you've got the opportunity. And there's no point finishing the race just behind someone. There's a little bit of contact into the Porsche cars. They both get away with it just about, keeping it on track. As I say, once you leave the track and find yourself on the grass or the gravel, then you really have got no hope.
And there we go. That is that's the teddy bear.
It's still in frame.
There it is. That's the teddy bear. So that's my first time looking at it, but it hasn't moved just yet.
It's almost like it's like out of a horror movie, isn't it? Just like peeping over his shoulder.
Yes. Oh, I thought so. I thought the Tetrud Rangers were going into the pits there. But yes, that's the Hairpin Heroes with their team mascot in view, or a little bit of it. He's trying to get in view. Maybe by the end of the week we'll see it fully.
So what's going on here? We've got Rise down in 6th and Williams down in 7th.
That's total performance.
Total performance have overtaken both of those. So Rise were battling for 3rd just a moment ago, and they're now way down the order. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but these 4 are all very close on track. And Red Bull are down to 2nd. Lazarus have taken the lead from them as well. So it looks like lap 7, sorry, it's all kicked off pretty much down the entirety of the field of Pro.
Yep, it's all going off, isn't it? It's gone off for the lead. And it's gone off in the midfield as well. So all kicking off. This is Total Performance Racing having to recover
Red Bull
again.
In the pits. Red Bull in the pits.
Interesting.
So they can't make it on 1 tank of fuel, and they're pitting before the halfway point as well. So that's interesting. We have to watch to see how that develops. Obviously the rain hasn't come, so we're not looking at anything to do with tyres or anything like that. But we've seen this from them yesterday, wasn't it? They made the early pit stop, and then they made it count by getting the big lead over the second half of the race before obviously they had their incident. But it'd be interesting to see how much further the other cars can go.
We weren't expecting pit stops. Well, certainly we.
It's only a 1 hour race, but these cars, obviously with the amount of horsepower they've got, they are extremely thirsty on this kind of track. Right. And you spend the Mulsanne with a lot of throttle in for a very long time. So yeah, maybe 1 stop. I don't think we'll see 2, but they're obviously very thirsty machines, these Porsches.
And, well, I mean, Red Bull in early, like you said, they're the first team that's come in. It weren't like they lost the lead as such. It was they weren't overtaken, or at least we don't think they were anyway. This is Total Performance Racing going past Solar Vision. This is going to be for 3rd place, so this will be a good move, this, for Total Performance Racing. It's going to put them into 3rd place. Solar Vision doing the best they can, similar to the Tetrud Rangers. They need a good result, Solar Vision Racing, don't they?
Yes, I mean, we've had 2 races now where we believe they've been involved in a lap 1 incident on both occasions. And the first race they had a good recovery drive. Looking for the same here, I think, with Aaron and Martin Pilkington.
Yes.
Not easy for me to say, behind the wheel. So there looks like they're in 4th at the moment at Total Performance Racing, looking to see where they can get to.
Yes, so Solar Vision Racing doing the best they can
to hold on to position. Now, news just in, sadly, Le Mans legends have disconnected from the session, so our race leaders in the Pro-Am class have just disconnected. We've got some traffic there for Total Performance Racing and Solar Vision Racing, but the Le Mans legends, now they took the win in the first race. They were leading this race, but they're now out of the race, so they're going to be on 25 points still going into race 3, but it's going to require them probably to score about 10 points, and you'd say that's 10 points. They're going to have to finish in, around the kind of, around the top 5 kind of area.
Yeah, top 6 would do them well, but yeah, disaster for them. It's such a shame when that kind of thing happens in these kind of events, but it's completely out of your control. But thankfully, they've got a fantastic race 1 result under their belt, which will be keeping them going. But it's just a worry you're always going to have now, thinking we need to perform in the final race, and we've got issues potentially with internet connection, what it looks like. So that's a real shame for them. But we're on board, or we're looking at the class leader now. So we saw them nose to tail, the top 2. This is the LM squad who have obviously taken over the lead and now have a bit of clear track, 5 seconds behind, so they're looking pretty comfortable. But if anyone starts using the slipstream and maybe bump drafting effects down the Mulsanne, they might find themselves under pressure later in the race, but at the moment, smooth sailing.
Very smooth sailing indeed, but it's just changed the race massively, this, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've not seen anyone else come into the pit lane either. In terms of the pro teams, obviously we saw Red Bull coming in the lap before. I don't think anyone's responded to them that we know of at this point. So I don't believe that's just going to be a Red Bull making a one-off pit stop, unless they're looking at, I don't think tyre life, tyre wear is going to be the issue. But obviously they're now coming in. So this is Veloce and Total Performance Racing in the pit lane. So this is a lap later than the Red Bull car, isn't it? So it's going to be interesting to see where they come out in retaliation to them as they make their way out of the pit lane. So yeah, it looks like we're looking at a 1 stop, perhaps maybe 2 if they have to do a splash and dash at the end, but we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, they've made it halfway, so I'd say they're going to be...
Well, it's just before, isn't it? They picked at the end of lap 8, so end of lap 9 would have been exactly halfway, but they all seem to be looking to pit before then. Whether they want to use the maximum amount of fuel later on in the race, so they're crossing the line with barely anything in the car, so it's obviously as light as possible, maximum speed potential there. We'll have to see, but the Red Bull car is obviously miles clear and a very, very long way clear, it must be said.
That's a good point, actually, isn't it? It's just under halfway. The splash and dash is definitely something that I think we have to take into consideration now.
It's got a lot of potential. Obviously, these guys would have worked out strategy and how they want to play this race a long time ago. They would have run different contra strategies in practice to work out which one's the best for time and fuel conservation and tyre conservation in terms of having the car in the best position throughout the entirety of the race. And they all look to be converging on sort of 1 or 2 lap differences.
And tell us, Lazarus here, surely they're almost in the better position now, right? Because they can fuel save behind Red Bull.
Yeah, if they're going to be cutting it that fine on fuel consumption and fuel usage, then yeah, being behind the car in front of you and being within the slipstream means you can go as fast as them down the straight without having to use as much throttle input, of course. Obviously, you've got lifting and coasting, another well-known technique for saving a bit of fuel if you need to, but obviously the problem with that is it does tend to cost you a bit of overall lap time. And if you're doing that around here, you can cost yourself a lot of lap time over the course of 1 single lap. So it's such a long circuit.
Well, half race distance not far away now. End of this lap will be half race distance for Red Bull. They've pitted amongst Lazarus as well. I'm going to have a look at a replay here coming through Tech Rouge, and that's a spin for the Tech Rouge Rangers, I think, who have gone round. And they collected someone on the exit there. So the Tech Rouge Rangers have had a spin, this time their own fault, I think it's fair to say. Hasn't cost them a huge amount though. Kean Butler, who is racing with us in Australia, so he's about nine hours ahead, isn't he? So it's working out quickly. It's about 2 in the morning or something over there, isn't it? So Kean Butler, unfortunately, getting a bit tired and spinning round, but he sits in 5th place. There he is. So there is Kean Butler. Didn't cost him too badly in the end, did it?
No, he doesn't look too happy with himself, though, does he? It must be said. But I think he just...
I've seen him happier.
Yeah, just ran a bit wide and got onto those yellow rumble strips, and once you get on there, obviously your rear wheels are bouncing around in the circuit. You lose a bit of traction as you're trying to get on the throttle, and unfortunately, round she went. And I think they just about got away with not causing too much of a major incident, obviously spinning across the front of other cars. But yeah, cost themselves lap time, but ultimately nothing too major, it doesn't look like.
Well, let's bring everyone up to speed where we are then. We're into the second half of this race now, and very close battles so far. We've had our pit stops for the pro teams. Solar Vision Racing yet to come in, likewise Rise, but Red Bull the leaders after that. Then it's Lazarus, Veloce, Total Performance Racing and Williams after that. The LM squad leading after the disconnection for the Le Mans Legends. Hot Lappers sits in second place. We've got Apex Hunters in fourth. Tetch Rouge Rangers after their spin sit in fifth place overall. This is Solar Vision Racing who we are focusing on screen at the moment, but to round out the rest of the field, Hairpin Heroes third in Pro-Am, and then behind Apex Hunters, Tetch Rouge Rangers, Endurance Elite, and then sadly our Le Mans Legends who have disconnected from the race.
Yeah, great job by Solar Vision Racing so far. They've taken their moment in the sun, quite literally at the moment in Le Mans, so leading the race. Comfortable gap to the cars behind. I think it's the Rise car behind them in second, isn't it, who also, we believe, haven't pitted, so they're that far ahead on merit, and obviously they're going to have to make a pit stop at some point. It would be sort of the contra strategy to what we've seen the other teams do if they pit at the end of this lap or the next lap. So Red Bull pitting on the end of lap 7, end of next lap would mean there'd be 7 laps to go for these guys, so it looks like they're just doing the reverse or the opposite strategy of going as long as possible now, using what little fuel is left in the car for the ultimate lap times, and then obviously they'll run to the race with a bit of a heavier fuel load for the second half after their pit stop.
Why would you want to go later in the stint?
In terms of pitting later,
yeah.
So what they'll be doing now is they're racing around on a lighter fuel load compared to the cars that have already pitted and filled up with fuel. So obviously they've got a full tank of fuel, a heavy car around a long circuit. There's a lot of time to be made up there, whilst these guys are still going around on probably nearly fumes at this point. Less weight in the car, handles better, more acceleration, that kind of thing. Obviously, the downside to this strategy is when they do pit, they will be forced to take on a full tank of fuel, I believe. So when they come out of the pits, all the guys who pitted early have obviously burnt off a lot of their fuel at that point, so they're racing around in a lighter car for the rest of the race. But they will have fresher tyres for when they pit later on as well. So it's ebbing and flowing, it's working out. That's what all the hours of practice they do, is working out whether it's a case of do you pit later and have fresher tyres, is that worth more than a lighter fuel load, that kind of thing. It's all part of the game that they have to get on top of.
So would they, it seems you would have done it yourself when you were racing as a professional esports driver. Do you basically, set 18 laps, jump in this car, go out with your teammates, one of you comes in on lap 8, one on lap 9, one on lap 10, so you makes it to the line first? Yeah,
you'll do that over and over and over again, and you'll also, as a team, basically work out every kind of scenario. As it looks like the Solar Vision Racing car was coming in the pit, weren't they? So
it looked like it.
It looks like 10 laps is the maximum they can do. So one stop does look like it's going to be the way forward. But going back to the original point, you will work out every kind of scenario you can run on strategy, and then run it over and over and over again to basically try and get a consistent result to make sure it wasn't just a fluke test race essentially, and then you'll be able to work out how you get to the end of the race in the fastest time. But that doesn't take into account racing other cars at the same time, of course. That always puts a spanner in the works.
That's very true. It's hard, isn't it, to know, to lock down that is the best strategy. You can't determine what's going to happen in a race at the end of the day. For example, if it rains now, you can't always determine that that's going to happen. Or here is the Solar Vision car going back to them. They come out now on lap 11. So where does this bring them out to? This is where we have to find out. See if that's actually paid off for them.
Fifth place, is it, behind Veloce, who just sneaked through.
But they're not the last. Is Rise yet to come in? They are, aren't they? So Solar Vision weren't the only team left out there, because I believe Rise haven't come in either. So Solar Vision come in. Let's have a look just to make sure. Yes, so Rise actually managing to go even further.
And they were behind Solar Vision on track, weren't they? So that'll be a position gain. So they'll be up to basically a net fourth there, although it says fifth at the moment once Rise pit. But going back to that point about the strategies, now you might do a race where it turns out a 2-stop strategy is quicker overall than a 1-stop strategy, but by doing that, you've got to take into account in a real race, you're going to come out behind other cars doing a 1-stop strategy, and you've got to overtake them on track, and that's going to be costing you time, and it's not always going to work out to be the fastest option. But they put hundreds of hours into this kind of thing and working out the best option, and then obviously see what actually happens on the day, but being best prepared as possible.
Things seem to have spread out in the Pro-Am class, don't they? It's really settled down since Le Mans Legends retired from the race. Things seem to have settled down, because we had a nice battle for the lead going on there with this car here, the LM squad car. An LM squad it's not the way you want to win a race, is it? But it's, you know, you take it. You'll take that luck when it comes to you.
Absolutely, because you know how easy it can flip on its head, and you're the ones being disconnected and losing a potential race win. So you never like to see, you know, your competitors going out that way. You want to, if you're going to beat them, you want to beat them, you know, by being better than them on the track, not, you know, benefiting from a mishap for them. But yeah, they'll take the result provided they can get to the end of this position. Obviously that gap to the second place, the hot lappers, hasn't really changed much. They look pretty comfortable out front, but I don't want to put a jinx on it. We saw Red Bull in a similar position yesterday, and somehow they ended up messing that up from first and find themselves down in fourth after an error out front, looking comfortable. But that's all part of the homework these teams do between, though, each day that we're here. They'll be looking at the information they gather during the day and working out what happened to certain teams and drivers and learning from their mistakes to make sure they don't fall into the same traps.
Fascinating stuff. If you have any questions for Harry, do send them in using hashtag LMES. Harry Jacks alongside me in the commentary box as ever here at the Le Mans Esports. Hope you guys are all enjoying the coverage so far. We've got another race coming up after this, and then after that we will sadly say goodbye to 2 more teams today. Close racing throughout the field. Here we can see just how close it is.
This is an overtake, isn't it? So Total Performance Racing have got ahead of that Solar Vision racing car. Solar Vision came out just in front of them after their pit stop, just under a lap ago, but during their out lap they've been passed by Total Performance Racing, so that might be a tyre temperature issue. Obviously coming out the pits on colder tyres compared to people who've been racing around on theirs for a lap or two. Looks to have cost them potentially, obviously the slipstream down the Mulsanne probably being the biggest factor in an overtake, but they're now in a fighting position, but they've lost that ultimate position to Total Performance Racing on the 11th lap as they now start their 12th, which the leaders are already round plenty as Rise in the pit lane. So they've gone to the end of lap 11. So that's impressive. That it is, although that is the exact contra strategy to Red Bull, who pitted at the end of lap 7 with 7 laps to go. They've now pitted Rise themselves. So that's a complete opposite strategy. Interesting to see how they got that, or if they've called it on the fly. Maybe they've looked at their track position and where the other cars are and thought this is the best strategy we can now take forward at this point of the race. It's another part of how they work forward. But Veloce up into the podium positions, Total Performance Racing 4th, and Solar Vision Racing up to that 5th place.
Yep, Solar Vision Racing will be, you know, they may have just lost that position, but you know, I think they'll be happy to sit in behind for the time being and see what they can get, you know, not working with Total Performance Racing, but just sat in behind them, see how they can go. It's close for the lead though, only a second or so in it between Red Bull and Lazarus.
Yeah, they've been at it pretty much since the lights went out, haven't they? They're very evenly paced, which is great for us, great for the competition to see the guys up front. They're being nose to tail and no one just running off into the distance, which we do see from time to time. But this track doesn't tend to lend itself too much, especially in these cars, although the Pro-Am is a bit of a different story. But that would have been a duel, unfortunately, until that disconnect that happened earlier in the race.
Number 32, Solar Vision Racing in vision there. I think we've got a replay coming up. This is going to be how they lost that position, Harry.
Yes, they're coming through the 93 cars. They've just gone a little bit wide on the curb, which has then taken them almost into the barrier, as they then got a difficult run through Arnage, running a bit wide. Total Performance Racing getting the drive out of the corner, and I think they're just going to power past on the way down to the Porsche Curse. So another driving mistake, costing a team a position.
Yeah, mistake made by the Solar Vision Racing team, and that is where Total Performance Racing went through. So got the move done before we even reached the Porsche curves.
Yeah, very easy to do now. You got this circuit, it's so long, there's so many corners that are involved in it, and it's a very demanding circuit. In these cars in particular, they're complete animals to drive, but they really take maximum concentration. And when you've got pressure coming on you from behind as well, it becomes even easier to make the smallest mistakes, and often the smallest mistakes can be punished in a big way.
This is going to be a battle I think we see going on for a few more laps now. Oh, look at that. Look at that coming out of Arnage. Slowest corner on the track, of course, and you can just see Solar Vision, I think, a little bit eager to get their foots down to the floor there.
Yeah, it's a part of the track where you think if we can just get on the throttle 5 metres earlier than we normally would do, you can get a run down into the Porsche curves to potentially draw alongside. But obviously, the risk of doing that is if you go a bit too soon, you end up lighting up the rear tyres, and they don't like it too much.
No, not at all. We'll try and get an onboard at some point and get you to talk us around some sections of the lap, Harry. It'd be great to do that, as we have been doing throughout the competitions, the event so far. On board we go.
There you go, ask and you shall receive. So going into turn 1, we'll have a listen to if there's a lift. Yeah, big old lift. You can see the camera moving as the brakes came on a little bit as well. This is the fastest car on track, the Red Bull racing car we're on board with as we go through turns 2 and 3, just feeding it through gently. And then you can hear as they get on the loud pedal, down the hill we go through sort of turns 4 and 5. And then sweeping it through, holding the right hand side. You need to make sure you use the camber of this left-hander as you then crest the road over to the right. Very easy to spin the wheels up. You can see very careful on the throttle once more as we then come through Tetra Rouge. Make sure you take as much of the curb on the inside. Watch out for the exit. We've seen a car get caught out there already as we now head down the Mulsanne. So if you fancy a brew, cup of coffee, whatever you might want to make, now's probably a good time to go and get it.
While we're on board, we'll stay on board for this lap, but while we've got the Mulsanne straight, we were talking earlier about driver excuses.
Yes.
What was your best one?
Well, back in the day, I used to use sort of quite a racing wheel and pedals, but I had to use Velcro to stick them to a wooden floor and my desk. So of course the excuse comes out of all the Velcro's come loose as I've punted someone off the track. It's like, sorry. But yeah, actually in an esports event, I did actually have a black screen happen to me as well. So going lap 1, you've got loads of cars around you at Silverstone, going through the left-hander just before Wellington Straight, and as I turned in with, I say, all the cars around me, my screen just went black for about 3 seconds, and yeah, on the outside camera I just drove off to Narnia basically before returning.
What's it like through there?
What, whilst it's black screen? You can't see a lot.
What's Narnia like? Right, here we go, through
Yes,
Mulsanne.
we finally reached Mulsanne corner, and we'll get through there, no problem. So Ron Becker just wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. He's working that hard, but as understandable as can be, Lazarus hot on their heels going down towards Indianapolis. So a nice time to catch your breath as well as you're looking in your mirrors to see if the car behind wants to try and line up an audacious move into this one, but we look to be safe as you then get hard on the brakes, tip it in, hold on for dear life as the back end tries to swap ends, and then feeding it into the left-hander. Getting on the power, watch that curve on the right, as we've seen again, it can catch you out, dragging you towards the barriers, hard on the brakes into Arnage, 90-degree right-hander. Always wanting to get on the throttle as early as possible. That tyre wall on the left, very dangerous, could always ruin your race in a split second if you're just a bit too greedy on the exit curb. Building the power up through the gears on the way to Porsche curves. Fantastic sequence of corners, especially these types of cars. Fast on the entry, sweeping it in, holding on for dear life once more as you hug at the inside. Keep it as far to the right as you can to open up these two left-handers, running it nice and close to the wall, using all the road and a little bit more as you then feed it through, slowing as we go through the sequence. Again, holding the right, just letting it breathe through the middle of the corner as you then tip it into the left-hander. Have a nibble at the curb, don't run too wide as those rumble strips can sometimes catch you out. An easy flat right and then a left kink before we head into the Ford chicanes at the very end of the lap. Again, 2 sequences of chicanes, slowing as you go through. Avoid those tyre walls on the left and the right, very easy to clip them as we then look to get on the power as quickly as possible as we then power out the final corner to start another lap.
And another one.
You're all right.
There we go. Brilliant stuff. Lazarus now we go on board with, so that is Red Bull ahead of us, isn't it? This is for race lead.
Got a bit of a gap there, haven't they, Red Bull? They've also put in a few good laps and built a little bit of distance between themselves. I think they will still be getting a little bit of slipstream, but obviously not enough to put any real pressure on Robin Becker in that Red Bull racing car. And he's obviously working very hard to try and just build enough of a gap so the last few laps aren't going to be a bit of trouble, as we've got the Williams car passing the Rise car, is that? So
yes,
they've obviously been caught out on that difficult final corner, as I said, wanting to plant the power, but there's such a bit of undulation through the apex that it can catch you out, and unfortunately Rise having quite going up the inside.
Oh no, that's Williams almost going round and just about managing to save it there. Some brilliant car control in this race.
Yeah, so the Rise car just getting a bit over opportunistic into that turns 2-3 chicane, the Dunlop chicane. Move was never on. They might have even just outbraked themselves a little bit, and thankfully they didn't cause too much of an incident as they crest the road and then head down to the Mulsanne once more.
That's a great place to watch Tetra Rouge, actually. I remember watching there last year. Really good to watch the cars through there, particularly in the evening, time. But you can see, I think Rise have even backed off a little bit there, as if to say, oh, sorry, didn't mean that, and give them a little bit of room, which they had before the contact. But Williams, not really the best race for them. It's a surprisingly bad result, considering there's only 7 of them out there, and they're 6th. It's they've got to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, so we've got a replay coming up of what happened at the end. So this is Rise and Williams. So it looks like going into the final couple of corners, and yeah, just a breaking traction on the exit. The Rise car just getting on the loud pedal a bit too heavy and too soon, and not quite round she went, but the rear tyre spun up, lost traction. The Williams car just drove on by.
Yeah, round she almost went, basically. I think just about got away with that one. That's a little bit deep. So it's I'll make a mistake now. You make a mistake now. I'll make one. Hence we're 6th and 7th.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah, they were falling foul of the error generators, as they call them, isn't it? You go into certain corners that always sort of tend to lend themselves to making a mistake or two. Speaking of mistakes, we've got the Solar Vision Race car and the Total Performance Racing car. These two have been pretty clean so far. I don't think we've seen too many mistakes from them. Obviously, Total Performance Racing, we think we're involved in a little bit of an incident on the first lap.
There was 2 cars that just went off, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know who was at fault there or who else was involved. But I don't think it was so much of a mistake rather than an accident. Unfortunately, they were caught up in it yet again. But at the moment, Aaron Martin Pilkington doing a good recovery job, as the team tends to do so well. It must be said. I'm sure they're probably getting sick of having to make recovery drives, but they're having to, when they're counted on to deliver, they are doing it. So you have to take the hats off to them in keeping their composure, keeping calm in adversity, and doing as best a job they can given the circumstances.
And let's go through who's out there then. So Solar Vision have got Michael Thomas Coyne, Robin Bechter for Red Bull. Rise, it's Renaud Jevers, John Jung with the supporting teddy bear who's in up for Hairpin Heroes. Kian Butler what time is it over
early,
for him?
Very early.
3 in the morning for Kian Butler. For Texrude Rangers, Nikodem Wisniewski. For Williams Esports, Gary Mitchell is in for LM Squad Endurance Elite. Jack Drake, Dan Neiman for Lazarus, Taylor Smith for the Apex Hunted. Bahafid Heidi for the Le Mans Legends. Sadly, a disconnect though for them. And Bahafid was out in the first race as well and took the win, so a real shame there. Aaron Martin Pilkington for TPR, Wesley Augusto for Hot Lappers, Veloce Isaac Gilson. So Isaac had a real difficult race, didn't he, Isaac Gillison? Let's remind ourselves of where the Veloce team is 3rd. Well, there you go.
Yeah, doing a good job. So in a race of his own at the moment, he's not under pressure from behind. The leaders are way up the road from him as well, so he's just got to concentrate on basically driving these next 4 laps as well as he can. Now he's got almost the whole track to himself in terms of no cars, putting him under any pressure. He can take all the racing lines that he wants to take, go to the parts of the tracks that he wants to go, and hopefully, for his sake and the team's sake, bring that car home for a podium.
Yeah, let's just say I don't think Isaac will buy me a beer after the.
No, you weren't the kindest to him. I mean, at one point I think you related him to being very similar to Bryn. So.
And that is offensive.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. No, but doing a good job. Good job today, 3rd place. And I think it was at the time even we said, as I was trying to climb out of the hole that I was continuing to dig for myself, is different. Some drivers suit different eras of cars more.
Yeah, and so that's the unique thing about the super final we've got this week, is that each day represents a new and different challenge and unique challenge to these drivers, because the cars that they're racing around in are completely different to what they drove the day before. And it does happen. You drive such a wide range of cars, and some of them are oversteering, some of them are understeering, some of them like to spin up the rear wheel, some of them don't. They drive perfectly. You've just got to find the setup that works for you, and thankfully, with the circumstance we find ourselves in this year, they've not got seat share in terms of during the race. No, they haven't got to swap drivers during a race. They can just drive one driver for the whole entirety of it, build the car and the setup around that one driver, and make them as comfortable as possible. But obviously, we're finding out they're not quite as comfortable as they would usually like to be.
As we're getting towards the end of the race, and settling into the race now, aren't we here? Question for you, Harry, and as you can see at the bottom of your screen, if you've got any questions, send them in using #LMES, whether it's questions, you tell us who you're supporting, who do you think's going to win, and so on. What do you think of the cars we've got out there? And it's that last point, and that brings me on to my question for you, Harry. If you could go back to any of the Le Mans, I won't say specific years, I'll say more eras, go back and be a spectator at one of the Le Mans eras, which would it be? Is there a car in particular that stands up to you? I would wish I could go back to that year, sit in the grandstand and watch that car go around.
It's a great question, it really is, because there's just so many iconic cars from eras.
I'll give you 3.
Yeah, I mean, a favourite of mine's always been the Sauber-Mercedes C9, which we've got in the endurance race coming up.
Yes.
So, no, it's one of those cars where whenever you play, any kind of Forza game, there's usually that car on it, and I'm always finding myself getting behind the wheel of it just because it's such a joy, and the noise it makes and the way it handles, and the power in it is just spectacular. The Bentley Speed 8, another one from about a decade ago or so, maybe a bit longer than that.
Yes, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's just a joy to drive. Quite a unique, obviously, the Bentley name being quite prestigious in the world of motorsport and as a brand in general. And I guess they're going back to maybe just even the 60s, the Ford versus Ferrari era, where it meant so much to so many people. And as we mentioned yesterday, when we're racing around in those types of cars, it has helped form essentially the backbone of Le Mans and sports car that we see today. It all has to start somewhere, and those were the cars where it tended to start. So it'd just be nice to see them in action and see them do what they do.
Yeah, I think the Ford vs Ferrari would be up there for most people, wouldn't it? That would be on most people's list, hence there is a film about it. So if you have some, send us in your answers. Use hashtag LMES, and we're visiting all of those eras. So particularly today is a good day for a popular day for most people, with the Sauber C9s coming up in the next race, and we've got the Jag as well, the XJR9 also in that, and that's definitely a car. When you and myself originally looked at the list, we went, endurance race, day 2, that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and I think what's unique about the endurance race we've got coming up after this one is that the Pro car, the Jaguar, and the Pro-Am car, the Mercedes Sauber, they are evenly matched, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them. I don't think we're going to be running into the issue of no cars being lapped unless they have obviously issues, but I think on actual race pace, they could be pretty well balanced, and we might even see them squabbling for positions every now and then.
Particularly, if there's, some of the pro drivers run into some problems, two teams have a bit of an off. They might be having their own battle at the back, and all of a sudden the battle for the lead, and Pro-Am catches them. And we did see that. We did see that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it was at the Silverstone race, wasn't it, where we had the cars all tripping over each other. And we've seen, obviously, you can run into issues whilst lapping cars, let alone whilst you're actually on the same lap trying to battle each other as well as cars from another class. That it can cause both sides of the fence to have issues. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but there is potential for it to happen, and that sort of adds to the excitement on our side as to what's going to unfold. But for now, we've got the last 2 and a bit laps of this race to look forward to, as Lazarus just holding onto the coattails of the Red Bull car ahead. They're not out of this at all, with just a couple of laps to go.
Yep, two teams fighting to be the first team to take a second victory.
Yeah, that's going to mean a lot to whichever team manage it.
Which team does that first?
Yeah, we keep mentioning making a marker and making a statement to the other teams of your intentions, and it has an effect mentally on other drivers and teams. And if you can be that first team to have won 2 races at the super final, especially 2 competitive top teams like Lazarus and Red Bull Racing, that's going to be a real top trump card they can play on each other at this stage of the super final.
Now on the flip side, further back down the field, we've got our teams like Solar Vision, like Rise, that are they're going to be in the danger zone, aren't they, going into that second race? And Williams have not done themselves any favours with this result in 6th place, but I'd say Solar Vision and Rise look potentially the 2 that are going to be really in the danger zone.
Yeah, unfortunately there's always going to be at least a couple of teams who are in that position, and all these guys are extremely good at what they do, but unfortunately with the way the format works, 2 of them have to go home at the end of every day. You can only do as well as you can, and you set yourselves up and you practice as well as you can, and you just got to hope that on the day everything comes together. And we're probably going to hear stories from drivers about how this didn't go the right way, this didn't happen for us, we had bad luck here, but that is part of motorsport, whether it's the real world or the virtual world. That's how it happens, unfortunately, sometimes, and you just got to try and make the most of whatever situation you find yourselves in.
All I would say, Solar Vision have Michael Thomas Coyne out next, and he's in this race for them, so he's going to be going into that in the zone, so to speak. In for Rise is going to be Shoma Takaya. He was impressive. He was impressive yesterday at Silverstone.
Yes, he was.
Until that incident.
Of course, yes. It's one of those things, you don't want to be the driver on your team or the driver that the rest of the field looks at and go, well, he took part in that race for that team and he only finished 7th, 8th or 9th if it was day 1, for example. You want to be the driver that the other teams look at and go, oh, well, that team isn't doing so well, but that driver did stand out in that race he took part in. So it is sort of, again, another statement. We're putting our best driver in, or our driver who's achieved the best result so far, we're hoping he's going to be able to deliver the same kind of thing against your drivers.
It's been fantastic racing once again. You know, this race has really settled down. I think when we get races like this, when we're in cars that are so difficult to drive, that is when often the races can spread themselves out. I think yesterday, every race was close yesterday, wasn't it? We had a battle in every race yesterday that went to the last lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was because, though, the cars, they're a bit slower, and I wouldn't like to call them easier to drive, but they're kind of less of a handful in a way. They still are, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference.
I'm not making sense, but you know.
No, you are, because what we're talking about is, you know, if you drive a car that does, let's say, 100 miles an hour on the limit, if you go over that limit, you're doing 100 miles an hour, there's still time to gather it. If you're driving a car on the limit at 200 miles an hour, if you miss a braking point by 5 meters, because you're doing twice the speed, you're probably going to have twice as big an accident, essentially, is what we're talking about.
I think that's it,
You go twice as far into the gravel, perhaps. So it's one of those where these cars are extremely fun to drive on the limit, but the boundary of that limit is so tight that if you go over it, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble compared to a slower car like we saw yesterday.
Now we're going to have another battle that goes all the way down to the final lap, because Red Bull are in traffic here. Car getting out of the way for them. Lazarus may be held up here. Oh, almost contact there with Red Bull, and indeed the Lazarus car making contact, basically saying get out of the way, as they now are trying to chase down this Red Bull car. And it looks to me as if Lazarus were probably delayed there. I mean, I think they did what they needed to there by just pushing them out of the way.
Yes, quite forceful. I don't think they said please or thank you for that one, did they? I mean, it's a sequence of corners where you can't really get out of the way. You can't just know. You're in your own race. You're entitled to be there. Yes, you're encouraged to get out of the way when it's suitable, but that doesn't mean jump off the road at the earliest opportunity. So unfortunate timing, and Lazarus will be ruining that, but at the moment they're within a second, they're within that slipstream range. They've just got to hope they get a good run out of Tetra Rouge to capitalise the Mulsanne, and perhaps Mulsanne corner in however long it's going to take to get there. Not long in these cars, of course. They might be in a position to make something happen.
And it's quite close for third, actually. It's getting close between Veloce are in third place, but Total Performance Racing aren't far behind them. They're only 2 or 3 seconds back, which is not a lot. And then Solar Vision not much further back either. In fact, Solar Vision only about a second back from Total Performance, which would be a really good result for them. But this is the battle for the lead, and it's for the battle for the lead in the Pro class as they now make their way down the Mulsanne straight. I think in the Pro-Am class, the order is pretty much sealed here. Most of the cars have been lapped, so we'll run through the order for you for the Pro-Am class, as it looks like it's probably not going to change. So the order is the LM Squad, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, behind that the Tetra Rouge Rangers, then it's Endurance Elite, Apex Hunters, and then sadly the Le Mans Legends who DNF. That's pretty much your order signed and sealed, isn't it, in the Pro-Am class. However, the Pro class is far from over, as we can see our 2 leaders heading through Mulsanne for the final time, Harry.
Yeah, similar to what we saw yesterday with the Veloce car being out front. We saw the Schmitz, wasn't it, at the wheel, a perfect final lap under loads of pressure, didn't put his foot wrong, held on for the win. And now Robin Becker in the Red Bull car in a similar scenario, although the Lazarus car not as close as they would really like to be. They're not in a position to make a move. They've got to rely on a mistake from Becker in that car if they want to make anything happen, but there's still a good half a lap or so to go.
And he doesn't make those very often, does he? You can see him. He can push at 99% at the moment and still make it home in the lead, or getting a little bit out of shape. That's the Lazarus car just throwing everything they have at it now through Arnage for the final time. And I think just a couple of small mistakes there maybe have seen Red Bull just seal this one now as we go on board with them briefly, heading up to the Porsche curves. We'll keep an eye on the battle for third place as well. That one is pretty close. Pro-Am order should stay as it is, but Veloce, Total Performance Racing, Solar Vision Racing, all fairly close together. But this, the battle for the lead overall, it is Red Bull Racing leading Lazarus Racing as they come through the Porsche curves for the final time. And if there's no mistakes made by Red Bull Racing, I think they should be okay, and they will become the first team to take 2 wins in the Le Mans Esports Super Final, the second running of the event. There is Robin Becker to the bottom right of screen, and he looks set to take his second win. Likewise, the LM Squad set to do the same in the Pro-Am class. Through the chicanes they go through the final time, and it looks like Red Bull Racing have done just enough to hold on, and Robin Becker celebrating as he comes across the line there, and Red Bull Racing take the win. Brilliant drive from Robin Becker under a lot of pressure. In the end, he wins ahead of Lazarus. There's the LM Squad. They become the
team in Pro-Am to win for the second time. The first team to do that. Brilliant stuff, Harry.
Yeah, great race. No, great driving from both our class winners, it must be said. And the Red Bull drivers run back. You can see how much it meant to him. They punch in the air as he crossed the line. And a lot of pressure on that final lap. It's such a difficult thing to be leading the race and you've got a car right behind you for the last lap of the race, but to hold on is such a good feeling and very well deserved.
Yeah, it was close when they got to the 4 chicanes there at the end, wasn't it? But I think Robin Beck, that was him just playing it a little bit safe.
Yeah, and I think Lazarus as a team, they're very respectful of each other. In terms of what they're able to achieve and how quick they are. Obviously, they were a level above everyone else in their class. Yeah. So I think you can trust each other within those two teams to not make any silly moves and anything or too audacious. So they've done just about enough to hold on. Good job.
They're going to be tied on points now. LM Squad, they become the first team in Pro-Am to win for the second time, as we said. That's the first time since the very first race of the event as well, because they won the first race yesterday. They haven't won since then, so that'll feel good for them to get back onto the top step again.
Absolutely. No, it's always a case of as much as these races, it's all in a lot of it's in the mind. You want to be the team that's winning, you want to be the team getting good results, you don't want to be the team that's always languishing at the bottom and just surviving and sneaking through each day. If you can really lay the markers out to the other team and say we're going to pick up wins and pick up podiums, you're always going to be forced to reckon with.
And pressure's going to be on a few of the teams, but particularly Le Mans Legends, unfortunately. I'd say particularly on them. They've scored good points. They've got that win in the bag, but a DNF for them there, real disappointing for them. So they're going to have to score pretty decent points in this last race, but there's going to be a few of the teams now who are going to be discussing tactics. They're going to be feeling the pressure because at the end of the next race, we say bye to 2 more teams.
Yeah, so it's one of those where they've got a good result under the first race. They should have enough pace to easily see themselves through in the endurance race later, and that's what's coming up next. But obviously, there's a lot of unknowns. Now, you can never plan for what's going to happen in a 2-hour race. Now, you've got 6 other cars on track with you. They're all eager to get as many points as possible. They're all a bit more desperate than they've been in the last 2 races. So you're always at more risk. The start of the race, lap 1 as well. There's a lot of room for things to go wrong. They wouldn't have wanted it to go down to that race to get the points, but sometimes that's just how it works out.
Well, we're going to be hearing from our race winners very shortly. We're also going to be going through the points as well. Bryn is going to be here to talk you through the points and speak to our winners as well. But before that, we're going to take a very quick break.
Position is good in the as you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No, he's not front. Top 5. Gather.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9 comes a knocking.
Any other series if you had
Yeah, if you like buying stuff, then the Le Mans Boutique is one of the places you can go. You can get these shirts, in fact, not this exact one because I'm keeping it, but you can get this sort of shirt. Also a lot of merchandise around here as well, and some of it will hopefully make its way into my suitcase before I leave. But I think I'll have to be sneaky about that one. But yeah, go and check out the Le Mans Boutique. Also, check out the discount for Thrustmaster. So the 15% off Thrustmaster racing equipment by using the promo code TM-LMES. You'll find it during the races at the bottom of the screen. What a race that was, wasn't it? I mean, bit of drama. Then, of course, we had the disconnect from Le Mans Legends, and that has a serious impact, a significant impact on the point standing, which we'll bring to you very, very soon. But we'd love to hear from you. If you've got any questions you want to ask Harry or Chris throughout the course of the races, or you just want to tell us how great we are, we'd love to hear from you. Any negative ones we'll filter out. No, we won't, of course. We'll give you a fair crack at this one. Hashtag LMES on the social media. I'd love to see what you think. The racing has been fantastic, hasn't it? When you think these circuits are quite varied. We've got Spa, Nürburgring, Silverstone, Bugatti at Le Mans chicane, Le Mans no chicane. There's so many different variations in circuits that we're using. And then when you factor in the different cars as well, you may expect to see a lot more cars going off and mistakes, but that is not the case. Although there were quite a few incidents, weren't there, in that last race just there at the Le Mans circuit. What a race that was. One of my favourite cars. I know I mentioned it a few times, but Moby Dick there, that Porsche, what a great car out on track. But I have to say, I think I may have fallen in love with that Lancia, the Montecarlo. What a beautiful car. I've always been a fan of the Lancia Delta, the Integrale. What a lovely car that was. And yeah, that Lancia out on track looked absolutely incredible. So we've got another race coming for you, the endurance race on its way very, very soon. And that race worth more points than the last race. The endurance race, the 2-hour one, is worth more points than the sprint races. Some teams are already pretty much guaranteed through to tomorrow, but some of them are clinging on at the moment. Now, one racing driver that knows what it's like to really perform at the very top of their game, and they know what it's like to be under pressure, like these teams in essentially the drop zone under pressure, and come through, is Antonio Felix da Costa, and Louise caught up with him last week.
Thanks very much, Bryn. Yes, I'm very pleased to have with me the newly crowned Formula E champion, Antonio Felix da Costa. Antonio, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you, no worries.
Now, you were one of the drivers who really embraced esports and sim racing early on in the lockdown. Do you think that helped you keep sharp and get so up to speed on track when you finally got back to racing?
I think so. I mean, I've always loved like video games, and I've done a lot of like proper simulator work for Formula One teams and all that. So, but you know, once the lockdown happened, it was, you know, I just came from a race win as well, and from Texas with WEC. So you know, racing was very much still pumping in me, and then you know the lockdown happened, and sim racing was the best way for me to, you know, decharge some of my racing blood and my racing emotions. And you know, the cool thing is that we got a lot of racing drivers together. You know, I started this WhatsApp group with like 3 drivers, and within a week we were 180 drivers in there. So it was very easy to then get something like, guys, tonight let's race here, this car at this time, and then the server would be completely full within 10 minutes. So you know, everyone was really keen, and it was really cool.
How about that? Alex, Antonio Felix da Costa in his own car, his FE champion in his own car. Not his Formula E car, of course, that was his own car, just sitting there outside the supermarket. Who knows what he was about to do. Probably going to buy some broccoli, I imagine, because, you know, he eats well, doesn't he, Antonio Felix da Costa? Great to have a little chat with him. Let's have a look at the points and show you the point standings. The results are classified. There was a bit of chat about what was going to happen with the Le Mans Legends, disconnected, of course, in that last race. So the question was put to them, did they want to take 0 points but make their driver's hours null and void for that race, or did they want the 6 points they were going to gain for that race? They decided to take the 6 points. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, they say. And here is what the points table would look like then for the pro class to start with. You can see Red Bull Racing and Lazarus equal first. Now, yesterday we were looking at around 20 points to get yourself through. It actually turned out to be 21 points to guarantee yourselves through to today. We think around 35 points will secure yourself a position in tomorrow, because we are losing 2 pro teams and 2 pro-am teams. And you see Red Bull and Lazarus are already above that. So we imagine that they will be through unless something catastrophic happens to them in this next race. Veloce Esports, 25 points. They got some work to do. Total Performance Racing, 24. It's so tight, isn't it, that middle bunch? And Williams on the precipice, teetering, looking over the edge, and it's a long fall. 23 points for them at the moment. And then we look at the 2 red teams, Solar Vision Racing, and 16 points for them, and Rise Motorsport, 14 points. They have some work to do. More points available in the endurance, remember, than you get in the sprint races. In fact, looking at the list, 38 points for winning the endurance race, 27 for coming second, 23 for third, 18 for fourth, 15 for fifth, and you get 12 points if you come sixth, which might do it for some of them. The last place gets themselves 9 points. So that gives you an idea of what they need to achieve throughout the next race. Let's have a look at the Pro-Ams. Now, this is where it all got a bit interesting because of Le Mans Legends disconnect. So, luckily for them, they secured a very good points haul in the first race by winning the first sprint race today. They took the 6 points, that puts them on 31. They're in third place. Le Mans squad, though, 40 points. They are leading the way. Hairpin Heroes, 33. So at this stage, looking at it, it's even tighter than the pros. Arguably, Le Mans squad could be through, but Hairpin Heroes, Le Mans Legends, 31, Hot Lappers, 26. They are going to be looking back and a bit nervous. Tetra Rouge Rangers, 22. Endurance Elite, they snuck through yesterday. They are on 22 points. They're also in the drop zone. Maybe we'll get to a playoff at some point, and this will have a shootout at the very, very end, and Apex Hunters making out there with 14 points. Some work to do for all of these teams, actually. When you look at the Pro-Ams, only one team really almost guaranteed to be through to tomorrow's 3 races. It's very exciting. We lose 2 teams, 2 pro teams, 2 Pro-Am teams. We go down from 7 teams to 5 teams tomorrow, but each team puts out 2 drivers for each race. So actually tomorrow, the grids get bigger again. So it's a bit weird, isn't it? They've shrunk in size, they get bigger. And as you look to tomorrow, really, your focus then becomes Friday, the final day where the big money comes in. If you can make it to tomorrow, the prize money is not bad at all. In fact, looking at Pro-Am, if you make it to tomorrow, even if you finish bottom tomorrow, you'll walk away with $3,750 between your team, $5,000 if you came 4th. So that gives you an idea of what they're looking at. Now, a man we spoke to yesterday who did very well in a race yesterday is back today, performing just as well. From Red Bull Racing, I've got with us here Robin Betka. Robin, thank you so much for sticking by in your seat there. Another chat with you, which means another very strong performance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you know you're the first driver and the first team to secure a second win in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final?
Yeah, like it has been pretty competitive at the top. Every race, most of the times you had a different winner.
So how was that race from your point of view? What did you think?
So like right at the launch, I actually messed up the launch, like my car stalled, so I fell back straight away. But I was surprised I only lost 2 places, I think. I think most of the other guys did not get a great start either. And then at the Moslin strike, I was already on 2nd place behind Williams. And I think our setup was faster on the strike because I was really gaining tons of time to him on the straight, so I could then pass him easily to the lead.
How hard is it for you guys to race on these multiple circuits, multiple cars? Have you been practicing each scenario with each car, each circuit that it's going to race on, or have you been focusing in on specific races?
We have been mostly focusing on raw pace, and for the later segments, for segment 3 and 4, because these are going to be the most important for us. And when it comes to traffic, we didn't have much practice, but yeah, it's always a little bit random. Sometimes you can get unlucky, but in this race it worked well for me with the traffic.
Yeah, absolutely did. Just looking at the Red Bull Racing Esports team points, you're on 43 points. You're equal with Lazarus at the moment. Now, 43 points should see you through to tomorrow. There's pretty much no chance, I don't think, that you can fall off and not make it to tomorrow. So what does that mean for you now going into this endurance race? Is it now a case of you can relax, or do you want to get as many points as you possibly can, win the race hopefully, so you start on pole tomorrow for race 1?
Our goal is to win the race, because if we finish the standings in first, we will be first and second on the grid for tomorrow, and that is a huge advantage for the segment.
Yeah, and it's such a tricky minefield, isn't it? Because when you're looking at this whole race scenario, you've got not just you're trying to make it through to the following day, but you also have a limit to the amount of time you personally can spend in your race seat.
Yeah, it's true. It's like we have really focused on getting our getting our fastest drivers in the seat for the later segments. Really expect the most of the performance.
Yeah, and when you look at these different races, because the endurance race has more points available to it, some teams have maybe put a lot of focus on that third race of the day, trying to secure more points. But the problem there, of course, is that if you have a disconnect, if for some reason you have a problem and you become, separated from the race, then you lose those points, or you would secure only last place. And that means that if you've put all your hopes on that one race, that one position, and it doesn't come through for you, you could find yourselves out of the competition. What you guys have done very, very well, and a few other teams have done it too, is secured those points early on, so that if something happened in race 3, you would still be okay.
The thing is, like, it's impossible to plan disconnects. They are just random, and we just hope that they will not happen to us. It's just part of the game, and every team on the grid has that issue. So and we hope to be lucky with it.
Yeah, it's like having a mechanical failure out on a circuit, isn't it? But look, it was a great race from you. You've got Red Bull on your shoulder. You've certainly got wings at the moment. You're flying, so well done to you. I'm pleased with that link there. I'm happy with that one. Chris has just come back into the studio as well. He was really impressed with your race, so well done, and thanks for speaking to us there, Robin.
Thank you.
Great stuff there. Robin's certainly flying high. I'm really pleased with that. Really pleased with that.
How many times did you practice it?
I didn't. I'm just like Alan Partridge. It just comes to me. I'm a natural.
What
can I say? There's not many times in my life that I get to compare myself to Alan Partridge and think that I've outdone him, but I think that was one of them.
Oh, well, we'll see about that. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
Exactly, yeah. Now, that race there, a couple of different talking points. One, of course, the disconnected team, Le Mans Legends. Now, they've taken 6 points. They've moved themselves on to 31. In fact, I think we can have a quick look at the points tally again, just to see where they currently stand for the Pro-Am teams. But they are on 31 points. We were chatting about this, weren't we, thinking 35 might be enough, or should be enough to see you through to tomorrow. So they just need to secure some. And I think, actually looking at the points, they can come last and gain enough points.
I think, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think they've probably done enough already, actually. With that 6 points that they got, I think that's probably enough. It was easy for us to kind of assume that they were going to be in the drop zone. But we've talked about this quite a few times already. You get a good result in for that first race, you should, get a good result. You get a win, then you should be okay, really. So I think the Le Mans Legends have kind of saved themselves with that brilliant performance that they had in the first race.
Yeah, because that'll be 40 points. 40 points it gives them a bit of breathing space, doesn't it? So it is interesting to see where they're going to be come the end of this race. We're going to lose 2 more pro teams, 2 more Pro-Am teams. We aren't going to be speaking to Gary Mitchell, but he did really well yesterday too. So it's great to see some really strong performances across the board. A couple of wobbles along the way though throughout that race. I thought the Lancia looked great out on track though.
Both cars were brilliant, actually, weren't they? It was really, really great to see 2 really iconic cars out there on track together, racing with each other. I mean, that save that Lazarus had was absolutely mega. So there were a couple moments like that. They weren't the only team that did that. There was a couple of teams that had a few moments out on track, and it was how they saved it, which was really fantastic to see. Stuff that they will I'm sure, I wouldn't say keep for a reel, but definitely they'll grab that clip and be sharing it around.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. When you look at the points, if you have a look at the different points as well, I don't want to bore people too much with the points where the teams currently stand, but going into this final race, the fact that the endurance has got more points available, there are, if you look at the pro teams' points at the moment, there's a few teams in the middle that are really kind of fighting for a certain number of points, but the Pro-Am, it's pretty much open to 3 or 4 teams that could go down, that we could be losing them tomorrow. It is that tight going into the final race, and when you think of how the big money comes in really on day 3 and day 4, you want to be in it, don't you? You've got to be in the game.
Yeah, this is a big changer. We spoke about this at the very start of the week, that the difference from getting to day 2 to day 3 is quite big, and money is things that a lot of people have been drawn to this competition by as well. It's just been that added incentive to go out there and do well. Just these guys in the Pro-Am class don't really know each other as teammates. They found out that these guys were going to be their teammates 2 weeks ago. It was picked out of a hat, so that's how they found out their teammates, and now they've had to work together, and the teams that have just gelled with each other and really worked as a team rather than 3 individuals are the ones that are going to walk away with more cash, definitely. But this endurance race, this is where bigger points are up for grabs.
Yeah.
We saw in a couple of in one of the classes yesterday how it just completely flipped around in the endurance race, with some of the lower teams getting up towards the front, and it was the Pro-Am class where we saw that actually, where at the start of the race we saw the teams down the back actually jump up to the front. So it's wide open. There's, I'd say, maybe 4 teams there that can go down at least, with Le Mans Legends just ahead of that, and similar in the pro classes, 2 or 3 at least that could be battling for the last of the spots to stay up.
Yeah, absolutely. So race 3 coming up now. We have got the Jag, the XJR9. We've also got the Sauber-Mercedes, the C9 racing at the Nürburgring. Bear in mind that although it is 6:30 here in the UK, in the west coast of America, it is 12:30 in the afternoon. In Australia, we're talking 3:30 in the morning tomorrow, our time. So there's lots of things to factor in. Let's have a quick look, shall we, at the highlights from that last race when we come back, race 3 with Chris and Harry.
And just like that, Harry Jacks is back with us in the studio. There, a look back at what we just saw in that second race. And second race is where we could see, of course, big points, big changes to the points. That's going to help us set the grid for race number 3, which is coming up next. So we have our first 2 races that have just been completed. The points from that will give us the grid for this third race. And then at the end of race 3, when we add the race 3 points onto the current points we have, we will lose the bottom 2 teams. Harry Jacks is back alongside me. Harry, it's very close in the points, isn't it? I'm just having a look here. The bottom 5 teams in the pro class are split by just 11 points. And then the bottom 4 teams in the Pro-Am class are split by 12 points. And when you look at how many points are up for grabs in this race, it is wide open, isn't it, as to who can go down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what kind of happens when you lose more drivers. Like, so from yesterday, we've lost 2 teams from yesterday coming into today. It means that when you're battling for position, each position is worth more points because there's less teams like taking points off of each other. You've got to really earn the points that you want. So because they're so evenly matched, they've been taking points off of each other, apart from sort of the top 2 or 3 teams in each class, which is why we see sort of down the the mid-table and the bottom end of the table of the drivers and championships for the teams. They're all really in amongst each other, and it's going to be a case of every position really will matter to pretty much every single one of them in the endurance race coming up. Now,
there's 11 points between first and second in this race. There's 20 points between first and fourth. So there are huge differences in the points. So it only takes Rise to go out there and finish second, say, and all of a sudden they're more likely to be guaranteed to stay up, and that means it's, you know, Williams Esports, for example, could be in the danger zone. So the 5 teams we're talking about in question in the pro class are, you know, Veloce, Total Performance Racing, Williams. Those 3 teams are teams that we saw as contenders for the overall win. Then Solar Vision and Rise. But Solar Vision and Rise, if they go out there and get a good result in this, then the other team might go down, and then one of those 3 is going to have to go, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility. I mean, pressure's on for these guys. They've really got to deliver now, and there's no more second chances. We've had the first 2 sprint races, you know, for you to try and get as many points on the table and, you know, build yourself a bit of a buffer. But now's the time where it's going to count the most, and you've got to make it happen now or never, quite literally.
And Le Mans legends, they're going to be starting down the back of in the midfield after that disconnect. They had such a good result in the first race, though, that they seem like they should potentially be okay. However, Endurance Elite, once again, the team yesterday that escaped on the final couple of laps, literally it was the final 2 laps, Endurance Elite managed to get themselves up to 4th place in the endurance race yesterday. That helped them stay up by 1 point. Now they are currently tied on points with Tech Rouge Rangers as to who's going to go down. So yeah, it's going to be a close one, isn't it? And Endurance Elite, once again, we've seen them perform under pressure, and they're going to have to do that again.
Yeah, they'll be looking to draw inspiration from their performance from yesterday in the endurance race. You know, as you say, we saw them almost with no hope through the majority of that endurance race, and out of nowhere they managed to creep into 4th place and save themselves by a solitary point. They're going to be looking at, you know, trying to repeat that antics if they can, because they're in a good shout. They're not quite as far behind as they were, but they've got to make sure they get maybe a top 5 finish should be enough for them.
Let's take a look at the track then. Once again, we're bringing in another new track. Monza we brought in for the first race today. Now we're bringing in another new track today. So Nürburgring is going to be the track for us, Harry.
Yeah, a real busy track compared to what we've seen so far. Now, with a lot of Le Mans going on, that Mulsanne does tend to take quite a bit of time to get down. But on this track, you can have no room for breathers. Some good overtaking opportunities, turn 1 into the hairpin and the chicane towards the end of the circuit before the Coca-Cola curve, of course, the final corner. You know, we should see some real hard-fought racing. There's no time for these guys to, you know, rest on their laurels. They're going to be busy, constantly, you know, going at it. I don't think we're going to see many breaks in the field. Of course, 2-hour racing does tend to lend itself to maybe getting a bit more of a field spread. We're probably going to see quite a few pit stops in this one as well, which we're going to have to try and keep on top of if we can. But ultimately, we've got some good ingredients, and hopefully we'll get a good race from it.
We're going to be seeing at least 2 or 3, aren't we? Let's get to the grid then. Let's show you exactly how the drivers are going to line up for this one. The final race of segment 2, and at the end of this, it will go from 7 to 5. Here is how it's going to line up in the pro class. The top 2 tied on points, Red Bull and Lazarus. Alexander Arnoux win for Red Bull.
Tobin, Lee for Lazarus. Row number 2. This is where it starts to get close in points in terms of teams that could go down. Veloce only 11 points away from the bottom position. They are in 3rd place. Total Performance Racing with Sean Arnold are 4th. Row number 3 then, Williams Esports, the last of the teams in the safe zone. Then the 2 teams in the drop zone, Solar Vision Racing and Rise Motorsport, the teams with a lot of work to do. Going to the Pro-Am class, LM Squad, the first of the Pro-Am teams to take a 2nd win. They start on pole position with Hairpin Heroes alongside, who had a really solid day at the office so far. Le Mans Legends, after that disconnect, drop from what was a guaranteed pole position to 3rd. Hot Lappers, good day for them so far. They are in 4th place. Then we go to row number 3 next. It's very close. Tetrud Rangers and Endurance Elite tied on points for 5th and 6th. We'll tell you what that would mean if that happens later. Apex Hunters at the back of the field with a lot of work to do. I think we should have a little bit of time to discuss it very quickly. If we had Tetrud Rangers and Endurance Elite tied on points later on, one of the teams has to go down, one of them has to stay up. Tell us what would happen.
Yeah, so we'll have basically a 1-lap shootout between the 2 of them. Obviously, we'll have to start one on pole. That'll go back on countback of their best result. And then we'll have basically 1 lap in these cars that are coming up around Nürburgring, the same circuit that they're going to be racing around. And basically, winner will take all.
I just hope, can we not just make this the end now? Can we not just do the 1-lap shootout now? How good would that be? In the Sauber C9, 1 lap around Nürburgring, and the winner stays up and potentially gets more money. The loser goes down. And talking about the money, let's have a look. So in the Pro-Am class, if you're to finish in 6th place, you get $2,500, $3,750 if you stay in 5th. So quite a big difference. And if you finish 4th, you get $5,000. So there's a potential, if you go down today and stay up, that you could be getting double the money.
Yeah, so I mean, if you if you don't make it today, then you're going to be missing out on a big opportunity tomorrow for a lot more money. But we'll have to see if that opportunity presents itself to any of the teams in terms of who's going to finish last or second last, and who's going to make it through to tomorrow and who's not.
It's going to be interesting going down towards turn 1, isn't it, in these cars? And that's where we're going next, the start of the race. What are you expecting from this?
Yeah, they're not going to be easy to get off the line. A lot of power in these things, 750 horsepower between the pair of them, essentially. That power each. They're going to be quite evenly matched. Pro cars and the Pro-Am cars, I don't think we're going to see too much lapping going on. I expect them to be quite closely matched. But yeah, turn 1, lap 1, I think we're going to see a lot of tyre smoke, a lot of locking up, and hopefully we don't see anyone facing the wrong way. If they are facing the wrong way, there is a bit of a kerfuffle into turn 1, then there's a long time for them to try and make up any lost time they might find themselves in. But ultimately, we want to see a clean start and see the race unfold.
Are you sure? You all just want to get to the start of the race, and that's where we're going next. Let's get straight down to the grid then and go to the endurance race, segment 2 here at the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. And at the end of this, we will go from 7 teams down to 5 teams. So this is a fight for survival, quite literally, in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Money up for grabs as well, so a lot to fight for, as well as pride, money as well, Harry.
Yeah, so a lot to fight for. Pride on the line as well for a lot of these drivers. Money, as you mentioned, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes as to that turn 1's going to be real spicy.
It's better being in this place, right?
Of course it is. It's a bit hot, but yeah.
You can just judge everyone, and there's nothing they can do about it.
No, there's a reason why I'm sat here and not be on the wheel anymore, because I wasn't good enough. Here we go.
Right, Red Bull to the right of picture, Lazarus to the left. We're at the Nürburgring, and we're about to get underway. The Jaguar XJR9 we can see in vision. The Pro-Am drivers will be set off 30 seconds later. Getting ready to go. You can see the tyres smoking already, and off we go. We're away and racing then in the endurance race on day 2 of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and the Red Bull car leading us down towards turn number 1. The Veloce car going a little bit deep on the brakes. Lazarus will tuck into second place. Total Performance Racing trying to nip up the inside and get second, and the predominantly green car there of Total Performance Racing, a brilliant start from them. They go from 4th place straight into second. Brilliant start from Total Performance Racing, and very shortly we will set off our Pro-Am field as well, and just like that, away they go in the Pro-Am field there, and the LM squad getting all out of shape off the line. The Hairpin Heroes sit in second. The Le Mans Legends is going to be the car right on the inside. That, the number 9, that is the LM squad They are going to lead the race. We're 3 wide behind. On the inside is the Hairpin Heroes. In the blue and white is the Le Mans Legends. They are trying to get through into 4th place in the early stages. That the LM squad lead, and everyone away nice and safely, Harry.
Yeah, hearted Malstar for Alex Harrison in that LM squad car, lighting up the rear wheels immediately off the line. The last thing you want to do is spin your car out in front of an entire field who are raging behind you trying to get through, but thankfully all through the first few corners, neat and tidy, and now LM squad looking to build a little bit of a gap while the guys behind are fighting it out.
Down towards the hairpin for the first time, and already a bit of a cushion here for LM squad, who you'd have to say are safe, but they want to get the most of the points and put themselves on pole position going into tomorrow. Not just pole position, but a front row lockout as well, because each team will have to put 2 drivers out in every race tomorrow, so they'd lock out that front row there, which would be good stuff from the LM squad. And already they've got a little bit of a gap. Same can be said for Red Bull Racing, leading the way as we cross the line to complete lap number 1 for 2nd place. A little bit closer though. Yeah, Red Bull safe of course for tomorrow, it looks like, and looking like they're going to put in one of those performances which sees them drive off into the distance. That's what they'll be hoping for at least, but obviously 70 laps of this circuit is going to be really challenging for the drivers, for the cars of course as well, and they want to try and clear off into the distance as best they can. Total Performance Racing, great start from them, up into 2nd. Looks like they're just about holding on to that from, I think, the Lazarus car behind them. Obviously Lazarus want to get onto the back of Red Bull if they can, because they want to be fighting, as you mentioned, the front row lockout up for grabs for the championship winners today. Although the points be reset tomorrow, it will determine the grid order if you can survive to make it through to day 3. Down to the hairpin for the first time. Total Performance Racing, we can see sat in 2nd place there, Lazarus in 3rd. As they make their way through the hairpin and back uphill towards the Michael Schumacher race. Sean Arnold in the car for the Total Performance Racing team. Red Bull Racing still leading the way. The top 3 getting away just a little bit here. Veloce are in 4th place through the left-hander for the first time. I just see one of the drivers, the driver graphics there, just the ghost driver, I think, leading the way. The return of Casper, is it? Yes, there we can see, look, it's the LM squad with Casper. I'm sure we'll see that at some point throughout the race, but back to more serious things on track. This is going to be around a 2-hour race, 70 laps on the board. Red Bull Racing leading, very close for 2nd. Lazarus look like they're about to make a move here, Harry. Yeah, lining up a move potentially on the brakes into turn 1, downhill braking into this corner. So easy to lock a brake as they showed the nose in the wing mirror of that Total Performance Racing car, but nothing doing this time around. So Solar Vision Racing have picked up a position on the Williams Racing team, so obviously they need to make sure they pick up as many points. They're in the drop zone as of the start of this race, are the Solar Vision Racing team. The team directly above them is Williams Esports, so they've got ahead of them on track off the line, so they'll be looking to push on, try and get some more points on the board and see if they can survive. It's all about survival this race, and here we go into the Pro-Am class. Down towards turn number 1, this your battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class, and smoking the tyres coming out of the corners. We're going to be seeing that a lot throughout this race as the hot lappers trying to make their way past the LM squad. And for the hot lappers, this is definitely a result they need. They're not currently in the drop zone, but they really aren't far away from it, Harry. They're only 4 points away from it at this current time, but with these points on the board, they would be seeing themselves through to day number 3. Yeah, again, we're now looking into the tactics of what the team would have been preparing for. Now, you're in 2nd place, there's great points on the table for you in that position if you wanted to stay there, or do you try and work with the leader? No, the Le Mans squad car doesn't look like they want to work with them. It must be said, going for an overtake for the lead into the hairpin. They've just about got the car stopped, preventing the cutback. So a little bit of a touch on the exit, but I think they've got that move complete. So into the lead go the hot lappers. Yep, good driving this from the hot lappers. Yet they haven't taken a win so far this week, but getting themselves into the lead, they're certainly getting off to a good start here and giving themselves a chance to go and challenge for their first win of the week. But I think Lazarus's patience is beginning to wear thin here. They're trying to get themselves through into 2nd. Yeah, what will please Lazarus at the moment, obviously, they're not looking at the bottom end of the table. They're thinking we're safe. We need to think about day 3 tomorrow and how it's going to affect our starting position for race 1.
Red Bull not driving off into the distance, although Lazarus are currently third, and we can see how close the Total Performance Racing car is to them. There is the entirety of it filling your screen. The Red Bull car still within view as well, so they know that they're not dropping off the back. We could end up with a good three-way fight, but plenty of time for this to sort itself out.
Yeah, we'll begin, I think it's a bit early in the race, isn't it, to begin to work out points, but we will certainly start to do that. I think once we've completed around 10 laps or so, we'll begin to work out exactly what the points are starting to look like and who needs to finish where. But the teams in the drop zone are Solar Vision Racing and Rise, Endurance Elite and Apex Hunters. Those are the 4 teams in danger of dropping down. Solar Vision Racing are in 4th place, so they're giving themselves a very good chance at staying up, sitting in 4th. Rise not quite, they're in 7th place. Endurance Elite and Apex Hunters, well, Apex Hunters, similar to Solar Vision, are in the fight for 4th place. Endurance Elite down at the back of the field, so they could do like Rise with getting themselves up the field.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a small mistake from the Veloce car at some point, because they're now down in 6th. Williams and Solar Vision Racing have jumped above them, so that's good for them. Rise obviously having a difficult race at the moment, stuck down in 7th behind that Veloce car. And if Veloce aren't careful, if they languish down there too long, they might find themselves obviously coming into the drop zone contention come the end of the race. But say we're only now going on to lap 5, so we're going to have to look at pit stops in this race, how the teams have managed the tactics and strategy on that side of things, the weather. Of course, we can see some fog lingering around the racetrack as well, so it'll be interesting to see if anything comes of that. Lots of factors for these teams to try and get on top of in an 2-hour endurance race.
Well, this is Apex Hunters, who are at the very bottom of the table in the Pro-Am class, so more than anyone, they need a good result. They're going to give this everything they have, and currently up into 4th place. They're doing a good job. They're giving themselves a fighting chance. We saw this with Endurance Elite yesterday. They were about 8 points behind anyone, and all of a sudden they gave themselves a good shot by moving themselves up into what was 4th place. Apex Hunters are doing exactly the same.
Yeah, they need to keep themselves calm and collected at the moment. They're in a good position. 4th is not a bad place to be at all at this early stage of the race. It gives you a good vantage point to move forward and see how the race unfolds, rather than constantly playing catch-up if you're towards the back end of the class, of course. And so they're really desperate for a good result. All they can do is focus on themselves, and it's out of their hands essentially in terms of what the other teams are up to. They just need to concentrate, get a good result for themselves, and hope the cards fall into place for them by the end of the 70 laps.
Well, it puts them on 32 points. Endurance Elite finishing down in 7th place. They would move on to 31 points. So it'd be very close between them two, but it's the Tech Rouge Rangers who are sat in, I believe it's 5th, and that would put them on 37. So it wouldn't quite be enough, but it wouldn't be far off, and there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be sort of getting into the zone, getting into a rhythm. That's what the main thing is for these longer races we see, one per day, the 2-hour race that ends today's proceedings. It's just settling into a nice rhythm, get comfortable in the car, get comfortable with the track. A lot of these drivers are perhaps coming off the back of the previous race. A lot of the drivers are maybe coming in for the first time. For example, Tobin Lee in the Lazarus car for the pro teams.
Yeah.
This is his first appearance in the super final altogether. Obviously, he's seen the events unfold. He would have been practicing hard for this race, his first race. So there's no excuses for anyone involved in terms of if it's your first race, if you've done all the races in the day, you should be prepared enough to make sure you deliver for what your team needs.
And Daniel McLeod is also in for the first time as well. He's in for the Le Mans Legends. This is his first race. So coming in, all he's got to do is just not make any mistakes. Just stay out there, bring it home, and he should see that team through to tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he's had a roller coaster of emotions today of absolute adulation with the win in the first race, and then despair as he's seen his teammate disconnected from the second race, and all of a sudden he's actually got an important job to do rather than just bringing the car home and focusing on tomorrow. They've got to keep a side eye on making sure they do get through to tomorrow, but I think, like you say, they should be safe unless the cards fall very difficultly for them, but I can't see that being the case.
We're going to have a few pit stops, aren't we, in this race? Definitely. These things really go through the fuel. I think we should see at least 2, right?
Yeah, if not more. I say it's going to be a case of what kind of strategies and tactics they've worked with. Obviously, a little bit of setup adjustment can be made to try and maybe reduce the pit stop amount by 1 if we're looking at a load of them, but we'll have to keep an eye out for who's going to blink first on that side of things. Obviously, we've seen Red Bull in the races that pit stops have featured going for that sort of undercut approach of pitting first, getting into clean air, and then putting the lap in that they need to get in front of the cars that they're battling with before the pit stops. But we'll see who takes on what kind of role in the pit stop window when it opens.
It seems only a matter of time before Total Performance Racing are going to take the lead of this race away from Red Bull Racing here, as they make their way now down to the left-hander at turn number 5, into 5, getting themselves through 6. This is where we see overtaken the hairpin at turn number 7, and Total Performance Racing, to me, look close enough now as we go down to the hairpin, and on board with Lazarus we can see Total Performance Racing trying to get down the inside, filling the mirrors there of the Red Bull car, can't quite find a way through. Although Nürburgring presents a lot of overtaking places, it seems a track that's quite easy to defend at. Would you say that's fair?
It is. It's one of those tracks where the straights aren't that long, especially when you're driving cars like these. The straights definitely aren't very long because you get to the end of them very quickly, and usually you're doing a couple of 100 miles an hour when you get there. So the focus is going to be on the exit of the corners, getting the power down as early as you can, minimising the wheel spin, using the little slipstream that you're going to have on these straights to then try and launch an attack into maybe turn 1, the turn 7 hairpin. This chicane up here is a good opportunity as well, but very difficult to get two cars in side by side. Equally difficult to get enough speed out of the previous turn to get the move done before you get to the braking zone. They really are going to have to try and muscle their way through if they're going to make any progress.
Well, we've seen Apex Hunters making progress, and they are in a position to potentially make a little bit more as well. Down towards turn number 1. And there goes a lunge down the inside, or almost a lunge. That was a big look down the inside there from Lazarus. In the end, thought the better of it, and it's taken the pressure off of Red Bull, hasn't it? Red Bull all of a sudden have just a little bit of breathing space now. Total Performance Racing are more concerned about what's going on behind them rather than what's going on ahead of them.
Absolutely. It's Alexander Arnoux in that Red Bull, and I don't know if it's just me, but every time we see him in the car, we tend to have a great race out front with lots of cars vying for first position. So we've got this trio who have broken away from the rest of the field, it has to be said, and they're going to have to sort themselves out sooner or later as we go back to the Pro-Am Class 2 wide into turn 1. The Apex Hunters up the inside, can't quite get the drive out of the corner, but they are looking hard for that way past.
Yep, Apex Hunters, we can see, trying to get themselves into 3rd place past the hairpin heroes. At the same time, they're trying to hold off the attack from 5th place as well as they come out of turn 4 towards turn number 5 we go. Apex Hunters, the team in vision, they're trying to fight for their survival. They've not got the best of chances. They've given themselves some work to do, 8 points behind the rest of the field, but the Apex Hunters now trying to fight their way through. If they can get themselves into the top 3, you'd have to say they'd stand a very good chance. They've got the Tech Rouge Rangers behind them, but they're trying to get past the hairpin heroes ahead of them as they come out of the hairpin and make their way uphill. Also in this fight is the LM squad as well. They're sat there in 2nd place, all allowing the hot lappers to escape out front.
Yeah, this will please Apex Hunters. You know, they're in that as we've got a battle going on for the Pro Class leaders. It looks like Total Performance Racing getting a great run on the Red Bull car, looking for that slipstream. They're going to have to go the long way round if they want to make this one stick. Late on the brakes, going in deep. It looks like they got the move potentially done, trying to get the traction going into turn 2. They're now on the inside. Arnoux in the Red Bull trying to hold it round there if he can, but I'm sure the Total Performance Racing car is going to squeeze him out of road, and into the lead goes the Total Performance Racing car. Lazarus trying to follow them through on the inside of turn 3, now sweeping through turn 4. The Red Bull car takes the inside line, and he's going to just about slide to a bit of contact as he tried to run wide, and Lazarus go through, but Red Bull being dragged onto the grass with contact. That's going to be one for the stewards, I'm sure.
Yep, this has all played out well for Total Performance Racing. That was a fantastic move around the outside. I think it was a case of braking on the racing line, wasn't it? Just allowed them to brake later. Lazarus have managed to sneak their way through into 2nd out of all of that, and Red Bull have lost a lot of time and they've gone down to 3rd. I'm sure we'll get to see it again at some point, but Red Bull Racing, unfortunately, now in danger of dropping back into 4th place. They've got the drivers in 4th and 5th catching them, which involves Solar Vision Racing. They're the team in 4th place, who are a team fighting for their survival.
Yeah, they'll be pleased to see that Red Bull car coming back towards them with that slight coming together with the Lazarus car. I'm sure there's a defence of Lazarus which will say our nose was alongside the Red Bull car, we were entitled to be left space, but of course normally if you're on the outside on the exit of the corner, you normally back out of that one because you're going to be squeezed off the circuit. Unfortunately it's the Red Bull car ahead that got dragged off the circuit with that bit of contact. but we'll wait to see if anything comes from it. But at the moment, yeah, they've gone from first to third now, looking in their wing mirrors to see if Solar Vision, a lot to fight for them. They're going to be hungry for that possible podium.
There's a long way to go in this race, though, but you know, this is all encouraging stuff for Solar Vision. But how about this? This is a four-way battle in the Pro-Am class. This is for second as well. It's being led by the LM squad. Hairpin Heroes in third, Apex Hunters in fourth, and then the Tetrude Rangers in fifth place. Doesn't really sound like race teams, does it?
My personal favourite. I mean, obviously I'm completely impartial to all the teams, but Hairpin Heroes.
Yeah, and Hairpin Heroes have just dived down the inside. That's Tetrude Rangers. They've dived down the inside to take fourth place, and a change for second there. Good driving from the Hairpin Heroes, who have gone through into second place.
Yeah, still side by side going into turn one, 2 by 2, quite literally. Noah's smiling down on them, it must be said, as they're trying to sort themselves out through turn 1, 2, lighting the rear wheels up, smoke pouring off the rear end of these Sauber-Mercedes as they make their way through the first sector. Still, nothing to separate them, can't get a piece of paper between them.
Yeah, still side by side here. That is the Apex Hunters now stuck on the outside here of the Tetrude Rangers, and they managed to get their way through. So Hairpin Heroes somehow emerged from that still in second place. Then we have the Tetrude Rangers at the back of this queue. We are looking at the Apex Hunters, the LM squad also involved in this as well as they go down towards the hairpin. This on lap number 10 of 70. The Hairpin Heroes at the head of this queue on the inside of the LM squad, and here go the Apex Hunters now drawing alongside the LM squad, and through they go into third place. Good driving that from the Apex Hunters, who go through to third place.
Yeah, beautiful opportunistic move. They saw the two of the head of them battling, and they recognised that there's going to be space on the inside to follow them through, and that's exactly what they did. LM squad falling back through this train of 4 cars. They need to be careful that they don't lose a further position and fall to the very back of this train. There's a long way to go, but track position definitely means quite a lot on such a narrow, twisty track like this one.
Well, this is massive, this for the Apex Hunters. They're on 37 points with that move now, and that should be enough to keep them up. So
Le Mans squad have dropped to the back. They've been overtaken by Tetrude Rangers there as well. So in the space of a lap, they've pretty much gone from the front of this train to the very back of it.
Yeah, the Le Mans squad at the back, as you said, but up into third place. Now, Endurance Elite, they are on 22 points at the moment. They're at the back of this field, so Apex Hunters jump ahead of them. The Tetrude Rangers, they are just behind, aren't they? They're just behind the team in question here, the Apex Hunters. So they're going to be tied on points. So yes, the Apex Hunters might just be doing enough to pass them as well. Too much going on for me to sit down properly and work it out, but all will be revealed. I'm sure we stick with the Apex Hunters, who, if they can get into second place, that will give them another 4 points, and that will drag them above 40 points, which you'd have to say on paper that should be enough, surely, to stay up, fighting for survival. And the Apex Hunters, that's exactly what they will be looking to do here as we now come through the hairpin and make our way up to the Michael Schumacher S.
Yeah, what will be pleasing them the most is, they're obviously bottom of the championship order coming into this race. They've got into, let's say 4th or 5th place in this race, and they've not lucked into that position and then sort of slowly fell through the field. They're actually taking the fight to the guys at the front, and they're looking at a possible second. You see they're all over the back. They've gone a bit deep there, a little bit of contact maybe with the car at the front of this train that we've got, and now the car on board with that we've got a great run looking at the underneath of that Sauber-Mercedes in front, but I don't think they're going to quite get enough of a momentous run into the chicane to make a move. They won't. They'll have to sit back and try and plan something later on, perhaps into turn 1, depending on their exit out of the Coca-Cola curve.
LM squad can see Apex Hunters trying to get past the Hairpin Heroes. The battle we have on our screen, we are on board with the Tetrude Rangers, the LM squad, the car at the back of this queue, and if anything, the LM squad are struggling to hold on to these three, aren't they? Despite the fact that these three are battling as well. We go through to number 1. It's a great battle. This is a real fight for survival. You can tell that there are teams in this fighting for their survival. The Tetrude Rangers involved in that, and the Apex Hunters, the main team that need big points in this race. Like we said, I was saying to Bryn, in the Pro-Am class, we saw a reverse. When we got to the last race yesterday, we're seeing exactly the same thing, because we've got the hot lappers out there who are 4 points away from safety. They are leading the race.
in the Pro-Am class. And then we've got one of the teams in the bottom two up in third place, fighting for second place. So fantastic stuff. Endurance Elite struggling a little bit, but both Tech Rouge Rangers and Apex Hunters, who are in that fight for survival, are up there at the front. So all our leaders are in the championship are down at the back.
That's the caveat, is it? LM squad, the leaders of the championship, the Pro-Am class, going into this race down in 5th and struggling to keep up with these guys who are fighting for survival. It's the beauty of the Super Final and the way the format works, is that every race there's an opportunity for any driver in every team to make a name for themselves and do absolute bits for their team to get them where they need to be and try and survive for day 3. That's the name of the game for these guys at the moment.
Let's find out exactly where we are in points. We're on board here with the Apex Hunters coming down the start-finish straight. Harry, do you want to? Harry, you can just talk for a while.
Yeah, I was just looking at the gaps of the Pro class, and I saw that the Veloce and the Rise car obviously were back in the 6th and 7th, but they're quite a long way off the rest of the pack. I don't think we've seen any pit stops from them. You see, look at the gap there. Williams is at 7 seconds off the lead, but then back to the Veloce car, it's about 24 seconds that they're behind. So they've lost an awful lot of time. Maybe it's just a track and car combination that doesn't suit them, but they're both, Veloce and Rise, really struggling at the moment.
Right, so Apex Hunters will be on 37 and Tech Rouge Rangers will be on 40. That's where we're at. So the car we're on board with, at the moment it's going down, basically. It's going to be eliminated. However, if it passes the Hairpin Heroes, it will stay up by 1 point.
Now, if you were driving that car, would you want to know that information?
No.
No? Extra pressure on your shoulders?
Yes. I personally, I just want to just race as normal.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So, especially in the heat at the moment, adrenaline's pumping, and you turn up to this race thinking we're in last place at the moment. It's a long shot, and then you 10, 15 laps into the race, you've got really good pace, and you're actually fighting for a second. And I would argue that if they got in front of this car, they might be able to pull a bit of a gap as well and have a bit of a comfort buffer, and that would really sort them out. But obviously they've got to make the move first, and that's the most difficult thing.
That's the other car, though, that's fighting for survival as well, the Tech Rouge Rangers. So fascinating stuff, isn't it? And this is where this format is really coming into play as we now make our way through the right-hand hairpin that leads us onto the start-finish straight. And that's it. That's survival just ahead of us. The Apex
It's tantalising, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, in terms of we talk about the prize money that's involved. If they go down, they're going to go down in 6th place. They'll take 2,500. They stay up and go into day 3. They could finish 4th and take 5,000. They could double the money.
Yeah, it's really interesting just looking on that onboard of Apex Hunters, how they're just ever so slightly taking a different line to the car that they're chasing, just to try and get any kind of advantage on the exit of a corner, just to try and stay out of that dirty air through the corners. And they just can't find enough of a gap to stick their nose up the inside. They can't get enough of a run out of the corners either to make a move happen, but they're pushing and pushing and pushing. I'm sure sooner or later they're going to force an error with the amount of pressure they're applying.
Well, it looks like they're just having a debate about going down the inside of the hairpin, and you can see just how close they're getting. The Hairpin Heroes really are feeling the pressure there, aren't they? Hairpin Heroes are one of the teams that are safe, but they really are feeling the pressure, and that's the even more frustrating thing for the Apex Hunters as they now come through the left-hander to the right, leads us on to the back straight. Up to the chicane now, and this is where one of the major overtaking opportunities. But I mean, the Hairpin Heroes haven't made a mistake, have they? Really, since from the last sort of 5 to 6 laps, since the pressure has been like this, they haven't put a foot wrong, and that's what's left the Apex Hunters behind all this time.
Yeah, great driving, it must be said, by Hairpin Heroes to not make a mistake under the kind of pressure they are. Obviously, they're probably not under that much pressure outside of this race going on, because they're not particularly at risk of going down. Then it's not exactly like they're on a fight for survival. Points are good for them, of course, but they're not as desperate as the cars behind them.
Yeah, you say that, but if they were to not finish the race, then they wouldn't be far away from potential dropping down. It's that close, isn't it? So Apex Hunters, we look back from the Hairpin Heroes, we see the Apex Hunters just behind us, and a bit of a mistake from the Apex Hunters there, and It looks like the Tetrarudge Rangers managed to find a gap on the inside. Wasn't quite able to get through though, so a mistake there from the Apex Hunters. They've got to be careful of that. They've got to remember, just like they're fighting survival, the team behind them are as well.
Yeah, pushing hard for so long can lead to that kind of error being made. So turn 4 just picked up a bit of understeer on the way in, and obviously it left the door wide open for Tetrarudge Rangers. They couldn't quite get far enough alongside, as Apex Hunters still had a track position on the exit to drive away from them. But those are the kind of opportunities, if they present themselves, you've got to try and be taking them to the best of your abilities. We're seeing how hard it is to make these moves, and you know, when the teams in front make a mistake, you've got to try and capitalise on them.
Making their way now through turn number 11 into the back straight and through T12 they go. Apex Hunters, I wonder if they're just starting to settle down a bit and go, you know, let's just settle in behind for a couple of laps and, you know, let the tyres cool down a bit and then go for another move, because they've been pushing hard on those tyres for a long time.
Yeah, it's very possible. So they're in a position where I'm sure they'd love to get in front and see if they could pull away at the front of this train, but they just cannot get the move done. But then obviously they're so glued to the back of that car in front that it shows that they've got great pace, that they're not falling away from them, even though they're obviously driving offline to try and make something happen for them. As we see Richard Mills there in the bottom right corner looking relaxed as ever for Tetrarudge Rangers.
It's like he's lying down on his sofa.
Yeah, we'll see if he's maintained that position or if he's sat completely bolt upright by about lap 65 as the pressure really ramps up to make those positions count.
Very relaxed indeed with Tetrarudge Rangers driver we ride on board with, and just dropping back slightly now. Apex Hunters starting to wind it up a little bit. They're fighting for survival. They get into second place, the Apex Hunters, and that is them safe for now, because we are not even nearly halfway through this race. This is going to be a real tough race, and it looked like there was maybe a little bit of contact there. We haven't checked in with what's going on in the pro class for a long time. The battle for the lead is as close as this. Total Performance Racing and Lazarus right nose to tail as they go down to turn 1 on lap number 70.
Yeah, important for Lazarus this one to try and see if they can take the championship lead away from Red Bull to then start with a front row lockout tomorrow. So Total Performance Racing, now they're under a little bit of pressure from the drop zone. They're only 8 points above Solar Vision Racing at the start of this event, and obviously a first or a second is going to do absolute wonders for them. So I guess they're not too bothered about losing the lead. Of course, they'd want to go take a win if it's on the table for them, of course, but they don't want to be risking too much, as the battle for third has intensified with Solar Vision Racing, the car you can see there chasing the Red Bull, currently sat in third position.
Solar Vision Racing doing a good job to try and hold their survival. Now, we haven't really worked out. I guess let's try and work out, shall we, exactly what the score is in the pro class. Solar Vision Racing, we ride on board, we look at there in the number 32 there, so 4th place for them. They've done a good job, haven't they? They've closed in Red Bull. After Red Bull made that mistake, I'd expected that they would have disappeared back off, but Red Bull have really struggled to disappear off into the distance and close those leaders back in again. They've found themselves having to deal with this constant pressure from Solar Vision Racing. Yeah,
they've acted as a cork in the bottle on a few occasions in the Super Final so far, where they've been at the front, obviously, because they've had strong starts to the day, and then they end up in a car or a track combination that doesn't quite suit them. And then, yeah, they're in the lead, they've got track position, but then when they start losing that track position, they aren't able to fight back and try and get these positions back from the cars that they lose them to, and they end up falling back into the clutches of the cars that are chasing them down. And so this gap, when they went down to third place, was a good couple of seconds, but obviously the laps have gone by. Solar Vision Racing have been working hard at bringing that gap down, as we keep saying, fighting for their survival for day 3. So they're hungry to get that third position just to try and give themselves the best opportunity possible. But like we've seen with the Pro-Am class as well, catching is one thing and passing is quite another. Well, how's your maths going over there?
Well, basically the difference is 7 points between Williams and Solar Vision. And the difference between finishing 4th and 5th is 3 points. So they're split by 4 points.
Yep, so at the moment, so that's why Solar Vision Racing will be desperate to get past that Red Bull
they're
car.
They're on 38, and they're currently on 38 points. Shima Takaya has company at home. And 34 points for Solar Vision Racing. I'm going to assume he has a live audience.
So he's currently 7th, isn't he, in the Pro-Am class. So that's 6th place just in front of them. Obviously, they're not in a particularly. Sorry, this is the Rise car, isn't it? Sorry, so this is the pro teams that we're on board with, as far as I can see. So they're looking to try and take 6th place from Veloce, I believe it is. That's in front of them. So these two struggling a little bit. Well, I say a little bit, quite a lot compared to the rest of the pro class. Reasons for that are a little bit unknown to us at the moment as to why they're not on the pace. So 5th place is 10 seconds behind the leaders, 6th place Veloce 30 seconds behind. So that's a monumental gap. So whatever happens in these two, I don't think they're going to be able to make any further progress.
Let's go. This is back to this battle with the Tetrud Rangers.
Where's Apex Hunters gone from this?
Now where are they? Are they ahead or have they dropped behind? I'd say more likely it's the latter, right?
Got Hairpin here is 2nd, Tetrud Rangers 3rd. Have they made a pit stop perhaps? They're down in 7th, so I reckon it must be a pit stop. 45 seconds off the lead, that would work out about right.
Well, it's either two things, right? It's either an early pit stop or a complete disaster has happened and they've found themselves off into the gravel.
Yeah, let's for their sake, let's hope it's a pit stop. Although if it's the latter, it probably lead to a pit stop anyway, potentially. So no one else following them in at the moment, especially not these two on screen, or the car languishing in the background, just keeping a close eye on proceedings. As that's the LM squad that's behind these two. Obviously, they were at the front of the train that we found them in, but they've fallen by the wayside.
Well, Tetrud Rangers looking to make a move here on the Hairpin Heroes. If we see one of these teams come in the next couple of laps, then I think we'll know, probably a pit stop. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm going to be very concerned for what happened to the Apex Hunters. But let's concentrate on what we see. Tetrud Rangers trying to go around the outside of Hairpin Heroes. It would have given them the inside, but not quite able to find a way through. And the LM squad are slowly starting to get a little bit closer here.
Yeah, they did drop away, didn't they, over the last few laps? But obviously, as the battling continues and the defensive lines have to be taken by the car leading these duo, then that gives the LM squad a chance to close in and capitalise on the time lost. But they're still quite a way out of striking distance for the time being.
Around the hairpin, Tetrud Rangers just trying to keep this pressure up. They've clearly, some way or another, an opportunity's opened up for them now, and this has now made them the team that are safe rather than vice versa, because Apex Hunters were in a potential position to put themselves into 2nd and into safety, but for whatever reason Apex Hunters are now down in 7th, which puts Tetrud Rangers in a more comfortable position.
It does for the time being. Obviously, we'll have to again wait and see if that strategy coming into it. Of course, 2 hours does provide the opportunity to make those kind of strategy calls. And pit for an early pit stop, get some fresh tyres on the car. Maybe that's going to make the difference instead of the heavy fuel load.
We don't want to talk too long about it because it maybe isn't the case, but if you're struggling to get past a car, then early pit stop is usually the way you go, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And say it seems the most logical at the moment because they haven't fallen any further behind. Obviously, it's 45 seconds, isn't it, at the moment? So they've not fallen further behind with any potential damage if they've had an off anywhere. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and see if we can get any kind of confirmation from anyone here as to whether that's the case or whether there has been an incident. But I think at the moment, with the gap sort of stabilising, so obviously the race leader of the Pro class has really been dominating in this race so far, haven't they? They've not put a foot wrong. They've been pulling away from the rest of the field. That's the Hot Lappers car that has been leading the way from start to lap 20 so far, and have been pulling away at quite a comfortable rate. And then the Apex Hunters have made a pit stop. They're not losing time to the race leader, so that's good pace, even though they're down in 7th.
We're seeing lovely shots of the car now. Let's talk about the car we're using in the Pro class here. The design of the car, you see the body, the side panels of the car, really iconic, isn't it? Those, and a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, covering over the sides of the rear wheels just to try and enhance that aerodynamic performance, the efficiency that you need to be competing in things like
we'll come back to that.
Battle going on.
Yeah, Lazarus down the inside of Total Performance Racing, and they're going to be on the outside now going through turn number 2, and Lazarus not able to get that move done, but that was a first big attempt for a long time there from Lazarus Racing, but not quite able to make the move stick.
Yeah, opportunity presented itself. Tobin Lee behind the wheel of that Lazarus car, looking at the Total Performance Race car ahead. Just saw a slight gap on the inside, went for it, but the difficulty of turn 1 is because it's pinched on the exit to then open up turn 2. You can never quite get the run out unless you're going to try and risk running the other car completely out of track, which normally land you in the steward room somewhere, so not always the smartest thing to do. Tobin obviously recognising that and lives to fight another day.
Well, he's
made his intentions clear that he wants to get by and get by very quickly in that Lazarus racing car. But nice bits of kit to end the day on here in day 2.
Yeah, so as we mentioned before, the wheel fairings, the bodywork fairings covering those rear wheels, maximising the efficiency of the car. That's what you need, especially at a track like this. Every mile an hour really counts. It's just a classic car. It was a Jaguar XJR9 that they're in the 1988 version. 750 horsepower, 7-litre V12 engine screaming away behind you. It's not a bad place to be, is it?
No, it's a scary place to be, but
yes.
It's not bad either, depending on whether you like going fast or not. So
it was a brilliant car. It achieved so much in its time. There was 6 victories in the 1988 championship, including the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So an all-conquering vehicle that they're getting the pleasure to drive. As behind, we've got Solar Vision Racing, who have passed Red Bull Racing and Williams as well, looking to find their way through. So these 3 are going hammer and top, but Solar Vision Racing up into a podium position.
Now, Solar Vision Racing, that puts them up into 3rd place, doesn't it? So with that, they gain 5 more points, and with that, they are now safe. That drops Williams into the elimination zone. So a big, big move there. Solar Vision Racing by 1 point should stay up. If the checkered flag were to wave now, they'd stay up by 1 point ahead of Williams. But Red Bull look to be struggling at this stage, don't they, Harry? It looks as if Williams may be making a move on them as well, because already Solar Vision are starting to pull a gap.
Yeah, you can bet your bottom dollar that it will not stay like this until the checkered flag in on the 70th lap. Red Bull really struggling for pace, aren't they? They seem to ebb and flow in this championship between sort of all conquering and dominating, and then struggling to just come home in the midfield, perhaps. So interesting dynamic going on in the team there. But yeah, Solar Vision Racing doing what they need to do. But the unfortunate thing for them is they're sort of dragging Williams along with them.
That's an interesting point, isn't it? It's the team that you need to beat, you're kind of helping out, but you have to make the move, don't you? So
you've got to do you know, first and foremost, you take care of yourself and your team. So you drive as fast as you can. If the other team latch onto you, then not a lot you can do about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look then at the overtake. That saw Solar Vision go ahead.
Yep, so this is into the chicane at the end of the lap. So going in deep was the Red Bull, wasn't it? And Solar Vision Racing judging it to perfection to get the undercut on the second part of the chicane, then into the Coca-Cola curve, the final corner, getting the move done under brakes, and then that's how they snatched 3rd place from Red Bull. So another mistake from the Red Bull car, costing them a position.
If anything now, Solar Vision want Williams to at least make an attempt, so Red Bull have to defend it, and then they get a gap, don't they? That's really, I guess, would almost be the best case scenario for them. But either that, or they just got to start defending themselves, and they're hoping at some point they get a bit of a break. But they're into 3rd, and they are safe provisionally, and it would mean Williams drop out of the competition by 1 point. It would be 39 points for the Solar Vision team and 38 for the Williams team.
It's so close, isn't it? It's funny to think that they go through 4 hours of racing just to battle over one point being the difference between coming back tomorrow or not. One team that doesn't necessarily have to worry about coming back tomorrow is Lazarus. They seem to be pretty comfortable, and as things stand, they will probably be looking at a front row lockout tomorrow, obviously, when we introduce the 2 driver per team format, which that'll be interesting to see how that develops. But obviously all the teams have got to try and make sure they get to that point first of all.
Let's quickly talk about that format then. So from tomorrow onwards, we're going to see more than 1 driver from each team on track together.
Yeah, so we'll have the same racing format, so 2 1-hour races, and then the 2-hour endurance race at the end. But obviously, instead of the individual cars per team, we'll see 2 cars per team fighting over championship points. So that's Tetra Reed Racing making a pit stop and then immediately almost binning it off into the gravel at turn 1. So easy to do, cold tyres. You're so desperate to get back into the action that before you know it, the gravel's arrived and you look a bit of a plonker. But thankfully, they didn't quite end up in there.
Yeah, it's so judgmental. They've just come out the pit lane.
I'm allowed to do it because I've done it. That's what I've got the experience of.
Look at that. I mean, they were screwing all over the place, weren't they? Coming out of the pit lane there, the back end getting all loose just as they were trying to turn the pit limiter off. They almost found themselves spinning around.
So who is it in front of them? Is that Apex Hunters in front of them? Because obviously these two were neck and neck before Apex Hunters made the pit stop, and it is. So they've got the undercut, and it's worked to their benefit by about 1.5 seconds. So the interesting one is going to be if looks like that Total Performance Racing maybe in the pits. We're just seeing the top of the live
I'm not too sure. They were right with Lazarus.
Yeah,
so I think that's Lazarus getting the place back, I think.
But yes, for these two, the Tetra Reed Rangers and the Apex Hunters, they were battling, obviously on track with Hairpin Heroes, I think it was, wasn't it? So we'll see.
Right, let's have a look at the pit stops are being made. So we've got people coming into the pits. I think this is someone almost misjudging their entry into the pits. This is Tetra Reed Rangers, and at this point, halfway round the corner, they're going to go, actually, we'll come in. Are they allowed to? They're not allowed to do that.
I would be very surprised if they were. Yeah, I mean, there's a pit entry specifically made for the pits if you want to go in there, and that's definitely not the way you do it. So
no,
I'd imagine the stewards will be onto that, and then whether it'll be a time penalty or a points penalty, perhaps, if they feel that's appropriate, then we'll have to wait and find out. But it seems like a silly thing to do, really, doesn't it? Like, why would you risk doing that kind of thing? It might gain you half a second at most, because, you know, obviously coming in from a wider angle like you would any corner, but at the risk of getting a time penalty, it seems like a very strange thing to be doing.
Well, they're fighting for survival, the Tetra Reed Rangers. They're tied on points with Endurance Elite, with Apex Hunters only 8 points back, who are ahead of them. So why on earth would you do that? That's very strange. It's not like you can go, oh, oops, I turned in a bit early and now I'm in the pits. Oh, well, I might as well take a pit stop while I'm here.
Yeah, you can't blame that on input lag from your device. I did turn for it, but it didn't react for a couple of seconds until just before the pit wall arrived.
Well, we'll wait to hear if anything comes from race control there. I'm sure they'll be looking at it. But in the meantime, this is the Rise Motorsport car we can see in vision now as we come into the left-hander at turn number 10. So the Veloce car is the car we are on board with. Rise just behind us. This is the battle for 6th place in the Pro class.
Yeah, if you ever wondered what the front of the Jaguar XJR9 looked like, you're getting a pretty good view of it front to back of the Veloce car. There you go. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of damage to the front left corner of it, mind. So I hope that's not impacting their performance too much. But these two have been sort of nose and tail for the last few laps at the very least. Just Rise trying to work some kind of opening.
Out of the chicane, Hairpin Heroes.
So they've made their pit stop then, haven't they? They've made the pit stop and come out back ahead of Tetra Reed Rangers, but I think Apex Hunters have cleared this battle that was raging before the pit stop window opened. So Apex Hunters up into 2nd place now. They resume, so they've gained the position on the pair of them.
Here we go. This is a replay from one of the. Oh, look at look at the rear wing. Here we go, coming up.
Is he on the back of another car? Well, when they said overtake him, that's not. They didn't mean quite literally in the pit lane, did they? But there you go.
That would cost just a few quid.
Can you imagine being the driver that was at the bottom of that and just wondering what on earth is going on? So the car just drives over the top of you. Amazing.
Well, there's nothing you can do there, is there? There you go. Interesting stuff, but that's a way to get through. Total Performance Racing ahead of Lazarus now.
Yeah, so that's just about how they were before the pit stop window. So maybe Lazarus got the jump on them almost in the pit stop, but then Total Performance Racing just said no and decided to take it back on the pit exit.
It was obviously very close coming in, wasn't it? So who haven't we had come in then? Because we're seeing everyone come in. So who is missing? Who hasn't come into the pits? Hot Lappers have. So Apex Hunters are now 2nd.
Yep, that's a big move for them. So that's important.
That's confirmation, signed and sealed, that was tactical, that they came in early. They decided that they wanted to get a clear track when the early pit stop. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the live ticker as well. The Williams car's showing is in 3rd now, ahead of the Solar Vision Racer car, with the Red Bull car in 5th. So in the pit stop phase again, it's changing positions. Yeah. There is the Williams car.
That's a big change.
And that is so big changes in both classes during the pit stop window.
Yeah, that's a huge change that for Williams. They've gone ahead, like you said, and that's them now safe in terms of points. So really good driving this from Williams, and this is how the endurance races can change so massively, because for a while it may have seemed that Williams didn't have the pace, but they were probably just saving fuel or something like that, isn't it? There's a good chance that maybe they were just doing that.
Or you can just bide your time and wait for that pit window to open, because you know that's where you can make the difference, rather than just driving behind another car waiting for a mistake.
Yeah.
But the good news for us is, because they've pitted around lap 24, 25, it should mean that there's another round of pit stops to come, about maybe lap 50-ish, and before they then go to the end after that one. So we'll see if anything else plays out when we get there.
Yeah.
But for now, obviously a lot's changed in that pit stop window, but it's benefited Williams massively.
So yeah, we'll have to find out where we are in terms of.
You're going to be a proper mathematician by the end of this race, aren't you, with your live workings out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just scribbling all over paper here now, isn't there? It's
You you just commentate, Harry, and I'll throw in every now and then.
Yeah, it's Isaac
There you can
Price.
see Isaac, yeah.
He took the win yesterday, didn't he, around in the Silverstone race that they had. So he put in a pretty dominant performance then. So he's got he's pretty warmed up in terms of overtaking. As you can see him turning the wheel, going through turn 1. So I don't think they're going to be able to make too much of an inroad into the Total Performance Racing and Lazarus lead that they've got and the lockdown they've got on sort of the front 2 positions. But a podium, we'll have to wait and see if that would potentially be enough or not for them. But ultimately they've just got to push on, try and build a gap to Solar Vision Racing. Obviously that's their main rival for survival. And see how that plays out as the laps go by.
Yeah, there's 7 points between them. That's the main thing we have to focus on. Plenty of time for that battle to play out, though. So we will certainly be keeping an eye on it. This is the Tech Rouge Rangers who had that quite peculiar pit entry. I think that would have hurt if you did that in real life. That's a big bump there, isn't it? There's a reason that you cannot go into the pits there because. Yeah,
and these cars don't have a lot of ground clearance either, so he definitely would have felt that one in a region that's not very comfortable, that's for sure.
Yeah, basically. Tech Rouge Rangers sat behind. This is the battle for 3rd place. Hairpin Heroes in 3rd as they come into the right-hander there at turn 7. Right, Solar Vision Racing have lost a lot of time in that pit stop window, as we said. They could do with getting their foot down a little bit here. They've got to try and keep Williams within arm's length when we get to that 2nd pit stop window, and they've got to try and get the move back. So the difference between 3rd and 4th points is 5 points, so there's an extra 5 points now between Williams and Solar Vision, which brings the gap up to 12.
The thing is between them, isn't it?
Swing the other way.
It's going to be, it's not just gaining 5 points, it's also then taking 5 points off of your rival as well. So it's like a 10 point, it's like a 10 pointer or a 6 pointer in football terms, of course.
Yeah.
So where they you play each other and then you really benefit from beating the team you fight against. Same here, if they can gain that position, they're essentially a 10-point swing in it.
Now we haven't really had a lot to say about Rise Motorsport so far, but they're 9 points back from safety, and they're down in 7th. So there's going to need to be some big changes out on track for them to survive now, because they're about 20 seconds back from 5th place, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean the teams directly above them at the moment are Solar Vision Racing, Williams Esports, and Total Performance Racing, and they're currently sat 1st, 3rd, and 4th at the moment, aren't they? Yeah, so it's not looking good for Rise at the moment. Obviously, we know from yesterday's endurance race we can't write anyone off until the checkered flag waves. But at the moment, things aren't looking promising for them as they're battling with Veloce down in 6th and 7th. So quite a disappointing race at the moment for the pair of them. But long way to go. Things can change. We'll hope for their case that it does.
A long way to go in the race, like we said. Maybe that, who knows? They might be trying to go for a real different strategy. But unlikely. But more likely the case that they're just struggling for pace in this one. But if this is the end of the road for them, then they put in quite a good performance throughout yesterday and throughout earlier today as well. But we're getting closer to half race distance now. This is the 3rd race of the day on day 2, and the race that will see us go from 7 teams in each class down to 5 teams in each class, and that is where we see a big change to the competition. As Harry has mentioned already, we get more than one driver from each team, 2 drivers from each team out on track together tomorrow, giving us 10 drivers from each class, in total 20 overall, which will be a busy circuit out there, which is what we want to see. This is Sean Arnold, we can see now the bottom right hand side of your picture. He is leading the way in the Pro Class for Total Performance Racing, ahead of the Lazarus Racing team. Total Performance Racing deserve a win, don't they? They really do deserve a win with some of the performances they put in. They haven't really been rewarded for their performances so far.
No, I'm sure their statement after this race, if it were to finish this way, would be, this is what we can do. Yeah. Pretty much the majority of the races we found them involved in unfortunate incidents early on, which has sort of tapered away their potential for those races, and they've always been putting in good recovery drives, but this is almost the first opportunity we've had to see them where they've been out front, they've avoided the incidents around them, and now we're actually seeing what kind of outright pace they've got, and they've got the ability to take it to the likes of Lazarus and Red Bull.
It would be the 5th different winner in the class, wouldn't it? I don't believe they've not won yet, have they?
I don't believe so, no.
It's been two for Red Bull, two for Lazarus. Veloce won, Williams have won as well, but Total Performance Racing yet to win. 5 different winners.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? That's
and they would be the 5 teams going through as well.
Yeah, it's more than half of the entry list for each class that they would have won a race.
Yeah.
So it just shows the depth of field, and the quality that's on display for everyone to look at. And speaking of quality, we've got the Veloce car there in 6th, the Rise car still chasing them down. You can see, just looking around the car, there is quite a few scuff marks on it. I wonder if they've been in the wars a little bit, maybe they lost some performance. The pair of them, that's the only sort of logical explanation I can find as to why they're struggling so much.
Yeah.
Unless they just don't get on with the car and track combination. But unfortunately, that's part of the beauty, the format that the Super Final has. You've got to have a really wide range of skill and ability to master everything that's thrown at you.
Now they're all the way down in 6th place, so that's a team that I don't think we haven't paid enough attention to that, because Total Performance Racing are ahead of them on points. Williams jump ahead of them on points. Solar Vision are 9 points behind Veloce, and the difference in points scored, let's see, 6th place Veloce are going to get 12, and Solar Vision, they are in 4th place, and they are going to get 18.
So would we get our 1 lap shootout?
Wow, that would be... Now they would be split by 1 point.
Oh, so close. So very close.
That is very close. I've got to say, it's taken us 30 laps to really realise that, but Veloce are in danger here of going down.
Maybe this is why Schmitz is back behind the wheel, but he's not in his aquarium anymore.
He's not in the aquarium.
He's changed colour, and unfortunately his performance has changed compared to yesterday, where we saw him hold on to a brilliant victory in the endurance race then, but roles reverse at the moment, where he's sort of struggling to almost get the car out of last place in class, unfortunately for him, but trying his hardest to tame that Jaguar. 40 seconds off the lead currently, and even sort of about 24 seconds behind the car in front, so it's difficult to see where they're going to gain any positions for the remainder of the race, but we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, so he's on 37 points. Solar Vision up in 4th place. Now that gives them 16 plus 18. Right?
34.
34, there you go. So it's close. It's very close.
Just a couple of points either way is going to make the difference. We saw it yesterday with Endurance Elite pulling off. The Great Escape quite literally surviving by 1 point. It was the 9th place had 19, 8th place had 20, and then 7th place had 21. They were just 1 point apart, and they managed to survive. It's such fine margins in this super final. That means you either come back tomorrow for another go at it, or you collect your prize money and walk away.
Extremely close in terms of points. We're getting towards half race distance, so lots of times for things to change here. Let's talk about these guys. Hot lappers. Wow, they're going to be the 5th different winner in Pro-Am. And like what we have in Pro, all the teams that are going to go through are going to be race winners.
Yeah, so I don't want to jinx anything at this stage, but if they do go on to win this race, it's such a dominating performance. You wonder why they're not able to repeat it in previous races that we've had. Yeah. We've seen them sort of struggling for decent results on a consistent basis. Then we come to this track and car combination at the end of day 2, and they're delivering arguably one of the best performances we've seen from anybody.
We go on board with Zach Taylor. We'll get our onboard lap in soon, I think. We'll give one of those and ride on board in these cars around the Nürburgring track, because it is a very busy lap, this one, isn't it? As they make their way up to the final corner. So around the final corner we go. We're getting close to half race distance here, Harry. Lots have happened in this race. Points very close. We're close to it being tied on points, which would give us a 1 lap shootout as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell that's what you want. I'm a big fan of that as well. So if that does happen, say we'll send the 2 cars that are tied on points, or however many cars are tied on points, out on track for 1 lap on the same track, this track with the same car, and it will be a case of winner takes all. The winner of that 1 lap shootout would place above the other car if they are tied at the end of this race. Obviously, at the moment, it doesn't look like that's currently the situation. We need a few more position changes to make that happen, but you never know.
How good would that be, though? That one lap shootout is something that we all really want to see, but
maximum intensity and just adrenaline pumping for the drivers, and it's so easy to make mistakes in that scenario, and if you make a mistake in a one-lap race, then that's pretty much game over. And I think turn 1 on this track, that's going to be the scene of a pretty heated battle, I'd imagine, if we got to that point.
Have you ever been in a one-lap shootout?
I don't believe so. Not in any kind of competition or anything in terms of the ultimate pressure cooker to be asked to deliver a result in one lap. You mess around with one-lap races with friends and whatnot, and more often than not, you just think, nah, you can go in the barrier because it doesn't matter. But obviously, they wouldn't be able to do it here. But it'll be a very pressure-filled situation. It'd be interesting to see. Obviously, I presume they'd have to use the same driver that's featuring in this race, and we'll have to see if we get to the opportunity to arise, and it'd be great to have a look at how that would unfold.
This is Fabian Piffet for the Apex Hunters. They're in this fight to try and stay up as well in the Pro-Am class. Is that right at the back? I think that's second place. What a performance from them so far. Giving themselves the best possible chance of staying up there.
Yeah, they played it perfectly so far this race. We saw them sort of stuck in that trio of cars with the Hairpin Heroes and Touch of Rouge Rangers earlier on in the race, wasn't it? And they couldn't quite find a way past, and they went for the undercut on the first round of pit stops, played it beautifully as they managed to get in front of those two cars when they made their pit stop, and they haven't looked back. They've got a 3.5 second gap behind them. They're just about maybe inching closer, and literally we're talking inches per lap at this point if they are closing at all on the hot lappers, who are doing a superb job themselves, of course. And here is the two cars that they left behind, the Hairpin Heroes and Tetra Rouge Rangers, the car we're looking at, and they just cannot find a way past. It's why the pit stop window is such a great opportunity to make or break a race, and unfortunately for Tetra Rouge Rangers, they've missed out on the first opportunity, but they will get another chance later on in the race.
And if you're the Tetra Rouge Rangers now, what's the discussions going on? Because you're probably thinking of that second pit stop window to try and make that your opportunity to get through.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try and force an error. No, don't let the driver and car in front of you have it easy until the pit stop. You just got to keep the pressure up, try and force them into a mistake. Obviously, these guys are very, very good at what they do, so forcing someone into an area is definitely easier said than done. They're in the right position to do so, but Hairpin Heroes don't look like they're going to be making any kind of error anytime soon. They've been in this position pretty much all race and haven't put a foot wrong as yet. Obviously, we'll see if the 2-hour endurance race makes any difference to their ability to keep up this high level of performance throughout. But at the moment, halfway through the race, pretty much they're doing a stellar job of holding on and holding off the Tetra Rouge Rangers.
Driving very well under pressure are the Hairpin Heroes. Tetra Rouge Rangers, just nothing they can do so far. Still very close in the pro class as well. Performance Racing may be in the lead, but they are far from comfortable as locking up the brakes there. The Tetra Rouge Rangers just making them get a little bit closer to the Hairpin Heroes. Trying to find that way through. They've got to go for it. As soon as they see half an opportunity, they've just got to chuck it down the inside here, Harry, aren't they?
Yeah, the only problem with doing that is obviously if you have any kind of accident or collision, you're risking a trip to the stewards, or for Tetra Rangers, maybe even another trip to the stewards after their dubious, at best, pit entry that we saw earlier in the race. We've not heard anything on that yet. That might be looked at potentially after the race as to whether there's anything doing. But at the moment, they're just struggling to find a way through. I would hazard to guess that if they did find a way through, they would be able to pull a gap, but they're just struggling around this circuit to get the run out of the corners they need to make any kind of out-braking manoeuvre into any of the hairpins or chicanes.
Up the hill and through the Michael Schumacher S. This is your battle for third place. The Le Mans legends are struggling in this
good
race
run.
so far.
Alongside.
But alongside here go the Tetra Rouge Rangers, and that should be moved done. So round the outside, good stuff there from the Tetra Rouge Rangers, and we would have expected it to be a little bit more of a audacious move than that, the way it was going, but in the end it was quite easy. Job done and through into third.
Yeah, I think it was all made through the Schumacher S, that high speed left and right chicane. They just picked their line perfectly. Maybe a slight error, slightly off the racing line by Hairpin Heroes, even by just a foot or two, and it meant they had to get out the throttle maybe halfway through that chicane, and that gave the run to Tetra Rouge Rangers to make it around the outside of the left-hander at the top of the hill. Impressive move, got it done under brakes, and now they'll be looking to make distance. That's Rise who have stopped.
Oh, no, Dale, they've caused a big incident here. Veloce have been caught up in that. Another car was involved as well, and that could be real catastrophic for Veloce because they are in danger of dropping down already. So we'll find out who else was involved, but Rise had
quite literally just parked it on the apex there, and Veloce went clattering into the back of them. So Veloce have lost a lot of time. They're now 30 seconds behind the next car, but they weren't the only car involved. Now just trying to see if any cars look like they dropped down in terms of time. Hard to make out who else was involved in that, but I think we're about to see a replay, Harry.
Yeah, so down the pit straight, they're quite a long way behind going into the braking zone. But I think let's have a look. So they're just going up. It's not even up this. I think they just outbrake themselves. They've just tapped the rear quarter panel of Veloce. They've stopped, obviously, to try and...
Oh, no.
Oh, they didn't want to go through because they obviously wanted to let Veloce go back through because they knew they'd made a mistake. But by stopping quite literally on the racing line on the apex of turn 1, they've obviously blocked...
LM squad, I think.
Yeah, and that's hopefully they haven't picked up any damage in that. I mean, I can see what they were trying to do. It's just a very strange way of going about doing it in terms of giving the position back to Veloce.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, you know, a big runoff round, you know, around the arena section. You can just pull over and allow them back through. But I think that was, you know, an immediate, didn't mean that at all, kind of hands in the air. But,
yeah, it wasn't an overtaking attempt, was it? I think they just outbraked themselves. Maybe got caught out by the Veloce line that they were taking, which obviously they have every right to do. They're the car in front, and unfortunately just ended up tapping them round. And then the peculiar decision to just sit on the apex of turn 1 to let them go, and unfortunately picked up a little bit more collision from another car. But they've all survived to fight another day at least.
Well, we are at the halfway point of the race now, so why don't we have a full run through of where we are so far and what are the battles to watch going into the second half of this race. So we just had that instant we saw with Rise, but leading the way is Total Performance Racing by just over a second from Lazarus. Williams in third place, Solar Vision Racing, those two fighting for their survival. Red Bull are fifth, Veloce is sixth, likewise they are fighting for their survival as well. It appears Rise may be going down, unfortunately, in seventh place. They need to score big points. That isn't happening at the moment, and Rise in big trouble here of going down. But between the likes of Solar Vision and Williams, it is wide open. Veloce likewise, as they are struggling. Hot Lappers lead the way in Pro-Am, then it's Apex Hunters, Tech Rouge Rangers, Hairpin Heroes, the LM squad, and then we have Endurance Elite and the Le Mans Legends.
Yeah, so just over half distance now. They'll be looking to see how the race has unfolded so far, how they want the second half of the race to go. Keeping an eye on the weather, though, it looks like they're going to get away with no rain in this one. Looks like they're obviously a bit of twilight with the floodlights on. Great to see the cars under these kind of conditions, but I don't think they're going to be dealing with any wet weather driving from the looks of it so far, as this is our overall race leader, Total Performance Racing, showing us how it's done in that Jaguar. Lazarus following them behind, just keeping them honest, not in a position to make any kind of overtaking move, but obviously looking to pick up any pieces if anything goes wrong for Sean Arnold at the wheel.
Sean Arnold there, you can see Lazarus in the background, and these two, great battling going on between these two, and this ain't the first time we saw them battling today as well. They're starting to stamp their authority on this a little bit. You see Red Bull, not the best of races so far for them today. We have to admit that was because one of the instants, that instant they had earlier, which saw them drop away and out of the lead battle. But since Red Bull did that, they've dropped down the field even further. So when we're looking at going into tomorrow now, Lazarus at this stage would go in and be the team that will be on pole position for the first race tomorrow. Not just pole position, but a front row lockout. And Total Performance Racing, they'd move up into third as well. But let's have a lap on board around Nürburgring. Here's Harry Jones.
Yep, so heading down into turn 1, nasty bump in the braking zone that you need to try and be aware of. 100-meter braking board, hard on the brakes, tip it into the apex, falls away from you the track through the exit, getting the car back over to the right-hand side to open up this left hand as you enter the Mercedes arena. Car always wanting to try and overtake you with the rear end first, but you've got to try and tame it as you then tip it into turn 3. Slow on the apex, hug the inside on the exit to then open up turn 4, right over the crest. Don't use too much of the runoff, otherwise you might be seeing the stewards about track limits if you're not careful, as you then head into this nice left-hand sweeper. Keep it to the inside, that you've got to open up the right-hand hairpin once more as you then head down this curved back straight towards the Dunlop hairpin. Turn 7, a lovely banked corner. You can really blast it in there with lots of speed. Carry the brake into the heart of the corner. Get it slowed down nicely. Get it pointing in a straight line before burying your foot through the foot plate in the foot well with the throttle as you head through the Schumacher S. Just a little bit of a lift, run nice and wide through both sides of the corner as you head to the top of the hill, turning into the left-hand part of this chicane. Blind as you then go over the crest into the right-hander. Track falling away from you a little bit. The camber's not on your side, so you've got to be careful of not running into the gravel on the exit. Important to get a good run out of there, as this is an overtaking opportunity. If there's a car in front of us, bring it over to the right-hand side for the heavy braking zone down into turns 13 and 14, the chicane. A nasty little chicane, got to get a good run through there. One more corner to go. Use the curb on the left-hand side to open up the entry. Pit wall is there, always easy to just clip the inside if you're not careful. Run it out wide, plant the throttle, and see what your lap time is as you complete a lap of Nürburgring.
Great stuff. Cheers, Harry. Really good to ride on board. Brilliant lap, that. Pretty decent lap. I mean, I think every lap you go on board with one of these guys, it's always going to be pretty good, isn't it? So, this one of your favourite tracks? Would you say?
Yeah,
one of your favourite tracks? It's not really a word, but
we know what you mean. Yeah,
you know what you mean.
It's a busy track, you know. There are little breaks in it, but you're always having to work the steering wheel. You're always sort of having to juggle the throttle and the brake through a number of corners, and especially the long corners, like turn 2, for example. You take a nice wide entry, you sweep into the apex, and then you're just trying to hold on to the car, trying to bury the throttle as much as you can without getting the wheel spin. And there's so many corners like that on this circuit that make it a real challenge. And then you head down to this part of the circuit, down into the hairpin, the 180-degree hairpin. And the banking there is just superb. You can carry so much speed in. It doesn't matter whether you're going a bit deep because you've got a lot of banking at the top of the corner as well.
Yeah.
And obviously when you exit there, you can just fire it back up the hill and do the same in reverse.
It's one of those corners. I remember getting on the games again and stuff, and you can slow the car down too much there, can't you? Really, you have to just come off the brake and just allow the banking to slow you down and pull you around.
Well, you'll see it here though with this camera angle on the Red Boulevard. You go into the corner, you can see how long it is as you then get on the brakes, and then as you turn in, the track almost you turn your head to keep level with the track because it's that cambered, and you just use that to get on the throttle early. The car obviously just rides it around, like a wall of death almost. And then through the Schumacher S, as you come back up the other end of the circuit, a beautiful sequence of corners as you then get to the left-hand chicane. This one's always a difficult one because you go over the middle part here and it's a little bit blind as you go downhill into the right, and then the gravel trap's always waiting for you there if you're not careful.
Now Apex Hunters are in. They've come into the pits. They've just dropped down the order, and I believe this is them now back out on circuit because they are fighting with Endurance Elite. I think that might be, yes. So they're back ahead of Endurance Elite. So they've come in. So second stops have now happened.
So that's quite early. So they might even be able to look at a 3-stop at this point. So perhaps we might have a split in the amount of pit stops for the different classes that we're seeing. We'll see how many others of the Sauber-Mercedes follow that car in over the next couple of laps, and whether they take the correct pit entry, of course, which we'll be hoping they do. But yeah, an early pit stop again. It worked for them the first time round. They'll be hoping it works the second time round as well, although their main battle was, I think, about 10 seconds up the road to the hot lappers, as they were the only car ahead of them. The race leaders for this class, Apex Hunters, were in second before the pit stop. This is their opportunity to try and close up on the hot lappers after this second round of pit stops is finished.
Well, once you do the one early stop, that kind of sets the trend for your whole race. You kind of have to keep going in early, don't you?
Yeah, you've committed to that strategy at that point. You've not really got the opportunity to stretch any of your stints to try and get back on track. You're right in what you say, that you're then committed to that early pit stop phase for every single phase of pit stops that we have. But obviously it worked for the first time, and although they'll still be doing the same distance in this second stint, they'll still ultimately get an undercut because they're pitting earlier despite that.
Looking down at my points table, it is a mess at the moment. I was just about to try and work out where we are. Once we've had everyone in and out, I think that'll be a good time for us to really work out where we are. But Endurance Elite, they are really struggling in terms of points. They are tied with Tetrud Rangers, so really it's about who gets home first between them two. However, we then have Apex Hunters 8 points behind, who are, as we've seen, they've just come in, but they were in second.
Yeah, showing a good turn of pace this race, aren't they? And right when they needed it most. I think a lot of the teams who are fighting for survival outside of Apex Hunters would have looked at the table before this race and thought, well, they're down. We've got a car going slowly on the inside. Is that the Rise car?
That's the Rise car, yeah.
So maybe I think they're just letting these guys go through. I think Rise have picked up some pretty horrible damage from that earlier incident we saw with the block shed. So I think they're sort of just in it to sort of compete at this point. I don't think they're able to achieve much other than a 7th and last place finish. Just making sure they get out of the way of everyone else and being very respectful driving, which is what you like to see.
It's a shame because they started yesterday with 5th
in the first race, you know, and from there they finished 4th place in race 2. So yesterday they were looking like they should be going through to day 3, and then they finished 6th. So it's just kind of fell to pieces for them today. On that form we saw from them yesterday, they should have been going through.
Yeah, and it's always a difficulty, you know, with the 3-race format per day. If you have a difficult first race, then you're always on the back foot.
Effect, yeah.
And the harder you try, the more susceptible you are to making mistakes and having more bad results. So it's a fine line between getting things back on track and just escalating the problem that you find yourselves in. But unfortunately for them, it's not worked, and it looks like if there's not any kind of strange happenings on for the rest of this race, we might be saying goodbye to them, and this will be the last time we see them in this year's Super Final.
And as much as it would be a shame for them to see them go in what would be 7th place, you know, they would take, as one of the pro teams, they would take home 4,000. Not bad.
No,
2 days.
They'll be disappointed to obviously be out of the competition, but when they get the paycheck through, I'm sure they'll think, it's not a bad couple of days' work that we've just put in. But you always want to, you always want to go to the last day of any kind of competition. You want to be in it to win it, but unfortunately, you manage your expectations and you achieve as much as you can. If things don't work out, then they don't work out. But ultimately, they're winning something.
There's nothing worse, is it, when you're sat on the sideline watching where you could have been. And that's when you become the most judgmental.
Well, you think of Arnold's times yesterday with one driver doing all the races and the other two didn't do any driving, and they find themselves out on day 1. Obviously, I'm sure they probably worked that out beforehand, that that's how it was going to work. But
it was a change for the 3rd race.
It was, you're right. So whether that was a plan B that they were trying to establish, which didn't work out either, it happens. But ultimately, it is a team game. It's a team sport. That's why they're in teams of 3, and you've got to work together as a team to maximise your results, even though you are driving the car individually.
Now, we haven't seen many more teams in just yet, unless they've all been happening out of our vision. But a hot lap is still leading.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think no one else has made their second pit stop yet, apart from the Apex Hunters, which
they came in 4 or 5 laps earlier than everyone else last time.
Yeah, they were a lot earlier compared to the rest of the teams. Obviously, as you mentioned earlier, that has a knock-on effect. So even if they run the same stint length now as everyone else, they're still 4 or 5 laps ahead of the curve. If they've gone for another early pit stop, they might even be 6 or 7 laps ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
But you've got to make sure you don't run into the window of making an extra pit stop compared to everyone else, so that's going to cost you a lot of time. The best part of about 35 seconds or so, I think, at this track, which is disastrous to lose if you don't need to.
But there is always that strategy of doing the extra stop to be on fresher tyres and pushing hard, isn't there?
Especially in these cars that are so hard to drive, a lot of horsepower, no traction control. This kind of circuit that's so busy, you are wearing through those rear tyres quite quickly, as we've got some guys just getting out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that Rice or?
Not sure, but whoever it was, they're keeping out of the way nicely, not interfering with what is essentially the lead battle for the overall race win for the whole race, as well as the pro class. Total Performance Racing still leading Lazarus by about that 1 second buffer, and we'll have to see whether it's Lazarus just sitting there minding their own business, or if they genuinely just cannot catch that gap.
Lazarus 1.1, the gap has stayed this length for a long time now, and this is just a credit to both drivers, isn't it? Just how consistent the pair of them are.
Yeah.
And this sets up tomorrow really, really nicely. I know it's, we're not into tomorrow yet, but we can look ahead, we can look forward to it. And this is setting things up very nicely. These two teams match this closely. We know Red Bull's pace as well. It's going to be really, really good going into tomorrow. And this is just setting things up very nicely. It's sort of, say, there are definitely 3 teams very strong contenders for a win at this stage.
There are, and there's also the opportunity for, we've seen it a couple of times already, where we get a surprise winner from a team that maybe hasn't shown too much, but then suddenly a track and car combination comes up. Yeah, and it just suits them down to the ground, and they just dominate from start to finish. And that's what's always nice to know, is that there's always that potential for it to happen. So rather than going into every race thinking, well, it's going to be Red Bull or Lazarus that wins, we've got Total Performance. Speaking of Lazarus, losing the back end out of turn 1. Thankfully, they didn't make any contact with anything, but they have just lost some track time to Total Performance Racing. But that just shows you how easy it is to make the smallest of mistakes, just lighting up the rear tyres, maybe getting a bit thin on the tread. They've been going at this stint for a while. Tyre wear's becoming an issue for them, perhaps. But thankfully, they're living to fight another day, and it hasn't cost them too much time.
They could have picked another time to do it, couldn't they?
Well, as we were saying how good they were.
But they've lost about 2 seconds out of that, because they were a second back. They, well,
the rear tyres aren't the problem,
I think we
are they?
can forgive him. You know?
Yeah, I mean the front tyres are the ones that are struggling the most, so maybe a bit of understeer dialed into that car to make sure the rear end isn't too tail happy. But yeah, strange. I mean, they are still warm, of course, the rear tyres, so that would explain it a little bit. But the front tyre, especially the front left, is the one that's taking the pounding around here.
Yeah, really tough track on the tyres, isn't it? It's you get no brake round here. I think this is a replay of what happened, Harry.
Yes, you'll see as the track falls away through the apex, and as you pick up the throttle, just shifting through the gears, it just drops it. So it's not actually through the corner at all. It's under traction on the exit, where obviously just shifting through maybe into second gear. Obviously that tyre wear has just made the revs build, and away, nearly around she went.
I thought he would have come in there. I thought that was it could have been a good time to go, right, let's get in, but fuel-wise they're going to be okay. We do have someone else in the pits, just out of vision there. Saw one of the other teams coming in. This is looking to the Pro-Am class, and this is our leaders, Hot Lappers, who we haven't seen for a while now. And Hot Lappers, that's for a good reason, because they cleared off. They've got 20 seconds, just under 20 seconds over the rest of the field.
It's impressive, isn't it?
That is astonishing.
That's the problem with having such a dominating race, that you don't get much screen time.
Yeah.
But it was the Rise car. You see that car
Rise.
is battered and bruised, to say the very least. Not taking much acknowledgement of the pit exit line there, but I don't think they'll get to too much issue. Not like they've got much to lose anyway, unfortunately. A tale of what could have been for them. It really hasn't been their race or their day, unfortunately.
No, and you said earlier, how the teams were putting up on social media, some of them saying it wasn't their day, and I think that's going to be a similar post that we see from the Rise team today, isn't it?
Yeah, and as the days go on, if it's not your day, you're going to pay for it in a big way. You won't be coming back the following day. Day one, if you have a few struggles, you can probably just scrape through. But yeah, day two, if you're having issues, especially if it's across multiple races, you're not going to have enough points available to come back for day three, which unfortunately is probably the position that Rise are finding themselves in, especially in the endurance race. Most points available, of course, in the endurance race, and if you make mistakes in that one and you have a poor race, you're really going to pay the price for it.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Rise. They've had some good results yesterday, and they've at least showed their potentials.
Ooh, we've got some on screen action. That's the Pro-Am class. That's Tetra Rouge Rangers losing the back end, similar to what Lazarus done, as they've just come out the pits, I'm being told, and they've lost a position as they're still battling with Endurance Elite, isn't it? The Elite Endurance car through the Mercedes Arena complex at the start of the lap. So the Tetra Rouge Rangers just made their pit stop, gone through turn one, lit up the rear tyres as they're a bit cold on temperature, but thankfully they've managed to get that position back from them and hold on, and now they'll be looking to push on as they've come up behind the Apex Hunters car again. So we'll see what that gap is, but it looks to be quite hefty, unfortunately, for the Tetra Rouge Rangers.
Well, they're all the way round. They're near the Michael Schumacher-esque, but that was crucial that they kept ahead there. So good driving, and that's strategy played out perfectly there. They just about got back out ahead. So clearly that pit stop would have been based around that. Like, we need to get in so we can get back out ahead of that Endurance Elite car. But this Apex Hunters, on strategy-wise, they've been really impressive so far. They've gone a different way to everyone else, and that roll of the dice, which they have nothing to lose on, 8 points back from everyone else, they might as well go for something different, and so far it's paying off.
Yeah, a lot of them seem to be playing it sort of down the middle of stint length, so they'll be pretty much even lap count across the stints that they do, whereas Apex Hunters obviously rolled the dice early on with the first pit stop. They try to undercut everyone, and they'll be just trying to hold on through the rest of the race to make sure they can get through it without having to make that extra pit stop.
Just about finished in time.
Yeah, I had a hiccup that I was trying its best to get out, but it didn't want it.
Well, I could see that. You quickly finish in time. So looking at the Tetra Rouge Rangers, and let's have a look at the gap, because we will see the gap there now that they've come across the line. So 46 seconds back is Apex Hunters, and they are 52, and that I work out very quickly with my incredible maths is 6 seconds.
I saw the calculator come out, so don't give me that.
Yeah. I thought I was hiding it behind this piece of paper.
Yeah, so that's a big gap. Obviously, they've been pretty evenly matched, I think, this race, haven't they? In terms of they've had hairpin heroes for company, the pair of them, essentially at different points of this race. I'm hoping for Tetra Rouge Rangers' case that they're going to clear them soon enough with that pit stop. That's our overall race leader making a pit stop. Is it Total Performance Racing coming for the second time? Lazarus, I believe, it looks like I've gone for maybe at least an extra lap. Can't see them behind them. They've got just ahead of the Red Bull car, isn't it?
I think that's the Rise car, but that's behind them. Obviously, I think that's a lap down, that Rise car. This is Lazarus. They have 6 seconds over Williams. Williams not doing a bad job at all there. Their recovery throughout this race has been quite impressive, you have to say, because they were once a good 10 or so seconds, I'd say, back behind these guys, and we were looking at them to be in the drop zone. But so far, they are doing very well. And Lazarus, we would probably expect them to come in now. Usually that's what we'll get. We get an immediate reaction in terms of pit stop. Now, this is, I think that's the Hairpin Heroes leading this duo here, coming through the arena section, and that is the LM squad just behind them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you can wear out wing mirrors and rear view mirrors on cars, but Hairpin Heroes would definitely have none of them left if they did. They've had a car following them pretty much all races. Lazarus responding to Total Performance Racing by coming in the pit lane, so we'll see. Obviously, they had that spin just before the pit stops, which has probably put them out of overcut range, unfortunately, but we'll have to see how far they come up behind.
This is a great battle going on here between the LM squad, who dropped back their pace at one stage. They were struggling a little bit, but the LM squad starting to come back into play here, a little bit wide out of the hairpin. Now up to the Schumacher S, you've got to take that curve before you turn in. Just missing the apex with the Hairpin Heroes ahead, so LM squad will close back in just a little bit here. These are fighting in the top 3 positions in the Pro-Am class. Everyone's got to come, some pit stops still to be made, of course, but Hairpin Heroes have been doing a great job fighting for those top 2 positions so far. LM squad bringing themselves back into play, but these guys yet to pit, and we'll see when they do pit where the Apex Hunters come out.
Yeah, it made me laugh that he was so late on the brakes into that left-hander before, and he closed up so much to the car in front, yet his facial expression didn't change one bit.
It did change once,
I was wincing looking at it, but he obviously had it under control as they both come in the pit lane, so hopefully we're not going to see any shenanigans in the pit lane like we saw earlier with the...
We don't want anyone flying over the top of anyone else.
No, but they're going to get pretty close on the exit. It's going to be a battle of the pit crews. We'll see who comes out on top when they exit.
If the pit crews are ready for them. How pit crews on here? They work
they're pretty well trained, well drilled.
Well-oiled machine, is it? This is Total Performance Racing, your leader. So this is how it's happened. This is what's happened to the gap. Basically, it's shrunk. It's half.
The overcuts worked for Lazarus there, isn't it? Maybe, I don't know if Total Performance Racing had a difficult outlap and Lazarus absolutely nailed it, but yeah, they dropped a few seconds with that half spin the lap or two before the pit stop, but they've made that all back through the pit stop phase, and they're right back under the rear wing as they spent most of this race already.
The LM squad is getting a little bit out of shape there coming out of the first corner, but no changes between them two. But Lazarus here
looking racy, aren't they?
They are. Lazarus doing a great job here, considering they're the team that's just come out as well. You'd expect Total Performance to be building a gap at this stage, but that is not the case.
Yeah, maybe a bit more uncomfortable with how close that Lazarus car is. They've obviously had that sort of 1 to 1.5 second buffer at least for the majority of this race, but they're within literal touching distance at the moment as they head into turn 1.
All the teams behind have pitted, by the way, so we'll pick up on the gaps and any changes with them in just a second, but we can't take our eyes off this battle because this is for the overall lead, and it's between Total Performance Racing and Lazarus. Lazarus in the pink and white colours. We are on board with Total Performance Racing in the green and white colours, looking back now at that Lazarus racing car as we charge down towards turn number 5 on lap number 49.
Yeah, Tobin Lee behind the wheel of that Lazarus car, and what a sort of ego boost it would be for him to say, well, I've took part in one race in the super final and won it, so my win ratio is 100%. He'll be a driver to be feared, but that's the kind of thing you want for the stats going forward into day 3 and potentially day 4 to have that kind of statistic to your name.
And he's doing every race now after this, isn't
essentially,
he?
Yeah.
So all 4 hours tomorrow and all 4 hours. Essentially the maximum drivers can do is 10 hours. This will be 2 hours on the clock for Tobin Lee at the end of this race.
Yeah, we'll have to see, obviously, who makes it through tomorrow, who's got the drivers lined up for which races.
Yeah, that's when hours really come into it.
Yes, day 3 in particular, as you say, that's when they're really going to be potentially struggling with driver hours and having to swap drivers in because of how it's worked out over days 1 and 2, just trying to survive potentially to get through to day 3. He might have changed a few things, had a plan B set up for it, but at the moment, Tobin making sure that when he's on track, he's doing the business.
Around the final corner we go. Tobin Lee in that Lazarus car trying to find his way through as they come out of the final corner now, making their way down the start-finish straight. Total Performance Racing, Sean Arnold behind the wheel for them and coming under huge pressure now, and there goes Tobin Lee flying down the inside. We're on board with Total Performance Racing. Are we going to see that Lazarus car coming through? Well, the Lazarus car is now on the inside as they come through turn number 2 and in towards 3, and somehow Total Performance have held on, but only briefly. Lazarus now go back down the inside, and Tobin Lee taking the lead of the race, Harry.
Yeah, beautiful move. Went on for 3 corners, but eventually got it done into the tight turn 3 left-hander. Set it up through turn 1, diving up the inside, got the switch back to Total Performance Racing, but obviously found themselves around the outside of turn 2, which is also then the outside of turn 3. Lazarus just going in deep there to then cover them off, and we'll see what kind of pace they've got in clean air and see if they can build a gap to come home safely and comfortably.
Are we going to see another pit stop, do you think? There's a chance that we'll see, probably see.
I reckon so.
Yeah, there's a chance we'll see one
Don't
more.
quote me on it, but I reckon so.
Okay, well, this is a crucial stage of the race though for Lazarus, isn't it now?
Yes.
These next 2 laps, I'm sure you've been in this position yourself where you've come out of the pits, you've just taken the lead. Tell us what's going through Tobin Lee's mind and his team's mind at the moment.
Well, he spent over half the race looking at the back of that Total Performance Racing car, probably just giving the idea that, you know, this is all I've got, I can't go any faster, and now all of a sudden he's pretty much pounced on Sean Arnold in that Total Performance Racing car. And then now he's going to show him what he can do in ultimate pace. You know, Sean Arnold needs to try and stay with Tobin if he can, but at the moment that Lazarus car just looks absolutely nailed to the track for this second half of the race. Obviously he had that minor moment earlier, didn't he, before the pit stops, but since then he's been on fire.
Right, Red Bull, we haven't seen them for a long time, have we? The Red Bull Racing car, but we see them once again, and Red Bull Racing in a fight themselves at the moment with the Solar Vision Racing car, and this is for 4th place, and Solar Vision really need this position because they are fighting for survival. Red Bull are safe. They're going to be going through to tomorrow. They're not going to be going through to tomorrow as leaders though. That will mean they will not start in pole position. Points do get wiped clean. Do have to emphasise that. But what this does mean is Red Bull will start on the 2nd row rather than the front row of the grid. But Solar Vision Racing, they really do need to defend this position as hard as they can, and already you can see them going on the defensive.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to try and find out if they both made the same number of pit stops, or if the Red Bull car still has a pit stop to make to be on the same strategy. But that Red Bull car looks ridiculously fast at the moment compared to the car we're on board with. Looking back at the Red Bulls, he's just able to hold a tighter line. Now he's going to try and get the switch back through the right hand to get the power earlier as they then head down to the left-hand sweeper.
Down to the left-hander we go, and Red Bull, this is always, this right-hander coming up is always a chance where you can try and throw it down the inside, but tight line for Solar Vision Racing, now down to the hairpin, and just getting it a little bit wrong through there. Just looked like they got a little bit too much of a slide on there, Harry, and they lost a lot of time.
Bit too late on the brakes, and then as you turn the car in, you're riding the brake pedal, the rear end just can't handle the turning angle and the speed that's being demanded of it, and just sliding across the track, unfortunately losing touch with the Solar Vision Race car just a little bit, but they'll be looking to make up that bit of time as they've got the hot lappers, the leaders of the Pro-Am team right behind them. It'll be interesting to see if they're actually catching them at this point.
I think they are.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were talking about this before the race, weren't we, that these cars are so evenly matched that the car that the Pro-Am teams might even be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the Jaguar and the Sauber-Mercedes, they've both got the same horsepower, a little bit more torque in the Jaguar, but they're also weighing a little bit less. However, when you can see pretty clearly how quick that Sauber-Mercedes is, there's a whole screen of it right in front of you. So looking to get the run out, we'll see what the straight line performance is like now then as they head into turn 1, and if there's any advantage to either of them. The Jaguar should be quicker, as I clearly know what I'm talking about, as the Sauber-Mercedes goes right up the inside and drafts past it down into turn 1. So interesting that Sauber-Mercedes is a bit quicker than these two cars at this stage of the race.
That's a strange feeling, isn't it? That's got to be a real frustrating feeling, because Red Bull is now being delayed by a Pro-Am driver who is overtaking him.
It's also a potential opportunity though, because if he can now stay with the Hot Lappers car as they then try and make their way past Solar Vision,
yes,
it might present an opportunity. But yeah, it would be a very strange feeling to think we're in the Pro class and we're being overtaken on pace by a Pro-Am car.
Yeah.
Have a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror after this one, wouldn't you, I think?
Yeah, I think so. Down towards the hairpin then. Now, next up, as we said, the Solar Vision racing car, who we were briefly on board with there, is going to be the next victim of the hot lappers car.
Unstoppable, aren't they, at the moment, the hot lappers? They're overtaking anyone and everyone they can find.
So, the Pro-Am team hot lappers trying to fight their way through, and they're still leading. It's not gaining position, but why not get yourself past? If you are the quicker driver, then go through. That shall pass.
They just need to make sure they take care of their first position in class, and they're not risking anything by battling with the pro teams. But ultimately, you don't want to be held up by these guys. Obviously, you want to be in front to then continue your domination of your class, and you can't do that if you're having to drive a second a lap slower because you don't want to get involved with these guys. But they're doing a good job so far, and that looks like
good driving.
Solar Vision just letting them through at a good point in the track, so now they can focus on the straight line. So
what's happened? Red Bull in the background have spun. Red Bull looked like they've had a spin in the background. There was a big puff of smoke, and you can see there is no Red Bull car now behind Solar Vision. I think that might have been either them doing a Tech Rouge Rangers late into the pit lane.
They're still there.
They're still there, so they just got that all wrong, and that's the second mistake. Hopefully we'll be able to see that one again, but huge cloud of smoke going in the air, and I'd wonder if they've just gone too wide on the exit and gone round, because it was definitely on the exit of the corner. It looked like they had that moment.
Yeah, there's not a lot of grip out there on the AstroTurf. That's just beyond the racetrack itself, before the gravel, of course. But interesting to see that a lot of drivers seem to be struggling with the traction of these cars coming out of the lower speed corners, and in the blink of an eye, you look at the throttle pedal and all of a sudden you're almost facing the wrong way. They're that kind of car to drive.
Well, Red Bull now, for the second time of this race, are going to have to try and recover from that mistake. There are the hot lappers, and Solar Vision can take a bit of a breath all of a sudden, knowing that they will now not have to deal with that Red Bull car, at least not for the time being.
Yeah, Zach Taylor behind the wheel of that hot lappers car, and literally looks untouchable, it must be said. So we'll see. We're on board with the Hairpin Heroes car, actually, aren't we? So this is now coming down into the turn 7 180-degree hairpin, using that banking that we talked about before. Lovely corner, running it in deep, pulling it back on the exit, and then blasting up the hill. As you can see, the elevation change as we flow through the Schumacher S's.
Right, let's find out. I think it's about time we work out where we are in points. We are getting towards the final 15 laps of this race. So Veloce are in 6th place. Currently they're on 25 points, and that 6th place is going to give them 12. So they go to 37 points. So we've got Total Performance Racing, who are safe. They go above Veloce. Williams are in 3rd place, aren't they, currently? Yep. Yes, they are in 3rd place, so they get 23 points for that, so they jump above as well. They go to 46 points with that. Now, Solar Vision Racing, let's find out exactly where they are. They are in 4th. They are the car we are actually looking at in picture. So, that is 18 points for them. That gives them 34 points. It's very similar to what we saw earlier, isn't it, actually? And then Rise Motorsport, who we can, I say, out of the running at this current time. Yeah. So the main battle is between Veloce and Solar Vision.
And on track we've got
split.
We've got LM Squad battling with Hairpin Heroes once again, nose to tail around pretty much the majority of this track, lap after lap. And they still just can't quite find a way through. They can't force that error from Hairpin Heroes. The only way I think Hairpin Heroes have been overtaken most of the time has been through through the pit stops. They had that one moment through the Schumacher S that cost them a position to Tech Rouge Rangers, wasn't it, earlier in the race? But other than that, they've been able to put up a stout defence, which they've had to do pretty much all race because they've been under pressure from various amounts of cars all race, and LM Squad are just the next in line for them.
Yeah, LM Squad doing a great job here, and Tech Rouge Rangers, they go to 46 points with where they are. They are currently in a 3rd place, aren't they, in class? Let's have a look as the position ticker now switches across. So yes, they are in 3rd place. So they get 23 points for that. So they move to 45 points. Endurance Elite, how are they getting on? We haven't done a full position run through for a while now. There are the Le Mans Legends, by the way. I'd say that's the team we've probably seen the least of in this race. And Tech Rouge Rangers have actually gone to 2nd. Now that's because the Apex have come in.
Presumably, yeah. This
Yes.
might be the last pit stop that they'll be looking to make.
Yes. Indeed. It's very close.
Yeah, it's getting to that phase of the race now, isn't it? They're all looking at their fuel gauges and tyres and working out how long they can go before they've got to make a pit stop. But only a few laps is going to be the case, because we've seen the undercut be quite powerful. We've also seen the overcut be powerful. It seems to be how you get on with your in-lap and your out-lap and the cold tyres and everything like that.
Now the
really seems to make a difference.
Le Mans Legends are down in 7th, aren't they?
They are.
Now that puts them to 40 points. So there's a... Oh, it looks like they actually are in the drop zone.
With 40 points?
Yes. So there's 1 point between Le Mans Legends and the Apex Hunters.
Wow. And that Apex Hunters in second with that points tally that you've added.
No, it goes even higher.
Right.
No, that is, sorry, yes.
Right.
Correct. Yes,
okay.
So that is them in second. They go from 14 to 41. And Le Mans Legends go from 31 to 40. Hot Lappers are on 26, but they're leading. And Endurance Elite, well, they are down the field as well, aren't they? We'll find out, we'll confirm exactly where Endurance Elite are. But they are currently on 22 points at Endurance Elite. Let's work out exactly where they are. The only problem is I think they're about to all come into the pits. Now they're in 6th. That gives them 12. So yes, they drop down. They're actually the bottom of the standings. Wow, it's close. There's 5 points between the bottom 3.
That's incredible. These last 15 laps are really going to be the pressure-filled situation that the drivers would not really want. You know, you want a nice calm end to the final race of the day, thinking you're through, and all of a sudden you are actually fighting for your survival.
I mean, this is all for Le Mans Legends. You feel sorry for them, because really, it's down to that problem they had.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That is a real shame for it to come down to that, and obviously we saw it yesterday as well, didn't we?
Of course, they could have turned it round, but they're 40 seconds back from the rest of the field. Something's gone wrong in this race as well.
Yeah, unless
we may have seen. It's been a long race. So
unless they are a pit stop ahead of the curve, essentially. Maybe the team in 6th haven't made that extra pit stop yet, and they might come out, because 40 seconds is a lot of time to lose just by driving around, isn't it? It's a strange one, but it looks like they're actually about to be lapped by the hot lappers. That puts into perspective how
far back they are.
Yeah, and how well the hot lappers have driven, of course. But one thing I'm noticing on the live ticker at the top is the timings between first, second, and third in the pro class. In that Tobin Lee's driven away from Sean Arnold in the lead of the race, but closing in is Isaac Price in the Williams car. He's within about a second, and there it is.
Spot. Yeah, he is.
And now this is important for survival for Williams. They could do with those extra points just to be erring on the side of safety.
Yeah, well, this would put them, let's just say, even further into safety. You know, they're looking good at the moment.
Peace of mind is what it would be, but they've obviously got to try and get it done. But they've closed that gap in before the pit stop. They were about 6 or 7 seconds behind Lazarus, and then obviously Lazarus overtook Total Performance Racing. And since then,
they were 6 seconds. Yeah, you're right. So they've
Sean Arnold 4 seconds behind Tobin Lee in the lead, and falling into the clutches of Isaac Price. So interesting to see how the end of the race doesn't seem to be favouring that Total Performance Racing car.
No, and Williams have just got better and better. Now let's remember, at the start we were putting them in the danger area, the kind of drop area, and you said then at that time that, you know, it's just possible that they were taking their time. And I think that's now come to fruition, isn't it? It's, yes, at that stage they were just sitting where they were, waiting for the pit stops. Now they've got past, and now they're in, you know, with a chance here to get second. And let's not write it off, because they've closed that gap down by 2 seconds within a few laps. And we've got 12 still to go.
Yeah, I mean, in the position they were with the task at hand, I mean, the one man you'd want behind the wheel is Isaac Price. You know, he's a very, very good driver. So I took part in the original World's Fastest Gamer series with Isaac, you know, making it through to the final, the pair of us. So he's a very talented driver, you know, races in lots of disciplines of racing. So a competition like this suits him down to the ground, because it's just jumping in cars left, right, and centre, and he's so adaptable to those. And he's proving it again. You know, won the Silverstone race yesterday in cars from the 50s and 60s, and then he's jumped in a car from 88, and he's putting in a very similar performance. Obviously, he had difficulties at the start, so couldn't hang on to the leaders, but has fought throughout the race, used the 2-hour race to his advantage, and over that time has slowly but surely clawed back the time he lost at the start, and is now looking at the back of second place.
If you, like Isaac, think you're able to compete at this level, LeMansEsports.com. Sign up for updates on Season 3. Of course, in the Pro class, which he's in, you've got to be part of a team, but Pro-Am, anyone is able to qualify in that. So make sure you follow us as well at Le Mans Esports on Twitter and Instagram. Use hashtag LMES, send in your messages to us. Let us know what you're thinking of this race. We certainly are enjoying it. We've got a good battle for second just taking place now as we go up towards the chicane for the 58th time in this race.
Yeah, we've got a difficult job on our hands because we've got two very close battles. There's this battle second and third and fourth and fifth between Solar Vision Racing and Red Bull, equally as close. And again, that one also has ramifications for the championship involving Solar Vision Racing. So it'll be interesting to see how these two, because it seems like Solar Vision Racing are sort of holding on to the fourth place in the same way that Total Performance Racing are trying to hold on to second. But Isaac Price getting so close to the back of that Total Performance Racing car, almost touching.
Yeah, almost clattering straight into the back of him there. Now, Total Performance Racing, they're just slow. They've just taken a couple of tenths out of the leader as well. So clearly, they've felt the need to get their move on here, don't they? They've definitely started to put their foot down a bit, but still, it's not able to keep. They're not able to pull away again from Williams, who are bringing this gap down just a little bit as they make their way down to the hairpin.
No, and it's also the fact that Total Performance Racing might be looking at that thinking, we are somewhat safe at this point. We don't need to be risking the car and risking an accident to have the opportunity to lose all our places and all our points that we're potentially gaining from this race. So second or third, they were in contention for the win. It's a shame for them they're not, by the looks of it, going to be able to take the fight all the way to the end. But ultimately, second or third isn't going to make too much of a difference for them in terms of qualifying for tomorrow. All it will matter, potentially, is going to be where they are on the grid for the start of race 1 tomorrow. But ultimately, they want to try and do as best job as possible, given the opportunity they've been given in this race. Only a handful of laps, about a dozen laps to go. We'll see what their defence is like against the Williams car. At the moment, they're doing a good enough job just to keep the gap far enough so they're not under immediate pressure, not having to defend. As we now look at the Red Bull car, this is the car that was challenging Solar Vision Racing at the same time. Currently in 5th, Solar Vision Racing in 4th, and it looks like that is still the case. They're a bit further back than they would like, but they are hunting as well as they can.
Doing a great job so far. Here we see the Red Bull car now in our vision. We're getting towards the final 10 laps, and we've really got to keep an eye, Harry, on these points. We may see a few more into the pits in these final few laps here. Either that, or we're going to see drivers really fuel saving as heavily as they can.
Yeah, they would have been working out, if we are looking at potentially having to make a pit stop in the last 2 or 3 laps, is it worth the 35-second pit lane loss, or can we just maybe lose 10 seconds a lap over maybe the last 3 laps just to eke the car home without having to risk it? But that's what the hundreds of hours of practice before this event would have been dedicated to, and we're going to see who's been able to judge it the best.
Indeed we are, as they come through the first corner. The Red Bull racing car. Here we go. It's an interesting view for us. I'll hand it over to you at this point.
Yeah, so you've got the G-force in the bottom left of that graph. It's every time they're going through the corner, you can see just how much they're basically leaning on the car, carrying as much speed as possible. The steering input is going to be the one that's nice to look at, just trying to be as smooth and precise as you can, not being too aggressive. And then at the top, you've got obviously the RPM of the engine, the beautiful V12 engine on board these cars. Really making sure to maximise all the revs available to you, because that's where all the performances in these cars are right at the top end of the rev range.
Down to what you see the G-force, what you would be going through if you were sat in one of these things.
Yeah, Schumacher S is where it's going to be pulling about 2.5 G, isn't it? As we swing left. Almost 3G essentially going through those corners. That's just how much speed you're carrying through a corner of that degree. And as they lap a car on the inside, they have no problems. That's the Le Mans legend, isn't it? So complicit there, that's good to see. And Red Bull just trying to do what they can to get back onto the tail of the Solar Vision race car. They've lost touch with them a little bit, haven't they? They were within a second, but over the last few laps, they've lost touching distance. A couple of seconds now, that gap, 2.5 is what it is. So dying off a little bit towards the end of this race. We'll see if they're just keeping anything in reserve, but at the moment, not able to make an impact.
Red Bull Racing coming through the final corner. Now we have a look at the Williams car, which is still hassling the back of that Total Performance Racing car.
And they've got traffic coming up as well.
Yeah.
There's going to be chaos as they head through the Schumacher S and then the chicane at the top of the hill. Hopefully it doesn't hinder either of them too much, but we've seen their first race today how much traffic can play a part, and hopefully we don't have a repeat situation from that one.
Williams just trying their best to put the pressure on, and traffic doing a great job there. I have to say, getting out the way, really complicit as you said earlier. So good stuff there, but running a little bit wide was the Total Performance Racing car, and Williams are going to get a little bit closer here. All of this has allowed Lazarus to just extend their lead by a few tenths since this battle has intensified as we head into the final 10 laps of this endurance race. This race will see us go from 17s down to 5, and we will keep you updated on the points, because in both classes, very, very close, with Veloce and Solar Vision close in the Pro, and in the Pro-Am, very close between the Le Mans Legends and the Apex Hunters. But we are on board with Total Performance Racing in second, looking back there at Williams.
It's such a difficult one. We're looking at this thinking, why doesn't Isaac just break a little bit later into turn 1 and cut the inside?
Yeah,
and it is because they are on maximum brake pressure before locking up. They can't brake any later because they would either lock up by braking harder, or they just run off into the runoff of the corner because they're at the maximum braking point that they can manage stopping safely. So it's not as easy as just brake a bit later and chuck up the inside. Job's done. They're at the limit the whole time, especially this late in the race, fighting for that final position towards the last few laps. Second and third currently in the race, these two, and there's a bit of pride at stake here for finishing ahead of the other.
It's that confidence as well, isn't it, that you carry into the next day?
It's the mentality as well of how this race has unfolded. So Isaac's been sat there in third place, and he's caught up to the back of Sean Arnold, who was leading, and he's fallen away from the leader.
Yeah.
So the mindset of these two drivers is completely different. If Isaac's caught that gap, and he's thinking, I've caught the gap, now I need to go for the overtake. Sean Arnold's thinking, I was in the lead, I've fallen away, and now I've got another car on my tail. I need to try and defend this. It's those little things that can sometimes make the difference.
Now in Pro-Am, Apex have come in, but it doesn't look like the rest of the field have just yet, because they're down in 5th place.
They'll be hoping.
So is this been a real roll of the dice that Apex have tried, and they're not? No one else is now going to come in, and that would be any chance they had going through gone. They really need everyone else to come in, otherwise.
Yeah.
That it was a gamble, but it was worth a go, but it's not going to pay off.
No, and I don't think running an extra pit stop and the benefits you get from fresh tyres makes it worthwhile, because obviously the full tank of fuel you always take on every pit stop. You're always going to be running around in pretty much a heavier car than everyone else who's doing one less pit stop. So I'm hoping for their sake that they've basically just gone on the very early scale of the 3-stop strategy, and everyone else is basically going towards the end of the 3-stop strategy. They might have to pit with 2 or 3 laps to go. I'd be shocked if they've misjudged it that badly to make an extra pit stop in the race, and obviously that's going to potentially cost them, because they weren't under any pressure. They didn't have to make that early pit stop. They were running comfortably at the front of the field. But now Williams right on the back of that Total Performance Racing car.
Here goes Williams. Are they going to have a look down the inside into the hairpin? Not this time. Round the hairpin we go, up towards now the Michael Schumacher S. Williams still have time to make this move. We're heading towards the final 6 laps of the race now. It's lap number 63 of 70. Williams have timed this race very well. Lazarus out in front, putting in some really good times. They've just extended their lead by another second, which suggests to me that Total Performance Racing are the team struggling, and Williams are the team that need to get by. So here we go up towards the chicane. Are we going to see Williams make a move down the inside? They're just going to make their presence shown in the mirrors of the car, I think, there as they go up towards the final corner then, and Williams not able to get through this time, but they're definitely upping the pressure, and Total Performance Racing are struggling all the time here.
Yeah, Sean Arnold in that Total Performance Racing car is doing a good job given the circumstances. I think it's clear to say that the Williams car is probably faster in overall lap time at this point in the race, but Sean Arnold, I think he probably knows that and thinks, well, there's no point me driving how I would normally drive to try and be quick. I need to take the optimal line for defence, i.e. I need to go a bit later into the corner, square off the apex, and then I can get on the power earlier out of the corners and make sure there's no chance of a slipstream overtake into a braking zone. So that's probably why they're struggling a bit for lap times. He's not driving as optimally as he would like, because he's having to try and drive a defensive line to make sure he's not at risk into any of the braking zones, which is, it's clever. It's not the fastest way around a racetrack, but it's what's required in this situation.
With every lap, I do get more worried for the Apex Hunters as well. We wait to see if any of the other teams are going to come in for a pit stop. That would have a huge change, I think, on the points as well, and we'll work that out in just a second. But this battle, I think, is going to could go all the way to the line here, couldn't it? And that would basically continue the trend we've had of races going all the way to the last lap.
Yeah, it doesn't matter 1 hour, 2 hours. I'm sure we could throw a 24-hour race and they'll still find a way to battle each other from the start to finish. I mean, we saw it last year, didn't we? That there are multiple races of multiple hours and it didn't make too much difference. There is the tyre wear on Williams. No, yeah, that's the Williams car, isn't it? That's Isaac Price at 27%. So he should be good on fuel. So he's got more than a quarter of a tank.
Yeah.
His tyres, so interesting, if you compare that to what we saw earlier on the Lazarus car, they were destroying their front tyres, whereas Isaac seems to have managed to find a balance in either the setup or the way of driving the car to keep it balanced across all 4 tyres. Therefore, you're not understeering and oversteering because you're wearing through one of the car quicker than the other. So that's either great tactical driving, great setup, intuition, as we can see. Sean Arnold, who's got slightly less percentage of fuel, so 24, so there's a 2 or 3% difference there. And again, good job on the tyre wear. Maybe the front's looking a little bit more worn. The colour looks to be somewhat the same, but the number is a good chunk higher on the fronts compared to the rears, isn't it?
Now the Apex Hunters have just gone to 4th, by the way, and it's a battle we need to keep checking in on because it is for survival. I wonder if some of the teams in Pro-Am are starting to run out of fuel as well.
Potentially, and say this might be a case of Isaac's been sat behind that Total Performance racing car for, let's say, a dozen laps or so, and in doing so has managed maybe a 3% fuel save compared to Total Performance racing, and therefore that's maybe going to allow him to do the last few laps more comfortably without having to think about fuel saving as much.
Up to the Michael Schumacher rest now, this for the 65th time as we look to our race leaders, the hot lappers through the chicane. Oh, this is the Apex Hunters, sorry. So this is the team in question now. So these guys have made 3 stops. They're the only team that we know of to do that. Okay, so they're in 4th place. That gives them 18 points.
So it's Tetra Rouge Rangers, isn't it, who made the extra pit stop just like so when you said they were up to 4th, that's because Tetra Rouge Rangers have made the pit stop, so they're down to 5th now. They're behind Apex Hunters. So, I mean, on paper, they were in a net 2 and 3 in the race, so they find themselves 4th and 5th at the moment.
Yeah, so they're on 32 points, are the Apex Hunters.
They're both got their hands pressed together, looking to the heavens, hoping those cars in front of them are going to make that pit stop as well, because that's basically going to make or break potentially their survival chances.
Yeah, well, if not, Apex Hunters don't go through.
That's it then. Yeah. This is it. Last 5 laps. This is where it counts.
Yeah, they go to 32 points. The Tetra Rouge Rangers, where
they're 5th at the moment.
They're 5th, so that puts them on 37. So no, they won't be staying up. Well, Le Mans Legends, what about them? They're on 31 points, so no, that would mean that they go down. As for Endurance Elite of Tetra Rouge Rangers, well, they were tied on points coming in, and the Endurance Elite team are behind, so they would go down along with the Apex Hunters.
Yeah, not comfortable at all for any of them, is it? They would have preferred to be in a better position. I think, considering how this race has gone, the only way it could be more comfortable for them is by having better results in the sprint races. They couldn't have really done much more in this endurance race. They've done what they can, what was asked of them, and hopefully for them it's going to be enough, but they can't all go through, unfortunately.
Fair play to them, though. They've tried something completely different.
Yeah.
They've tried to go a different way with it, and it looks as if it was that they played a perfect trump card there in the last race, but they just need other teams to come in. Let's just remind ourselves of where we are at in the pro class, because we are getting towards the business end of the race now. So Rise, where they are in the race, looks like they're going to go, they're going to go down. They're at the back of the field. Solar Vision are in 4th place. That puts them on 34 points, and it's down to where Veloce are in the race. Last time I had them at 37 points. Let's just remind ourselves where they are now. They did have 25 points coming into this race, did Veloce. They're in 6th, so yes, so they stay up. So at the moment it's Solar Vision and Rise that both go down.
Yep, so looking at the Williams car again, still stuck behind that Total Performance racing car. They just cannot make the gap happen. They cannot force the error They're running out of laps pretty quickly to make that happen. We're going to hopefully won't see any desperate driving for anything. They don't necessarily need to, although Isaac Price I'm sure would love to get that second place just to be a bit more secure than what they are currently. But I'm wondering if he's got anyone in his ear telling him whether he needs to make the move or not.
Good point. You know, they might just be saying could sit behind, for example. You know, there's no need to take any unnecessary risks, because you know, if they had a real bad result, then they'd risk going down themselves. And the distance they have over the rest of the field is about 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a real... These three, I know Lazarus are up the road and have been for...
They've been in the field of the class of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say it's great to see that despite being so far ahead of the rest of the class, they're still able to battle each other because they're just on that much of a higher level in these cars on this track.
Here we go back on board with Williams. What a performance it has been, and we still haven't done with this battle yet. We're going into the final 3 laps when we cross the line next time. Up to the chicane we go. Into the final 3 laps we are about to go. Our leaders, Lazarus Racing, are about to go across the line, and coming up to the final corner, this our battle for second place. Total Performance Racing leading Williams, and Williams just struggling a little bit there through the final corner as they now go on to lap number 68. Let's do a full run through of the order then. We have our leaders, Lazarus, Total Performance Racing in second, Williams in third, Solar Vision are in fourth, Red Bull in fifth, Veloce sixth, Rise in 7th place. Solar Vision and Rise, the teams looking like they are the 2 that are going to be going down. This is your pro team leader. This is the Lazarus team doing a fantastic job out front, leading the way by some 7 seconds, and it's going to be another win on the board for Lazarus. In terms of Pro-Am, the leaders are the Hot Lappers team. They're going to become the 5th different winner. Then we have the Hairpin Heroes, the LM squad, then Apex Hunters, Tech Rouge Rangers, Endurance Elite next along after that. And then rounding out the field, we had behind Endurance Elite, the Le Mans Legends team.
So I wonder if we're going to run into, or speaking of running into, this is the Williams car and the Total Performance Racing car. So we'll keep an eye on that. But what I was just going to make a point, yesterday in the endurance race, we saw some of the Pro-Am teams not making that extra pit stop at the end of the race because they were lapped by the Pro cars. They didn't have to do as many laps as they were expecting.
Yes,
I wonder if that's going to come into play here. Obviously, we've had some quite balanced cars. It'd be interesting to know. I think there's only maybe 1 lap between the leaders of the classes themselves, aren't there? So 10%
Look how much that fuel has come down.
So it was 27%, wasn't it, when we were last with it? And they've got 2 more laps
to do.
They're on
8%. Wow.
They're gonna be on literal fumes as they come over the line, I think, for the final time. But 2 more laps, I believe, now. So 69th lap of 70 started by the Lazarus team up front. These 2, second and third, now starting that lap as well.
And that's going to be the same case probably in Pro-Am as well, but this is the battle for second place, and they're struggling to hang on to their tank of fuel here. Total Performance Racing, they're the car ahead. Behind is the Williams car.
And what's interesting is these 2, if they do for whatever reason end up running out of fuel and they haven't judged it quite correctly, they've got such a big gap behind them. They don't need to take the risk of running out. They could make the pit stop. It's not ideal, of course, but it's safe enough to do so and still come out in third place, rather than running out and potentially not making it to the finish line at all.
They know how much percentage they're going through a lap now, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So then when they get to the end of this lap, if it's going to be like 1% in it, just come in.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the point where it's like, well, it says 8%, was that 8.9 or was that 8.1? Or is that we could be coming down to 0.1 or 0.2 of a percentage.
Very true. And Williams just getting a little bit out of shape there, Harry. It's going to be so close on fuel. What do you reckon? Any of these 2 teams going to struggle to make it to the end?
I mean, if either of them will be the Total Performance Racing car. We saw them had 2% less fuel than the Williams. They would be they can't afford to really lift and coast, can they? So this is the Williams car. This was on 10%. It's already down to 6%. So that's 4% in 1 lap already. We're not quite at where they're at 5%, 4% now for Sean Arnold in the Total Performance Racing car. If this ticks to 3% at any point before they cross the line, they're going to be in real trouble. Isaac having a look up the inside, can't quite sneak through there.
Surely, they're going to have to come in.
They are, yes. Total Performance Racing coming in on the penultimate lap.
Sensible decision from Total Performance Racing, not worth the risk. They are safe pretty much. It all depends how long it takes to do a pit stop.
Yeah, about 35 seconds, I reckon. So they should be safe, you're right.
They should be safe, but they're not far ahead of Solar Vision Racing. Now, where does this put Solar Vision Racing?
this is if Solar Vision Racing jump ahead, then there is a chance that they might swap positions. So this is actually quite big here from Total Performance Racing. They've got to get out ahead of Solar Vision Racing, otherwise they risk dropping out of the competition. There are the Apex Hunters, I believe we're looking at. I think Total Performance Racing have got out ahead of Solar Vision Racing. This is the hot lappers, isn't it?
This is class leading for Pro-Am.
They're leading Pro-Am. Apex Hunters still not able to close in on those top 3 in class. We've got to see where Total Performance Racing are.
So you can see on the top of the screen they're a good 17 seconds ahead, so it looks like they're safe enough to come home in 3rd.
Right, here we go. This is
Solar Vision.
Yep. Now, where are they in conjunction to Total Performance?
That's the Red Bull car, isn't it, ahead of them? So they've been passed by the Red Bull car then?
Yes.
They have. Red Bull up into 4th.
Right, and Total Performance...
I think they're running out of fuel. I think they're
Solar Vision are running out of fuel.
Yeah, I think they're having to lift and coast and really save themselves trying to get to the end, because they've got no pace at the moment.
Well, the situation is Solar Vision are going to go down with Rise. Endurance Elite look like they're going to go down with Apex Hunters. It was very close, but out front, Lazarus Racing are going to take the win, their 2nd win of the competition. A fantastic drive from Lazarus, 8 seconds clear from the Williams team. Total Performance Racing will be 3rd, Red Bull Racing will be 4th, then it will be Solar Vision, Veloce and Rise. Solar Vision and Rise sadly going down, and what a performance. The Hot Lappers look like they're going to bring Pro-Am from Hairpin Heroes, the LM Squad, Apex, then we have Tech Rouge Rangers, Endurance Elite, and then the Le Mans Legends. And it looks like the 4 teams that went into this race in the drop zone look like they're just about going to be the 4 teams that go down as well. But some of them took a roll of the dice, not quite paying off in the end, but they gave it a good go.
They really did. No, that was a really fascinating race for the entirety of it, though. That's what the beauties of these 2-hour races in particular is. You get that extra element of strategy and pit stops, and I didn't think it was going to come down to 1% of fuel between making an extra pit stop or not, but that's how they played it. That's how the teams played it. They probably they wouldn't have planned to make the extra pit stop at the end. They would have tried to eke it through, but that's where the tactics during the race come into play. Slipstreaming another car, saving a bit of fuel behind them rather than being the car in front can make all the difference. So ultimately, it's a shame that those guys didn't make it through. No, they really did give it a good effort. So hats off to those guys, but unfortunately, we won't be seeing them tomorrow.
Total Performance Racing, they had to put in a good performance there. They were running out of fuel. If they didn't make it to the end there, or if they didn't make it and they were a little bit further back and Solar Vision got past them, there would have been a good chance that they would have gone out on the last lap.
Yeah, I mean, that really was cutting it fine. I don't think you could cut it any finer than that. I mean, they'd obviously built up the gap during the race. I mean, it's a good job they had great pace, did Total Performance Racing, to build up enough of a buffer between them and Solar Vision Racing to make sure that if they needed that extra pit stop because they were running a bit short, then they had that in hand, and thankfully for their case, they did.
It was a hard one to keep up with, though, wasn't it? I mean,
I'd hate to see the state of your bit of paper
this
now.
piece of paper has just got scribbles all over it. It was, constantly I was trying to work out what was going on there. But even on the last lap, it was like, is that? I think it's them. It's 4 points between those two. We may have had, the field split by, the full Pro and Pro-Am field split by about 2 laps, but the margins were so fine in the end, because we were talking about pit stops potentially being made. We were talking about 1 or 2 points. I think it was 3 points in the end in the Pro class that saw the difference between Veloce and Solar Vision. And then it looks like it was only around a point or 2 between the Apex Hunters and the Le Mans Legends as well. It was incredibly close.
It was great that, most of the battles and the key strategy calls and differences we saw were all involving those teams who had something to fight for, needed to try and get something different done in the race to try and make up those positions, and for a lot of them it nearly worked, but they were just so close but couldn't quite make it work at the very end.
And what is it like when you're in a race like that, Harry? It's all about the strategy. It's all about trying to get to the end on that tank of fuel where you shouldn't be able to get to the end on. What is it like driving in that situation?
It's so difficult to plan. You can't plan exactly what's going to happen through a 2-hour race, especially. You can't rely on other cars and other drivers to work with you or work against you. You can plan for your own race, but you've got to be able to be adaptable and work on the fly to certain situations, scenarios you find yourselves in. Obviously, for some of them it worked and some of them it didn't, but they would have been trying to practice that in their practice for this event, and unfortunately it doesn't look like they quite managed to get it just right.
And before we take a break, just quickly, the 10 teams we've got going in tomorrow,
all of them going in as winners, it's going to be very close, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 days they've had so far will give them great belief that they can deliver tomorrow and get through to day 4. A lot of them would have probably aimed for at least day 3, maybe try day 4. Now a lot of them who are heading into tomorrow have got a win under the belt and think we can take it to every other team we're racing against. So I think they've all got a really good chance.
Well, as routine, we will have Brennan here to speak to our winners, and then following on from that, we will confirm the points. Who are the teams that have left the competition at the end of today, and then who are the teams that will be going into tomorrow on pole position. We're going to take a quick break, and then after that, we'll be hearing from our race winners.
Good in the prize that you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No, he's not front. Top 5. Gather.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9th comes a knocking.
Who's it that's right? Wow. That was exciting, wasn't it? It had it all because we're getting to that very, very exciting point of losing 2 teams from the pros, 2 teams from the pro-ams, and that is indeed what has happened. We had to lose 2 tomorrow. We are back with 5 pro teams, 5 pro-am teams. The points are wiped clean, but the grid is set by the points tally from this evening, and I tell you what, it was so tight at the bottom. That was incredible. We'll be having a chat with a couple of the drivers in just a few moments, but what a race. We have to reflect on that. I think my highlight though at the moment was when we saw I believe it was Lazarus had a bit of a piggyback at one point, didn't they? Total Performance Racing sitting on the back of Lazarus, which was quite exciting. It was my highlight of the race, I think, really. I've never seen racing like that. It's a good job they're slopey at the front so they can simply drive off the top, but it was a highlight for me. It was certainly up there anyway. But another little thing to bring you, Rise Motorsport, they got a 5-point penalty because of that big smash into the back of Red Bull. They smashed into the back of Red Bull and stopped, and they took out another car behind them as well. So it was a kind of double whammy. So they got another 5 points. They're the only team, in fact, to get a points penalty, and they got 2 of them. So well done to Rise. They, they may have not got through today, but they did get the highest points total when it came to penalty points. So they can take that one with them. Really, really interesting race, and we'll go through it with Chris in a bit. But like I say, we do have some interviews coming up. If you'd like to let us know what you think or what your thoughts are on the race you've just seen and what you're thinking of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, we'd love to hear from you on social media. Go to #LMES. Now, just waiting for the points tally to come in so we can confirm where everyone currently sits. I believe we're ready to do so. If we are, let's have a quick look at the table then for the pros and the pro-ams. Just waiting for confirmation on that at the minute. Some disputes going through at the moment, as you can probably imagine. But what a drive from the hot lappers. The pro-am team, the hot lappers, mixing it with the pros. There was always a bit of debate whether or not those 2 cars in the 2 classes, the pros and the pro-ams, were going to be, fighting against each other. And it did seem that the Sauber-Mercedes, the C9, had enough power to compete, and so it did. Hot Lap has done such a good job. So let's have a look at the points then, shall we? The pro teams first of all. As you can see, Lazarus sitting pretty, a whopping 81 points. They've really pulled it out of the bag now. Red Bull Racing seem to have a mistake in them at the moment. They need to iron that out over the next couple of days. Total Performance Racing 47, Williams Esports getting themselves through on 45. Now, we did think 35 points was going to be where you had to be to get through, and Veloce have got 37, so they have really made that one up, haven't they? As you can see, the bottom two teams, they will be eliminated. We'll be saying goodbye to Rise Motorsport. It's been great to see them. They've done such a good job over the last 2 days. Rise Motorsport, 23 points. They'll be leaving us, but be leaving us with a nice little points tally and also a nice amount of money in their back pocket. In fact, they'll get they'll be getting $1,333 each for that, which I don't think is bad for 2 days' work, is it? That was each, by the way, $1,333 each, $4,000 in total. We'll have a look at the pro-ams in just a bit, but first of all, let's catch up with one of the races we've just been watching for the last 2 hours, shall we? Who have we got? Let's have a look. It's Tobin. Hello, Tobin. How are you doing? Well done. One race for you, and what a race that was.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased, to say the least. That was really tricky because obviously this race was the first one that we've seen that has fuel strategy involved. And obviously with 2 pit stops and 3 different stints throughout the race, I knew I had to make one of them a fuel save. And that would mean backing off. And so getting the timing right on that and all the other elements, yeah, I feel like this was a tricky race. And I'm absolutely ecstatic to get off on the right foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And when you look at that fuel strategy, how much were you and your team working it through in the race? Because you've got to adapt to what other teams are doing, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think originally my plan was actually to just push as much as I can and then get to the end and then save at the last minute. But when I found myself behind Arnold for, in his car ahead, I basically realized that I had pace, but to get by would have just been so sketchy. So I've got a race engineer on with me in a party at the moment and I've also got this document right here, right next to me, which tells me what fuel I need on what lap, because it's literally to the percent of fuel that you kind of need to make it, and it's all very close and complicated. But yeah, it was awesome.
But you're not able to refer to that when you're racing, are you? Actually glancing off to the side and having a look at that sheet of paper?
Now, in practice, I would glance, but to be honest, I knew that the stress, in the actual thing, might make it a bit more difficult to just read during the straight. So I had it all read out to me. Yeah.
Now, going into the race, the pressure kind of was off because you knew pretty much that you'd secured enough points to be able to make it through, and you were going to be in tomorrow. And it's all about getting through each day, isn't it, until we get to the 4th day where it all becomes really crucial. I suppose for tomorrow, though, now that you've got such a good points total, we'll have a look again at the points in some bit, but you're there 81 points, which means you start in pole position tomorrow. And with 2 drivers in each race, that means you're going to have a front row lockout.
Yeah, and that's massive. And I think, we were safe, but I think you have to consider the track position tomorrow, but then also from a confidence perspective, I now know that people on the grid hopefully will realize that I have the pace to win, and they won't just treat me like dirt. So I'm hoping that there's some really good advantages to showing your pace here. And but yeah, it's awesome basically.
Do you happen to know at this stage which driver is going to be in which position on the grid? Who's going to be sitting pole, who's going to be sitting second if you have your 2 drivers?
Not at the moment. That's something we'll have to think about, I think.
And what about strategy with that? Will you say to one of your drivers, you fly off, and the other one will defend and try and hold up? Is that a tactic you could possibly use?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that,
reveal your cards, Tobin.
yeah, I think that there's a potential for that, and we'll have to see what works out. Obviously, as we all know, racing never always goes to plan necessarily. So, yeah, but hopefully it'll be a bit OP having the front row, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race for you, and I'm going to let you go, but brilliant stuff. You've been sitting there so well. Thanks for hanging around to chat to us. But Tobin, brilliant race. Well done to you. Pleasure to watch you, and great to see you doing so well.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Nice one. We'll see Tobin back here tomorrow, of course, and we'll see the man to my right. He'll be back tomorrow as well. Chris, That race, I think, had everything. It had one car on the top of another car, leaving a pit, which was my particular highlight. I love that moment there.
Yeah.
But Rise, another points penalty for them. The only team that's got a points penalty. They've managed to accumulate 10 points in the penalty. It wouldn't have made any difference to their points total. That's the bonus. So it wouldn't have changed their position. But they can leave thinking they've earned some money, and they had the most penalty points.
Yeah, I mean, it was no surprise really. You know, they decided to stop. You know, in the middle of the racing line. It was one of those things where they were just holding their hands up straight away to say, oops, you know, we didn't mean to do that, and they were trying to immediately let the other car back through. But yeah, you know, stopping in the middle of the racing line is something that does warrant a few penalties at least. So
it was a strange one. I mean, to go into the back of somebody is one thing, but then to stop.
Yeah, well, I think it was just a case of, the moment you make a mistake, you try and correct it immediately rather than keeping going. It was into the back of the Veloce car, and they weren't trying to go for a move. We have to say that they did just outbrake themselves, and you know, they was either go straight into the back or try and avoid and try and pull off the best move we would have seen of the day. But a shame for them to end on you know, that note, because they started so well. They got 5th in the first race yesterday, and they got off to such a good start. But they were in a position where we thought, you know, these are day 3 contenders, and in the end, for them to finish in the way they did was a shame. But hey, they're taking home some cash, right? And
they have $1,333 each, really, is what it works out, which I think is really nice. It's a nice amount of money, but it's also, I know they would have like to have gone longer into the tournament, essentially, as we're looking at here, into the competition. That didn't happen, but we've really enjoyed watching them, as we've enjoyed watching everyone.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, Rise did very well throughout the Pro Series, and here they've put in some good performances. So I'd say, you know, they can be proud of what they've achieved. You know, I think all the teams are doing, you know, a really good job for themselves, showing themselves really well. It's what's made the races so entertaining to watch, the fact that everyone's performing to such a high standard. And, you know, ultimately it weren't like Rise did badly, it was just they didn't do as good as everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? They didn't do badly, they just didn't quite do as well as the others. But that's the way it works, isn't it? That is racing, whether it's on track, whether it's off track, it's just competition, isn't it? Let's have a quick recap of the points then. Let's have a look at the pros. I think we can bring you the pro-ams as well. And I'm not sure, but I think we've got another interview coming up as well. So let's have a look at the points first of all. Here's the pros. Oh, here's not. That's something else, isn't it? That's quite exciting. We'll see it twice. I like that. It's such a nice graphic. Someone's built it. We might as well use it, right? Have a look at the points, Chris. What stands out for you?
Well, I'd say that Williams got themselves back up into 3rd place there. They put in a really good performance at the end. I think the battle win, of course, when we get to the end of tomorrow, only 3 teams are going to go through, and we only have 3 points there between Williams and Total Performance Racing. So that's very, very close indeed. Veloce are going to need to try and find a little bit of pace from somewhere. They're 10 points behind Total Performance Racing in 4th, but going into tomorrow, you know, only the top 3 go through. And if you look at that point standings there, 3 points between Williams and Total Performance Racing, very close, isn't it?
Yeah, it was so close. And it's going to be so interesting to see, especially when they've got 2 cars on the grid. And as I was saying to Tobin there, they're going to have one guy just shoot off into the distance and the other one hold the rest of the pack up. And he's saying that's something we might consider. And I think they should.
Well, you know, some esports in esports drivers, there tends to be too much respect at times, in my opinion, and sometimes you'll find that in the forms of racing I've come from, things like karting, that's exactly what you do. You know, you do anything you can to win, but sometimes in esports there can be, you know, a lot of respect shown. So, hey, you know, maybe they'll try that. It's you know, we'll have to see, but you know, the team in 2nd will be starting directly behind the pole sitter, so they'll have a chance to get straight into 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. It was its strategy comes into it, doesn't it? It really does. Let's have a look at the Pro-Am points as well. We've not touched on the Pro-Am points just yet. So, Chris, what we've got there, hot lappers 64.
Yeah, well, look up. You see how close that was.
Yeah.
So the hot lappers who did so well, that goes to show. That points table goes to show how important the endurance race is. You know, the hot lappers, we never considered them someone who's going to walk away from today the highest team. But you look at that, they went out and got victory and got so very comfortably, I have to say as well. The LM squad did take a victory today, so that helped them in the end to only be 1 point away. Hairpin Heroes, you know, on 60. Those 3 split by 4 points. You know, if those are the 3 teams that go into the final day, then that's going to be close. However, I'd say it isn't the guys at the top we have to watch here. We have to pay attention to Le Mans legends because they went out and won that first race. Then they had a technical issue in race 2. I don't quite know what happened to them in race 3, to be honest. We didn't really see a lot of them, but don't count them out. If you just looked at that table, you'd go, oh, it's between those 3 teams. Definitely isn't.
Well, of course, race 2 they had that dropout, and that was the big issue.
That's where they lost
where they were sitting. Perfect. They were never in any danger, so they've made it through, which is good to see because you don't want to see a technical problem take a team out. We saw it yesterday, and it's part of it. It's the equivalent of having an engine blow up out on track, isn't it?
Exactly.
So it's just a mechanical. It's just part of the system. So it's great to see these drivers back in, these cars back in tomorrow. We're hoping to catch up with another one of the drivers, but we won't be able to get them right now because of time, etc., etc. And when we think about the time zone differences throughout the course, so this when we look at the west coast of America, 6 hours behind Australia, 9 hours ahead of us. We're all over the shop, aren't we? Really. So. We've had a lot of racing. Tomorrow we have got a slightly different setup again because we've got Circuit of Americas, we've got Le Mans Modern, we've also got Sebring. We're bringing you those 3 circuits tomorrow, but we're also looking at 90s, noughties cars. I mean, that is just fantastic, isn't it? Pinch yourself.
Yeah. Big development, in how the cars, got developed through that era. You look at the cars, the 70s cars, and you put, a car from 2011 next to each other, and you can tell that there's a good 40 years between those 2 cars.
Yeah, you really can.
They look a lot different. So the racing's going to start to get quicker and quicker now. The cars, as we progress through the last 20 years, the cars got hugely developed, and going through corners they got through a lot quicker. So these are the cars that these drivers are going to be more familiar with, the ones that they race on a more regular basis. So I think the differences between the drivers is going to shrink.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're back tomorrow. I cannot wait for that. I mean, day 3, we're getting near to the sharp end of this competition. No team wants to drop out tomorrow. We're down to 5 teams in Pro, 5 teams in Pro-Am, and each team will have 2 drivers out in each race, so the grids are going to get bigger once again. It's been so exciting, day 2. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well. If you want to let us know your thoughts, get in touch with us using the hashtag LMES. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. BST. We'll see you then.